The Eddie. Just two words that mean so much. A symbol of some of the best of Hawaiian culture. A steward that protected all life and respected nature. Eddie Aikau, Hawaiian hero and pioneer of big wave surfing. Edward Ryan Makuahanai Aikau was born on Maui and, according to family lore, began surfing at the age of 11. The Aikau ohana soon moved to Honolulu, where Eddie grew up to become not only the first lifeguard at Waimea Bay, but the first city and county of Honolulu lifeguard for the entire North Shore of Oahu. As a lifeguard, Eddie would charge out into waves of 30 feet or more. When no one else would go out, Eddie would go. And along the way, Eddie would become a world-class athlete, surfer, waterman, winning the premier world surfing contest of the day, the 1977 Duke Kahanamoku Invitational Surfing Championship. And at the time, as only the second native Hawaiian to win the surfing championship, along with his brother Clyde, Eddie became a symbol of the rebirth of Hawaiian cultural discovery in the ocean. And in 1978, he became a part of another symbol of Hawaiian pride and culture. Eddie joined the Polynesian Voyaging Society as a crew member of the Hokulea. When we stop and think about Eddie's final journey, his quest to save his crew, his ohana as he was paddling out into a raging ocean, looking for help for his fellow Hokulea crew members, you have to ask yourself, could you go? This is why we are so proud to celebrate the life and never-ending legacy of Eddie Aikau as one of the most iconic Hawaiians ever to live with the annual Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitation. Since the contest's conception in 1984, it's only been held 9 times, with Waimea Bay providing the backdrop to the world's premier big wave surfing event. An invitation-only event with the world's best surfers, where the legacy and aloha of Eddie Aikau lives on.
Aloha ka, kahiaka kako. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 10th running of the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau here at Waimea Bay. And this is one of the most prestigious surf competitions ever in time, but it's more than just a surf competition, and we're going to get into that. I'm Kai Pagura, along with Dr. Isaiah Walker. Thank you for joining me, Isaiah.
Aloha, good morning. Yeah, it's a beautiful day out there, and the waves are pumping, so a lot of exciting action. I think we've already started into our Heat 1, and so it's going to be a great day.
Prestigious event. Started in 1984. It's only run 9 times previous to this. This is the 10th running. And I was saying, more than just a surf competition, this is a gathering of the world's best big wave surfers, all in celebration of the life and legacy of a great Hawaiian waterman, Eddie Aikau, Isaiah.
Yeah, Eddie Aikau is revered as an icon, not only in the surfing community, but also in the voyaging community, and especially in the Hawaiian community. He's seen as somebody who's dedicated his life to big waves, to saving lives as a lifeguard at Waimea Bay, where he was a lifeguard, and perpetuating his culture as a native Hawaiian, particularly as a member of the crew of the Hawaiian voyaging canoe Hokulea. And so he's definitely an important figure in Hawaii. In some ways, he has like this mana to his story that most people in Hawaii and hopefully throughout the surfing world really have grasped onto and really appreciate.
Yeah, well, we have heat number 1 out in the water. We have 8 surfers in each of these heats. The surfers are allowed to catch 4 waves in each of their heats. There's going to be 2 rounds today in a leaderboard format. And let's talk about some of the surfers that we have out in the water. And we're going to start off with one in every heat. This year, we're going to have at least 1 female surfer. The female surfer out in this heat, Andrea Moeller. She's going to be in the pink jersey, 42 years old, born in Sao Paulo, now resides in Maui, and a premier water woman when it comes to surfing, but also a world-class paddler, Isaiah.
Yeah, she's done a lot of events paddling. She's done amazing, she's caught amazing waves at Peahi on Maui and Jaws, and is really dedicated to big wave surfing. So it's really cool that she represents both Brazil and Maui. And it's also exciting to see these mana wahine, or women surfing in this event where we haven't had that before.
Set coming through here, no takers, as we're just getting an eye on this incoming double extra large swell that we're expecting today. The waves should be rising throughout most of today, with a big conclusion this afternoon when we crown a champ. So this is really the guinea pig heat out in the water. We'll look at another contestant out there in the blue jersey, Aaron Gold. Aaron, a North Shore resident, 41 years old. This is the second Eddie that Aaron's surfing in, Isaiah.
Yeah, I think a lot of surfers remember Aaron Gold, especially when he caught the massive wave at Jaws that really put him on the map, and has been an incredible waterman. And looking forward to watching him surf today.
Yeah, Aaron Gold. And when he did catch that wave, no inflation vest at the time, doing it old school style, which is going to be rare because as our safety protocol and equipment has evolved, you'll see a number of our surfers both with static built-in padding and inflation flotation, as well as inflation, those inflation vests cruising through the lineup here. We'll look to out there in the purple jersey is Greg Long. Greg Long, the 2009 Eddie champ out of San Clemente, California, 39 years old. Greg's going to be one of the veterans out in the lineup.
Yeah, Greg has been, Greg and his brother have been chasing big waves for many years now. And so it's only makes sense that he's out there in this event.
Defending champ out there in yellow, John Florence, the 2016 Eddie champion, as well as a 2-time world champ. John Florence, you gotta think he's gonna be one of the favorites in this year's event.
Yeah, John's known as the guy that makes big and scary waves look really comfortable the way that he rides them. He's definitely comfortable out here, and I mean, he's one of the favorites for sure.
Waves crashing through there, and surfers still anticipating larger sets, sitting a little bit further out of the break line. As we fly by here, high up above, beautiful morning here at Waimea. Looking to round off our heat out there in the white jersey, the Goofy Foot. Koa Rothman is going to be out there, 29 years old. This is Koa's second Eddie, and he comes from a prestigious surfing family. Koa's brother, Makua Kai, is going to be in the competition later today. Koa's father, Eddie, was also a surfer in this Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational in the past.
Yeah, Koa Rothman, definitely known as a charger who's had amazing rides at places like Waimea Bay and Cloudbreak in Fiji and all around the world. He's also an expert at pipeline, where just recently he won the best wave of the competition at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. So Cole Rothman is definitely a charger. What's cool too is him and John grew up together, so really close friends out there in the water today.
Another Goofy Foot on the water, Mark Healy in the orange jersey. Mark Healy, 41 years old. This is Healy's 4th Eddie. Mark made a bit of surf history years back at the Eddie, taking a couple lefts out here at Waimea, which is pretty unorthodox.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Healy is known as the guy that is fearless and has trained for years on, even as a free diver, and he knows how to hold his breath.
Here we go. John Florence is going to start off the day. Just a little test away for Florence. and gets caught up in the whitewater, dives off. So that's going to be our first score of the morning. When we look at scores in the format of this year's Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau, we are using a 1 to 10 point scale for each of the rides with half a point options. So keeping it nice and clean there. You either got a point, a 0.5, 2 points, all the way up till 10, and that's how we're going to do our scoring, Isaiah.
Yeah, and John, we'll see how that went. I think you're right, Kaipo. That was just kind of getting in his feet in the wax, I suppose. But with John, kind of cool that he's the first one to start us off in the morning. So he'll be getting out there looking for some bigger rides.
We were rounding off our heat, and we have yet 2 competitors to ID out there as we take a look here, dropping in into the blue jersey.
Baron Gold.
It looks like
Shane.
it could look very much like Shane Dorian out there, who's in the actual black jersey. Shane Dorian is the veteran of this crew, 50 years old. He's been a runner-up here before. Waves in the back. And 2 goofy foots up there. So white, that would be Koa Rothman, as well as orange, that's Mark Healy. We're just talking about Mark, so we got some scores on the board.
Yeah, one thing unique too about this event, you wouldn't normally see people sharing the same wave, but at Waimea Bay and at the Eddie Aikau, it is allowed.
Yes, as long as, so there is an interference, but you'd have to blatantly get in someone's way. So we'll get to that as we go over our rules, but there is options of interference if you do hinder someone's line out there. But that one looked clean between Mark Healy as well as Koa Rothman. We saw Shane Dorian, and he's 50 years old, out of Hawaii Island. This is Shane's 6th Eddie, and Shane was a runner-up in 2001 to Ross Clark Jones, a 2001 champ out here. 2 times 3rd place finish. That was 2004 as well as 2016 for Shane Dorian. Could this be Shane's year? We'll start off with a replay, Isaiah. This is John.
I can see a very tall wave. It's got a little bit of that morning warble to it, which may have contributed to that fall at the end, but beautiful drop nonetheless. That's another angle, beautiful drone angle shot. And this was the one of Shane Dorian, a late takeoff, goes behind the boil there. You can see manages to get through that section of whitewash exploding behind him, and he rides out of it, which is great to have a successful ride through that exploding section of whitewater, getting through some of the bump and chop from this morning that sometimes on the North Shore we call morning sickness. Behind them we have the 2 goofy footers, Mark Healy and Koa Rothman. Just a quick drop and out for Koa, and Mark riding this wave a little further. Looks like John paddling for this one. This is a different wave, drops in. You can see behind that boil as well. Takes a bottom turn, rides through this, see if he can get through that whitewash, and he does.
So John Florence already with 2 waves ridden. Again, a reminder, after your 4th wave, you got to paddle in. That's all you're going to get. But John is quick to strike out here, and we're going to see how the scores come through.
Yeah, so beautiful morning here in Hawaii and at Waimea Valley and Waimea Bay. And fortunate here to be able to watch these great surfers in this heat.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Waimea, Isaiah. But first, let's talk about John and his 2nd wave.
Beautiful wave, drops in behind that section. Explosion behind him, which contributes to the excitement of this wave. Manages to get around that whitewash. See how deep he is on this wave. Really makes for higher scoring points if you're behind that wave as you're dropping in and are able to ride through that section that is in front of you. Yeah, so Waimea Bay is part of the Ahupua'a of Waimea Valley. And Ahupua'a is basically a village or community that's centered around a river. And it's known as one of the lushest and most fruitful communities, especially even in old Hawaii. It's also seen as a center for Hawaiian culture even today. But particularly, it was seen as a spiritual center in times of old, where high priests, like High Priest Heva Heva, who was Kamehameha's high priest, or Kahuna Nui, and he resided over this area of Waimea Valley.
Rider here dropping in. It looks like it's going to be blue, and that's Aaron Gold.
Right, there's a little frothy one, which in surfing refers to when there's a lot of foam on the face of the wave, which is the result of the previous waves that broke in front of it. And those can often be challenging to navigate.
And bear with us as we go and try to ID some of these surfers. We're looking for information from the beach to make sure that we have, because we have 40 invitees, but we do have an incredible alternate list of surfers, so there may be some substitutions in these heats, and trying to find out exactly who's out in the water is going to be key. We're going to be IDing them out of just surfing style. Here's the style right here in blue.
Yeah, again, you can see the surfer was able to get around that. It was tricky to get around through the foamy section. You can see it here as well. Yeah, and I do believe that's Aaron Gold.
So we got some scoring done. We'll update you on the standings. This is the first heat of the morning, 45-minute heats in this round number 1. 5 heats in this first round of, I would say, spiritual competition in a way, Isaiah, because this is unlike any other contest in the world.
Yeah, and that really attributes to the attributes of Waimea Valley and Waimea Bay. There's a lot of, in Hawaii, we call mana. And mana, it's kind of like this energy, this spiritual energy that accompanies the riders and the islands and the ocean. And Waimea Valley is definitely a part of that tradition of carrying a lot of mana. I think this is Andrea Moeller.
So Andrea Moeller on her first wave, and is going to go complete on that. And so completes the ride, and there you go. Well, history made. The first wave ridden by a woman in competition here at the Eddie.
I think it's only fitting because traditionally in Hawaiian society, women were very active in he'enalu. He'enalu is a Hawaiian word for surfing. And so I think it's beautiful to have so many wahine, or women, in our event this year at the Eddie.
One more replay of Andrea.
Yeah, you see her dropping down there and was able to make this wave. A tall wave, not the biggest wave of the heat, but nonetheless successfully ridden. And she'll be out there, still has 3 more waves to catch.
Yeah. As we mentioned before, Andrea Moeller, she's a great surfer as well as a world-class paddler, has set a lot of records, a lot of wins, both stand-up paddling, prone paddling, canoe paddling, both in a one-person canoe as well as a crew, and has also ridden some big weaves at Jaws and in the tow arena as well.
Right. And you'll hear a lot, we talk about Eddie Aikau, that he was a waterman, waterwoman. These terms really show that an individual who has a diverse ability in the ocean, whether it's paddling canoes, surfing big waves, diving, fishing, a variety of different things. So it's really cool that Andrea comes from a real diverse background of riding different watercrafts and being an athlete. And so I know she's set some records for crossing channels between islands as a paddler. And so it's definitely someone who's familiar with the power of the mana of the ocean. I was talking about Waimea Valley previously and how it was known as kind of a spiritual center in times of old. And one of the high priests of Kamehameha, Heva Heva, to make a connection with Eddie Aikau, Heva Heva is also the ancestor to the Aikaus, to Eddie Aikau and his family. And so there's a really cool connection and spiritual vibe that brings us right to the Aikau family.
Emily Erickson, she's on her way out. She'll be in pink in the next heat. And Emmy Erickson Dad Roger was a great big wave rider, and Emmy Erickson out there taking out a single fin. A Kyle Larson 10-6, that's her old faithful. You could see it being repaired over and over again. We talk about Mana. There's a connection between Emmy and that board, and it's evident that that's her, you know, her go-to for big waves.
Board. Yeah, a lot of times people say you have your favorite board or your magic board, you put it on ice or have it sit on the side, but looks like she's put a lot of time into that board and evidenced in some of the repairs that are fixed on it. But looking forward to watching her out here.
Yeah, it looks like she's got some a brace on the knee. So, and that's going to be a story going throughout today, in that we have a number of invitation surfers that have been invited, competitors that will be surfing with injuries, because it's so prestigious to be just invited to this gathering, this competition, this celebration of Eddie Aikau, that a lot of these men and women do not want to give up that opportunity. And we're going to see a lot of surfers out there taped up, braced up, ready to go, you know, regardless, because the Bay is calling the day today and they're showing up.
Yeah, and these athletes are chargers. In other words, they surf a lot of dangerous waves, and because of that, it's oftentimes that they will suffer some injuries. But hopefully everyone is healthy, and we pray for everyone's well-being today in the water, because these waves are beautiful and fun to watch, but at the same time, incredibly dangerous.
There's Greg Long in the purple jersey. As we said before, he's a former champ. 2009, Greg Long took a big win here at the Eddie and really put him on the spotlight of global big wave surfing, taking out Kelly Slater that year, who was in the lead throughout most of the event. And Greg Long coming through in that final heat of the day and snatching that victory. It would have been the second for Kelly Slater, of course. Slater, a champ here back in 2002.
Yeah, and he really solidified it, like you said, at the end of the day. And I remember that massive one that was his best wave of the day, where it looked like the section was just closing out in front of him. Took a really late drop and was rewarded for his courageous charging of that massive wave.
Out there in the black jersey, we talked a little bit more about Shane Dorian and his history here. 6th Eddie Aikau. So Shane's actually one of the veterans in this year's competition. Shane's been through and surfed with different generation of Waimea surfers. He's going to see the young guns right now, but Shane was surfing with Clyde Aikau. Clyde Aikau winning this event. Younger brother of Eddie Aikau won this event in 1986.
Correct.
Shane was surfing with Keone Downing, who is a legend in surfing, as well as Keone's dad, George, who used to be the event director for the Eddie. Keone winning in 1990.
Right.
Shane was surfing in 1999 when a young North Shore surfer made a big name for himself, Noah Johnson.
Yeah, it was cool because, I mean, Noah Johnson originally also from Big Island, from Hilo. And so it's really cool that 1999 Noah was able to get out there. And I remember Shane Dorian, I also grew up on the Big Island, and he would fly over here when he was young and surf Waimea Bay from a young age, from his high school years. And so Shane Dorian is definitely not a stranger to big waves.
There's Makuakai Rothman with the brace on his knee. We talked about these warriors surfing through injuries because it's so prestigious to be a part of this event. Makua has a badly injured knee. I think it's an ACL or MCL. I mean, he's going to have to go and get some work done on it. I talked to Makua. He said, hey, I'm not going to miss this for anything. He may have a leash attached to a vest rather than his leg, so he's not get pulled on that bad knee. Or Makua also told me, hey, I may not even wear a leash because if I fall, I'm not going to win. And I love that kind of spirit.
Wow. Yeah, Makuakai was injured at the backdoor shootout recently. It had to be carried off the beach, and so I'm also surprised that he's going for it, because his knee injury was pretty bad. But we see that, like you're saying, Kaipo, that kind of warrior spirit. I remember at the 2016 event, Uncle Clyde Aikau dislocated his shoulder during the competition. They reset it on the beach. He paddled back out and continued surfing throughout the event. So warriors indeed are in this event.
And it's shaping up to be a beautiful day, Isaiah, in that we have some light winds. We have a little bit of haze right now, variable conditions. We're expecting the winds to kind of start blowing a little bit out of the southeast, hopefully funneling down Waimea Valley and giving us pristine wind conditions. The swell. This is just the beginning of the swell right now. We're going to see the waves increase in size throughout the day.
Yeah, that's what adds to the excitement level, is that we have a building swell. And so, you know, throughout the day, we'll see larger and larger sets. And so stay tuned. I mean, it's going to be an exciting day for sure.
Well, we got it started right now. We're going to step away just for a little bit from Waimea Bay, but we'll be back after this commercial break with more. This is the opening heat of the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau. We'll be right back.
Some see black as emptiness, the absence of color. Some see it as the sum of all colors. And out of the chaos comes the spectrum of life. The beauty of Hawaii, its flora, the vast oceans, its people, its culture.
From a distance, you don't really notice, but once you really start sorting the sand, you realize, wow, there is actually a lot of plastic in here. There's definitely a need for us to clean the beaches. Sometimes you need a huge army of people to make an impact. Although we might not see the direct benefit of it, hopefully future generations will, and we have to start somewhere.
I chose Revolution because some of my friends went with Revolution and they had very positive things to say. I love the Tesla battery. It stores electricity and uses it when you need it, like when the sun goes down. I love being self-powered by the sun. I have an electric car, so I don't have to go to the service station to get gas anymore. I just love it.
Keep your home invested in the future. Contact Revolution. Cleaner, smarter living.
Today's television broadcast is powered by Hawaiian Telcom. Experience the speed of Hawaii's only 100% fiber internet with Fi Optics for your home or business.
The Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational is brought to you by Hawaiian Airlines, proud to be Hawaii's longest-serving airline, offering over 120 flights a day between the islands.
The KHON2 News at 7 p.m. on K-High with Bridget Namata and Gina Mangieri. Hawaii's only 7 o'clock news.
Welcome back to the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau. A beautiful scenic shot from high up above of Waimea Bay and Waimea Valley. I'm Kaipo along with Dr. Isaiah Walker. What a beautiful shot here, and of the valley just beckoning us to this culturally significant area in the Hawaiian Islands. That's not just for surfing, Isaiah.
Right.
But just in history.
No, and that's what's beautiful. We're talking today about the mana and the beauty and the pristineness of this place. And there's a lot of mana to Waimea Valley and Waimea Bay. There's actually 3 heiau, which are these vahipana, like sacred sites that were places of religious worship in old Hawaii. And Waimea Valley is home to 3 of those. In fact, the largest heiau on the island of Oahu is Pu'uomahuka, which is the heiau up on there. On the north end of Waimea Valley, up on the cliffs there above Pupukea. And so there's a lot of energy, a lot of mana, and this place has, in the surf, it also reflects that kind of power that exists in this space.
Yeah, and we want to acknowledge and thank organizations such as Ma Lama Pupukea, who is helping Pupukea as a marine life conservation district. It is a pu'uhonua for marine life, and that organization has helped out in both making sure that that reservation stays that way, as well as native Hawaiian plant coastal restoration, which has been one of their projects. We want to mahalo them for all the good work that they do.
Yeah, and Waimea is seen as a place that preserves this traditional knowledge and also perpetuates the environment in healthy ways.
Josh Moniz heading out, the young 26-year-old Joshua Moniz. He's going to be in heat number 2. He's a second-generation Eddie invitee. Really interesting that Josh's dad, Tony Moniz, 6th place finish here in 2001. That was the year that Ross Clark Jones won, but Tony was in that top 6 and final situation that year. Now his young son carrying on the tradition, and he's going to have his first surf in the Eddie in heat number 2.
Yeah, the Moniz family, very talented family, not only with Josh, but they have several other children, Kelia and Seth and Isaiah and Micah and so many others. And so they are known as an incredibly talented surfing family, and I think it is fitting to have Josh in this event and to follow in his dad's footsteps.
Way behind, dropping into that one, disappearing in the trough there, and we're going to get an ID that looked like it was black. It may have been Shane Dorian, and we know that Shane will go. So we'll see. It was a black or perhaps that blue of Aaron Gold. Here we got to get an ID, and it looks like it was. I'm going to say Aaron Gold on that deep one on the paddle back out.
Yeah, it looked like.
Or you know what? Actually, I take that back. Could be Greg Long on his opening wave.
Yeah, it looked like we had 2 riders on that wave, one deeper into the wave, which means it's closer to the peak of the wave or behind the peak of the wave, and then another rider that was sitting a little further on the end, or what we sometimes call the shoulder of the wave. So we'll be able to ID that soon.
Lines coming through here on the building swell. And we were talking a little bit about the history of Waimea. What about talking about the great service that Eddie Aikau brought to the community out here on the North Shore? Not just an incredible surfer, but also the North Shore's first lifeguard, saving hundreds of lives in his career.
Yeah, he said under his watch, he didn't lose one person as a lifeguard at Waimea Bay. In fact, he was also the first lifeguard to be stationed at Waimea Bay because it was such a dangerous place that, you know, they were worried that lifeguards would be liable and it would be too much to handle. So Eddie Aikau becomes the first lifeguard at Waimea Bay in the 1967-68 winter season, and is known for being a quiet gentleman, actually, but very prominently active in saving lives and rescuing people at the bay here at Waimea.
So on the paddle back out there, as we get this drone shot, we can see the blue jersey. That would have been Aaron Gold on that waves. Again, 45 minutes in this round 1 for each of the heats. We're going to add 5 minutes for round number 2 this afternoon as we anticipate the swell to continue to build here at Waimea. And thank you for joining us here on Surfline as well as on K-High for this live broadcast of the 10th running of the Eddie. Second wave in the set. And a big wall of water, Isaiah, and the surfers are going to have to make a decision right now. Long wall stretching out in front. You can see the boil there evident. We'll see if we have any takers on this first wave of the set.
Oh my goodness, that is a bomb. That's a good sign. The swell is rapidly rising, and that was a significant wave. You could see it barrel on that section. And maybe the surfers weren't in position or there was too much water moving up the face, but that wave was incredible.
Launching into this one and grabbing the rail through the inside there. That is Mark Healy in the orange jersey. And Healy gets exploded, but I love the go for it attitude of Mark Healy. Wow. Healy, no problem. Takes the beating right back onto his board. Mark Healy, one of the an incredible free diver and has outstanding breath-holding technique. So this is a guy that can stay underwater for 4 minutes.
Right. He has these training videos actually of trying to show people how to do it, and the way that he contorts his body and keeps that air in his chest. Here we have a replay.
Oh, straightening out there. That was purple. So that was Greg Long. Getting to some of these replays. Aaron Gold, that's why he was paddling back out. He had to ditch the board there. And a little leash test for Aaron Gold. And here we go with Mark Healy.
Yeah, this is that last one of Mark Healy. That one barrels behind him. He grabs the rail, does bottom turn. So that would be one of his better waves for this heat so far. And again, our surfers are allowed to catch 4 waves, which is unique to other competitions. And they have to be selective in which waves they choose to go on.
That's right. So 2 rounds, 4 waves allowed to be caught in each round. Top 3 waves are going to be what are tallied together for your place on the leaderboard. And the crowd is one thing that we always expect here at the Bay when the Eddie runs.
Yeah, apparently people come down, camp here before hours, if not days before, to make sure that they're here to watch this action. And it's exciting that that the event was held. This doesn't happen quite often. In fact, usually it's about every decade you'll have the event 3 times, about on average about 3 times. We did find that interestingly, with between the years of 1999 and 2009, that 10-year period, it was held 5 times, which is pretty unusual in comparison. So we haven't had the event since 2016, and so we're excited to be here today, 7 years later.
That's right. Here we go, another set coming through, and no takers on this one. Maybe a little paddle on the shoulder.
Looks like Andrea Moeller.
And Moeller getting another wave and collecting some points for that one. Yeah, that was a hot streak from 1999, 2001, and 2002. Back-to-back-to-back years running the Eddie, but that was very unusual because the Bay calls the day, right, Isaiah?
Right.
It needs to be 20-foot plus and peaking during the daylight hours. So that's one of the caveats that really comes into play.
Right.
This is in the corner, and this is where our surfers will launch into the shore break and to begin their paddle out, trying to utilize the currents, right, Isaiah?
Yeah, correct.
Now, the current will pull from the right side of your screen to the left side of your screen once they get out in the water. They need to time this paddle out because with that current pulling, you have a chance of getting pulled all the way to the other side of the bay into the rocks if you don't hit that window and hit that channel. So just getting out to the lineup is a contest in itself.
Yeah, it is. And you especially don't want to make your way too far to the west end of the beach, where, like you said, where that big rocks are, but also the shore break there is crazy. There's a replay there of Andrea Moeller. Just a quick up and out. What's great, I think this is her 2nd or even 3rd wave, so she's staying active.
And I'm sure she's ecstatic to be a participant in this year's Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau.
Yeah, we were talking about the run of events from 1999 when Noah Johnson won. 2 years later, 2001, when Ross Clark Jones, and then the next year there in 2002 when Kelly won, and then 2004 Bruce Irons. So that was a real solid run of event, and so that's a little unusual, like you were saying, Kaipo, to have that many in a row. But we're excited that we're back here in 2023.
Yeah, and we do have a little piece on Bruce Irons. We're going to play that for you at some point in the broadcast today, and look back at the win for Bruce Irons. That was in 2004 when Bruce was able to take out this prestigious title. Another guy who's got that prestigious trophy on his mantles on your screen right there. There's a 2-time world champ, John Florence, our 2016 champion. But Bruce Irons really innovated the way to surf Waimea in competition. He took it all the way to the shore break. Let's learn more about Bruce Irons as Bruce Irons looks back at his win in 2004.
That was my first heat, and that was actually the last wave I could catch. And the waves were peaking right there, you know, and Kelly was in my heat, and I think Ross Williams, and these huge, you see the lines coming, and I was like, oh, here it comes, you know, and I remember everyone kind of started paddling out, and I kind of just held a little bit less than they did, you know, like they all went like 10 or 15 feet out, and I didn't want to get stuck on the top of the wave, you know, so I was like, oh, I'm going to stay right here, and that wave came, and it was a big wave, and Kelly was right out for me on the side, and I was already in my rage, and I was going to go no matter what. It was my last wave, so I was going to ride it as far as I could to the beach because that was it. And you know, that in-between stage, it's just like this long sailing. Like you can hear the commentator, and I could hear the crowd, and he's like, "Oh, is he getting another shore break?" And in my mind, I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, it ended up coming to the inside, and you know, just pulled in that closeout, and just got blown up the beach, and walked right to the shower. It was like as perfect as it could have got for me, you know.
One of the incredible moments from the years here at the Eddie Big Wave Invitational. Bruce Irons, Isaiah, taking it all the way to the shore break and a win.
Yeah, that's showmanship at its finest. And we were talking earlier about the competitors right now that are making their way through that lineup. They're trying to avoid that shore break, and normally that's what you want to do. But Bruce, younger brother of Andy Irons, in 2004 really took the spotlight by putting an exclamation point on his victory by pulling into a massive closeout shore break wave here at Waimea Bay.
Yeah, that was an incredible moment. And look at the lines that we got on our screen right now.
Oh, my goodness.
More sets stacking up and going to be hitting the peak here at Waimea. Competitors all in a pack, holding their positions, and I'm sure the Waimea surfers say that this is the toughest part to do, is just to hold the line. You want to scratch for the horizon, but if you do, you're not going to be in position to catch the wave. First wave, just the indicator on this set, and look at all the lines. We're going to see some decisions and some positioning right now.
It's amazing. And if you're not aware, when we say the set is coming, there's a set of waves. You can see those lines and two riders up.
Healy and blue, and that's Aaron Gold. Healy deep on this one. Second wave, but the set's even bigger.
Goodness.
Mark Healy's going to ride this one through. And Healy maybe thinking that this may be the end of his heat. We'll see if he takes it to the shore break. We saw that little flashback of Bruce Irons taking it to the shore break. Healy looking like he has the same intent, has to hop over a couple of these double ups, and that one's just going to roll to the shore. We'll see if Healy decides to paddle back out or if he's going to take it up on the beach.
That was a massive set and a long ride there for Mark Healy, and you saw that shore break and how it pounds. In fact, Eddie Aikau was known to save a lot of people from this shore break, this treacherous shore break here. Said that one of his strategies was if you save them too soon, they won't learn their lesson. So he had a technique of allowing people to feel the mana of the shore break, and as they were getting in close to the shore break, and he would warn them beforehand. In fact, the Waimea lifeguards will tell you today the best way to keep people safe is to keep them away from the water line. But as you see that water comes up like that, if you're too close to the shore, it'll sweep you off your feet and drag you out into that shore break. And Eddie Aikau was known for saving many people precisely who are in that kind of a predicament.
Now you can see Mark Healy taking himself over into the corner there where there's more of a surge and not as much of that crunching shore break that you will find in the middle of the beach or on the other side of the beach. So smart exit for Mark Healy. And to your point, even today at the bay, we have caution tape at the high tide line, way far up on the beach. And our city and county lifeguards are telling people not to cross. And of course, there's always going to be a couple of people who just don't listen And that's why sometimes people have to learn the hard way. Like Eddie Aikau used to let people learn the hard way. But you know what? Save yourself the drama. Listen to our City College lifeguards. Look at this drop.
Oh, my goodness.
And barely hanging on before getting blasted off. That looked like it was Greg Long.
That was an exciting wave. Incredible drop. We thought for a moment he wasn't going to make it. Then he did make it. And then the wave exploded him in the end. So a lot of drama here at Waimea Bay. More sets out on the horizon, Kaipo.
Look at this incoming swell that have been lighting up the buoys here on Oahu. A lot of anticipation for a couple of days, and now it's come to fruition here at the bay. Big swell, big set, long line. Look at all the surfers deep on this one.
Oh my goodness. When you see the wave feathering like that, and it's starting to show signs of feathering in the channel or in the left side of your screen, you know that's a big wave that's coming.
One more wave coming through here, multiple waves in the set. See if any surfers are in position for this final wave of the set. Hey, why not? We're going to go to the recap, and we'll start it off here, Isaiah.
Yeah, this was starting off with John Florence, the first wave of the day. Rode that around the shoulder. And here we have Shane Dorian from Kona. Bottom turning on this one. Gets through that section with the whitewash covers over him. Able to ride through it and make that a successful ride. Our two goofy footers here. On this one, sharing a wave, Cole Rothman and Mark Healy. Here we have Aaron Gold, bottom turning on this one. Great wave, a little bit of foam or froth on the wave, but manages to ride around this one as well. And this is our Wahine, Andrea Moeller from Maui. Was able to catch 3 waves in this heat. So she's off to a great start. Our competitors will have a chance in the next round to surf again. But here is again Mark Healy on a bomb. Beautiful bottom turn. You see the wave barreling behind him. Explodes him right at that end part of the section. And here we have Mark Healy again sharing a wave with Blue, who is Aaron Gold. Oh, and there we have a ride from White. And this just happened where Greg Long made that drop, was unable to get to that bottom wave.
Exploring big waves for us was kind of our world. It was about how big of a wave can we paddle. You relied on yourself. Safety was not a priority. It worked for years until it didn't.
Movement. Our Hawaii moves. We are inspired and then we move with it. Movement. At Aloha Kia, you will be inspired. It's designed into every Kia. Be it for work, for family, for fun, for the environment, for the drive. In everything we do at Aloha Kia, we're inspired to get you moving. Inspiration. It's all over Hawaii. Go find it. Reserve the 2023 Kia Newark with Aloha Kia's Express purchase.
And remember,
You know a guy.
Hey, you want to order some Taco Bell? Two grilled chicken burritos, 2 bold flavors. Order on the app, only at Taco Bell.
Welcome back to the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau, heat number 2 out in the water. We already had our first heat completed, and we got another set of 8 surfers out in the water. I'm Kaipo along with Rocky Cano, who's just joined me. Welcome, Rocky.
Aloha kakahiaka with a double shaka and a big minoaka. Minoaka means smile. But we are smiling because the Eddie is on, bruh. It is pumping out there and set to maybe even increase possibly.
Well, our good friends over at Surfline have been giving us the information that we will see the swell increase throughout the day, should be peaking this afternoon. So this is just the beginning of an exciting day, the 10th running of the Eddie, Rocky.
Bruh, you know, it's been since 2016, so 7 years. Everybody's getting like that 7-year itch to get out to the bay, and you've seen the crowds, the lines of people. It is just a huge North Shore Super Sunday at Waimea Bay, and it's going to be awesome.
It is going to be awesome. Well, we got former champ out in the water right now as we look at our participants in heat number 2, round number 1, out there in the blue jersey. Our 2002 Eddie champ, 11-time world champ, Kelly Slater's in the water, Rocky.
Yeah, he's a former champ out here at the Eddie, and like you said, 11 times a world champion. I mean, I know you could probably ask him, all those world titles are amazing, but the one Eddie is, you know, almost like maybe equal to all of those when you put it up on the scale of prestige.
In this year's Eddie, every single one of these heats has at least one female surfer, one out there in the pink jersey, Emily Erickson, in her Eddie debut. Daughter of Roger Erickson, Emily out there riding her trusty Lyle Carlson single fin, Rocky.
Yeah, what an amazing combination as we watch a replay of our surfer in red.
So that's our first glimpse at an alternative getting into this event. That's Mikey O'Shaughnessy. Here's another replay here.
That's Ross Clark Jones, a former champion as well.
Yeah, 2001 champ, Ross Clark Jones. But so Mikey O'Shaughnessy in the red jersey, call him Mikey Red.
Yep.
He is in the competition. Unfortunately, Nathan Florence not able to participate this year. Nathan sustaining a fracture to his back from a big wipeout. And so he's reluctantly sitting this one out, but that's a big opportunity for the surfer. Mikey O'Shaughnessy, Mikey Red from Kalapana on Hawaii Island.
Yeah, we talked a little bit in the last event about that pocket of talent that comes from that zone is just so amazing, bro. Those Big Island boys, the Honolulu crew over there, that's just loads of amazing talented surfers coming in from the last heat right there.
Yeah, Andrea Moeller coming in, and looks like a former invitee and a big wave surfer out of Brazil, Carlos Burley, helping Andrea up with her equipment. Let's talk a little bit more about the participants in this heat. We talk about Emmy Erickson, Kelly Slater. Ian Walsh is out there in the purple jersey. Ian Walsh hailing from Maui and a premier big wave rider. Ian brought his mom over to Oahu so she can be on the beach.
Oh, nice.
And witness this incredible event, Rocky.
Oh, what a great gift and what a great son. And, you know, Ian, not only the talent, the training, the stamina, but he's, you know, when it comes to reading swells and looking at maps, he is so involved and has probably earned an honorary, you know, meteorology degree in the process.
I called Ian yesterday, just with that being said, I called Ian yesterday to get the scoop, so that was a good call. Ian Walsh, 39 years old, a former Peahi winner, a former XL Pro winner. This is Ian surfing in his second Eddie.
We've also got Josh Moniz, that is part of that epic, very talented Moniz surfing Ohana, and representing the Monizes in this heat.
Yeah, we were talking about Josh Moniz, 26 years old, and this is Josh's first Eddie, but he can get inspiration from his dad, Tony. Tony Moniz, a 6th place finish in the Eddie in 2001. Josh out there on his trusty 9.8 Tokoro, shaped by Kerry Tokoro, so he's got some trusted equipment under his feet. In the white jersey out there, we have Cole Christensen, Rocky.
You know, one thing I really love about this event, other than the fact that is the pioneer and originator of the non-elimination format, go out there and surf and get your scores, and we'll give you multiple chances. And also, I love the way this event blends your top-level championship tour surfer, world champions and such, with guys like Cole Christensen, who focuses his energy right here on the North Shore, at the Bay, at Pipe, Himalayas, all the big spots, and is, you know, an excellent farmer. He is, you know, got all kinds of other, you know, hands-on skills, not just a traveling pro surfer, but a blue collar, if you will, kind of hard-working, nose down to the grindstone, but gets out there on these days and just blows minds with how hard he charges.
Yeah, Cole said it seems fitting that the Wahine are in this year's event, and their participation would put a smile on Eddie's face. He says, let's send it, but let us not forget what we are here for. The integrity, representing the integrity of a man that spent his entire life helping others and ending up giving his life to save his friends. He's talking about Eddie Aikau. That's the legacy. That's what we need to aspire to, a higher standard of human connection. And we get to do that by surfing together in Eddie's playground and connect with each other. Waimea and all of the spectators, this is truly a celebration of life. That's what Cole Christensen had to say about his participation in this event.
Well, that's very well said, and it is spot on when we talk about what we're celebrating, what we're memorializing, who we are talking about, and the way that he was, you know, known to live his life. And of course, being the first lifeguard here, Eddie, saving thousands of lives, and you know, went out doing that very thing for his good friends on board that Hokulea voyage.
Out there in the orange jersey is Makua Kai Rothman. Makua, 38 years old. He's a former big wave world champ, 2014. Makua's out there surfing through the pain. Didn't want to miss this one. Blew out his knee at the shootout. Has his all braced up. He knows he's going to need some surgery and some work on that, but he's not missing the day.
Yeah, you know, walking, the shot of him walking on the beach before his heat, I noticed that brace, you know, it's super hefty and for obvious reasons, but yeah, that heat at the shootout, I mean, it was a really treacherous day for even that particular heat, where Billy Kemper the day before, Makua Kai Rothman, and Kala Grace all surfing for the same team, and you know, just had seemed like a barrage of injuries at the time. And I saw Makua on crutches, and he was going to get his MRI and you know, all the tests done that evening that he injured it, and it didn't look good, you know, as far as, you know, from my visual assessment when he showed me and was kind of moving it around or touching it, and it's like, oh man, you know, hoping the best for you. And sure enough, it's going to need a lot more medical attention, but he is powering through and not going to miss this opportunity. And I was kind of wondering, you know, after I saw that injury, like, ooh, and if it does happen, what, you know, he's going to have a decision to make.
Yeah, I talked to Makua, and he said, you know, I'm going to go paddle out. He may have a leash attached to his vest, his body, rather than to his leg.
Correct.
So that it's not going to pull on that bad knee. I think that was his strategy. His other strategy, he told me, was, hey, I'm not going to wear a leash at all, because if I fall, I'm not going to win. But it looks like he's got a leash on. It looks like he's got it all rigged up. Makua Kai Rothman. Let's round out this heat.
I thought he was going to go, you know, Tommy Chung Ming style.
You could put
leash on the front foot.
You could put it on your front foot as well. Matt Keckley, another guy who would do that. Buzzy Kerbox, another front foot leash guy. A little bit unorthodox, but we got a ton of surfers in history who have gone for that. John Roseman, another one.
To each their own.
Well, rounding out the lineup in the black jersey, we have the eldest surfer in this year's Eddie.
Most experienced.
And the most experienced. 2001 champ Ross Clark Jones is out there in the black jersey. And as we look at history, Ross Clark Jones, Rocky, was the first surfer not from Hawaii to win an Eddie.
That is a pretty cool stat you pull up there. And I had the pleasure of watching that victory, driving one of those jet skis for our main producer and director here, Mike Prickett, back in those days of Salt and Air Studios. And he's like, oh, this camera equipment's only worth about $40,000. We just can't get it wet. I'm like, what? And he's like, can you get close so we can get a good shot? All the sprays coming over. He's like hugging the camera, trying to keep it dry. I'm like, wow, thanks, Mike.
There he is, Ross Clark Jones. Like I said, the 2001 champ. Had, you know, and in that final, Shane Doran was the runner-up in 2001, nearly took out the win. Third place in 2001 was a guy I got to know. He saved me a bunch of times. Ant-Man, Ant-Man Paul Patterson. I was in the back of the ski this year at Margaret River, holding on for dear life. But Ant-Man, like yourself, Rocky, a expert in jet ski operation and in water safety.
Yeah, especially in the waves. You know, there's such a calculated technique and knowing what the machine can and can't do and where you can get for those epic shots. And obviously for safety reasons, want to commend and mahalo Hawaiian Water Patrol and all of our brothers out there looking after these competitors and photographers. But yeah, Paul Patterson that year, oh my gosh, I thought he was going to win. He had some waves that, I mean, must have been so close between first, second, and third because those guys were all going off.
I'm going to dig up some more stuff, but I think Paul Patterson was in the top 6 a couple of times during the Eddie, but just quite a charger. Yeah. Him and his brother Jake out of Western Australia. Here we got a wave.
Oh man.
And destruction on the bottom. So that looked like the blue board, maybe a purple jersey, could have been Ian Walsh. Bear with us on the IDing of the surfers. We don't have a spotter here in our studio, so Rocky and I are just using pretty much our innate knowledge of stances.
Recognition of the styles, the stance. Yeah, you look regular versus goofy. And then the purple and the black might, in this morning light, sometimes resemble each other. Yeah. So that'll be a little bit of a tricky ID right off the bat. But whoever that was charging on that drop, and that thing just exploded, and he was gone.
I'm going to go with Ian Walsh on that one just because I'm going to default to the board color.
Got it.
Another look at Ian.
Yeah, he's super late. You see the board chattering, almost losing some traction on the drop. And then once he gets to the trough, it is game over. That lip was just chasing him right down on his tail. And, you know, not even the great Ian Walsh could hold on to that. So you know that wave had some explosion.
Yeah. Ian, just such a great spokesman for the big wave community. As we see, walking down the beach, Frances Justine Dupont is readying herself for the paddle out. And Justine has just been setting the big wave world on fire with her performances at places like Jaws, Nazare, and most recently that mysterious Cortez Bank out in the Pacific.
Yeah, that crazy middle of the ocean, whatever it is, man, it's just a huge chunk of reef.
Hey, looks like we got Kelly Slater on his first wave, Rocky.
That was blue, and looked like he did a little fun heel side dismount just to test the waters a little bit.
Yeah, Kelly Slater, 50 years old.
Jeez, I cannot believe that.
And it's just in another Eddie, and Kelly's actually come the end of the month. Well, as we start the World Surf League Championship Tour over at Pipeline, that's going to be the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Kelly is our defending champ as we start off the year there for WSL.
Yeah, and he's got a birthday coming up.
Yeah.
So he's going to be 51 during all of this excitement. Wow. Yeah, what a story. What a, you know, coming from Cocoa Beach, Florida. You know, I don't know if you guys have ever surfed over there. I've been over there quite a bit with some ties to that state, and there are hardly ever waves that are over maybe head high. And you got to get really lucky and a really good string of hurricane storms and whatnot to be able to have consistent surf. But a guy from Cocoa Beach coming out, owning Pipeline for as many years as he has, winning at Eddie Aikau. You know, 11 world titles is also very impressive for anybody from anywhere. But here we go. Check out the replay of Kelly as, oh, excuse me.
Wait a minute. So again,
that was a surfer in blue, though.
We have the surfer in blue. We're watching the surfer in blue. And now we're looking at that surfer in blue and thinking that is not Kelly Slater. So I need some information from the beach.
It looked a little different than Kelly's, you know, style and whatnot. And on a first quick glance like we got, we weren't quite sure. But on the replay, we got a chance to study it a little bit. And we'll have to say that was a mountain lion, not a cheetah on second look. So each of these heats are 45 minutes in this first round. And on the outside, check out Red. Super late drop. That was Mikey Red in the red. How appropriate. And now just a little lean back and roll up the window, small kind. But what a deep late drop from Mikey Red, putting himself in position for a good score. That's what the judges want to see, are those huge late drops. The deeper you are, the better for this Waimea big wave scoring system. And Mikey was fitting those 2 points of the criteria very well. Made it to the bottom, had a little bit of shakiness getting through that trough, but was able to ride it out. Here we go, look at that, just huge drop. That was Black in the front. That was Ross Clark Jones on the shoulder, just a little too kind of caught up in the lip. But Mikey Red, nice big drop, good deep takeoff, made it to the bottom. You know, kind of stumbled at the end there, but my opinion, that was really well done. And Mikey should get maybe possibly look like one of the steeper and deeper drops on a bigger wave of the morning. So Mikey Red turning in a good one. And there goes Mr. Kaileni heading out for heat number 3. Kaileni from Maui. You see our surfers kind of gathered up closely right there in a tight takeoff zone. And on a normal day, a non-competition day, a non-Eddie day at Waimea, right there, your entire screen would be filled with surfers trying to attempt their dream wave at Waimea Bay. And there's all of our crowd trying to sit on every dry piece of aina, piece of rock that they can find. Sometimes getting a little too close. Looks like everybody so far behaving themselves, but that is the scene here on the North Shore every time the Eddie Aikau is running. The crowds are teeming with excitement and anticipation. The energy you can feel from the crowd on the beach when these huge waves roll in and a surfer is riding, it is quite infectious, and there's pretty much nothing like it. I mean, the waves are huge, it's great, you can, you know, but the accessibility for people to come down here and watch in person is just an amazing scene of a crowd down there.
Yeah, just stay behind the yellow tape, please. That's by our seating coming. Okay, Rocky, I had to get on the hotline and get an explanation.
Yeah,
of what's
thank you
going
for
on
doing
in the
that. I
water.
appreciate that.
So that was not Kelly Slater out there in the blue jersey.
Okay.
That is our alternate. Kahea Hart is out
great.
there.
Cool.
So Beach Marshal and all you guys out there, keep the information rolling to us here on the set so we can keep on bringing people accurate information. So Kahea Hart out there in the blue jersey, he's a replacement for Kelly Slater. And Mikey O'Shaughnessy in the red jersey, a replacement for Nathan Florence.
And Mikey just got a really good wave. Steep, deep takeoff, you know, right where you want to be for those good scores. Ross Clark Jones was out ahead a little further down the line, actually got caught on the lip and had to bail out. Mikey made it all the way, and it was a pretty well-ridden wave for Mikey. A big one and nice and steep as well. Gotta say mahalo to the brothers. But Akai and Chisan, they was hooking me up with some boards and some waves. I was cruising around our state earlier this weekend. So mahalo, got to catch some waves. That was so good fun where I was surfing. And this looks fun to be on the beach watching. Maybe fun to be on a ski cruising on the side, but on a board catching these waves, you gotta be so prepared, so trained, as we see our surfer in blue for the next heat. That is Keala Kennelly, big wave charger from Kauai. She's been doing it a very long time in the sense of being so young when she started.
Yeah, KK, 44 years old, a vet here, a former championship tour surfer. She's had big wins at the end of the road at Taupo in Tahiti. She's one of the premier big wave surfers. When we look at the women's big wave community, you can see her there. And she has that rig up with the vest where rather than being tethered to her board, a leash to ankle, has her leash to that harness there.
Well, and we were just talking about that possible technique for Makua in the current heat. So I wonder if he had kind of poked Keala for any information or possible rigs that she might have, but looks like Makua was opting for the ankle leash. But still, it's interesting to see all the different creativity these surfers have thought of, from safety to performance and all the way through.
Big news, by the way, the alternate Kahea Hart getting in here. It's also Kahea's birthday today, so thank you, Todd Klein, formerly from Quiksilver, for that update. So happy birthday, Haoli Laha now, Kahea Hart. What a birthday present, Rocky. He gets to surf the Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of anything better other than, you know, having a nice bow to go on top. But Kahea already got a wave under his belt, so he's got the juices flowing, and it looks like possibly some activity approaching the lineup for these 8 surfers. And one thing that we'll see in these heats is that there will be no empty spots. Every spot will be filled. If there's no surfer that's an invitee present, an alternate will step in.
Oh, Kahea, happy birthday, and making the most of his invite here. Big drop and gets through the main section right there before the whitewater catches his heels and kicks him off, Rocky, but that was impressive.
Yeah, you know, we saw a surfer behind also. We'll get a glimpse of the replay, but look at this live action on the outside. Somebody just was right in the lip. Not a fun place to be. But yeah, happy birthday, Kahea. Wow, you must be, what, 22, 23? But the conditioning of these guys and gals is so incredible. And then you just see them get flicked off the board like a flea. You're like, wow, I've seen that guy like in person. He is like, you know, stout and steady. And he just got pummeled like he was nothing. It is just a testament to the power of this ocean.
And what are you seeing out there? Well, we'll get this replay. Take a look.
Yeah, so it looks like Mikey Red was behind, has to bail off, and Kahea holds on behind the boil. You saw it going up the wave, and then gets into his hunkered down uncle stance right there. And then, like I said, he's so in shape and in condition, but even a guy like Kahea, who is in top-notch physical form, just gets plucked off like a low-hanging mango.
And you know what was impressive is that we have the 2 alternates coming in hot right now with Mikey Red and Kahea Hart. They just got basically audible right on the beach.
Yeah.
Came, was ready, didn't know if they're getting in or not. All of a sudden, if you're not checked in 15 minutes before your heat with our beach marshal, they go to the alternate list. Well, I'm here. We're going to go step out for a little bit. We're going to a commercial right now to thank some of the supporters. We'll be right back with more from the Bay. This is the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau.
Dear Mainland, aloha. My brother and I hear lots of you have discovered a real Hawaiian favorite, Big Wave Golden Ale. That's the good kind of stuff, yeah, bro. Maybe it's the island flavor that makes each sip taste like a little vacation.
Got your beers here.
That's a whole lot of little vacations right there, huh, brother?
Coming through.
That's like a big vacation. Retirement. One life, right? Mahalo. Big Wave Golden Ale from Kona Brewing. Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend.
We in Hawaii respect the land. We hold a deep reverence for its beauty, its power, and the humble gratitude for all it has given us. In operation since 1993, Puna Geothermal Venture embraces this tradition, providing clean, sustainable, renewable energy to the people of Hawaii Island, to power our homes, to keep our businesses thriving, to keep our communities moving forward. Puna Geothermal Venture, powered by nature.
Today's television broadcast is powered by Hawaiian Telcom. Experience the speed of Hawaii's only 100% fiber internet with Fi Optics for your home or business.
The Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational is brought to you by Hawaiian Airlines, proud to be Hawaii's longest-serving airline, offering over 120 flights a day between the islands.
The KHON2 News at 7 p.m. on K-High with Bridget Namata and Gina Mangieri. Hawaii's only 7 o'clock news.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau. It is an incredible Hawaiian Sunday here at Waimea Bay. The bay's pumping. It's Kaipo along with Rocky Cannon. We're in heat number 2, and we've already seen some pretty spectacular rides, Rocky.
Hau'oli la pule. Happy Sunday, bro. It is bombing. Look at Hawaiian Water Patrol having to escape the avalanche of whitewater. We see this sometimes during big sets when these whitewaters are just too heavy and too huge to try to go over or through, especially with the jet ski relying on capturing water from the impeller underneath. All those bubbles create a lot of air pockets, and it is tough sledding, literally. And they're gonna just go ahead and bring it to shore, at least for one of them, and possibly some camera equipment change. Lifeguards from the city and county also helping out. It is a full team effort getting these beasts of machines spun around on the sand. Of course, the innovation and introduction to jet skis and water safety brought to you by 4 Hawaiians on this island of Oahu with Uncle Terry, Uncle Brian, Uncle Mel, Uncle Dennis writing the book literally. And now it is part of your everyday rescue routines on all bodies of water through all factions of and departments, from Coast Guard, Department of Defense, Navy, all the way down to your local municipalities. Mahalo Hawaiian Water Patrol for a great innovation and use of jet skis.
Yeah, there they are. They're going to time getting that ski back out into the lineup. And looks like on the back we got Larry Haynes, I want to say. So hopefully we'll be getting some visions from the lineup with Larry Haynes. He's a durable character. He's a great cameraman. And, you know, if we get him...
He's got somewhat of a personality.
If we get him tossed out there, he floats really, really good. He floats really well.
Yeah,
there he goes.
Well, not afraid to put himself, you know, in precarious positions for those epic water shots. So mahalo, Larry, mahalo Hawaiian Water Patrol. They're heading back out for more action. And look at that beach. It is packed. You can see the smooth sand. And we always say to our visitors, you know, hey, don't set up your towel and stuff on the smooth sand.
And speaking of watermen and getting Eddie out there in the water, all of this is being documented. And we actually have a piece on 2016 with one of our great water photographers out there in the lineup. Had to swim all day long, as we could see the drop off there. And it was a great story. We're going to get to that story. We're going to go to some replays to catch you up on the action. But our unsung heroes in the way of our water photographers, take a look at this, Rock.
Yeah, looks like Ross Clark Jones, your former champ, possibly in that black jersey. And on a bomb, it's a big closeout. That was a huge wave, and it's stayed huge all the way into the channel. And look at this footage, the drone tracking Ross Clark Jones as he tracks across this wave, across a couple of jet ski tracks. Enough tracking there for you.
So that is why we saw those skis return to shore, probably a closeout already at Waimea and ridden by Ross Clark Jones. So Rocky, I'm going to say in that regard, RCJ has got the biggest score so far of the day.
Definitely the biggest wave, and rode it very well, getting it, you know, all the way to the bottom. You got to make the drop at least, get over to that that corner section as we see Eli Olsen getting ready. Oh, he is frothing, and he's been coming on strong in the last several years, really kind of finding his path in pro surfing.
Yeah. So we're talking about the water angle and how it is our unsung heroes. Let's hear from one of the best in the water and his story from 2016. Zach Noyle was out there swimming all day.
The plan was to be on a jet ski most of the day, all the day. We wanted to be out there and not miss a single moment. And when I got out in the water, the waves were so big, when they would close out, the jet skis had to go to shoreline. So when I saw this, I went, you know what? I'm gonna swim this. And so I jumped off the jet ski and ended up swimming for the entire day. And I'd be left out there a few times when the jet skis had to go and avoiding the waves, and I had to dive under the waves. And I've never felt power like that before in any wave around the world.
There we go. The story from Zach Noyle and the vision of Hawaiian Water Patrol and how they had to beach the skis, which they had to do just again here. So, hey, the drill works. The sacrifice is evident. And what great storytelling looking back to 2016, the last time this event ran.
Yeah, that was just such a chilling image of all those jet skis, basically, you know, and guys upon them that are highly experienced watermen and the best in the world, and they're hightailing it out of there. Shows you who's boss.
Yeah, well, Waimea is always the boss, and just all of these warriors. Really, you know, a great gathering, right, of the best big wave riders in the world whenever the Eddie runs.
Yeah, and it's always been that, and you've seen the event grow in participation over the years, and of course it's so awesome and incredible to have our Wahine involved in every heat as well. And you know, I had Eddie posters on my wall as a kid from, you know, single-digit age kind, and that list was just like, you know, I went to bed kind of looking at like all those names and all the talent that was on the board. But like I said earlier, you know, the mix of the spectrum of professional surfing, you know, from the top World Championship Tour champions all the way to the guys that just are from here that love to charge. And then you have the guys and girls that fly in from other areas. That has to be the most ultimate sign of respect for your skill and your talent and your hard work, is being a foreigner invited to the Eddie.
Yeah, and that's why there's no other event like the Eddie, and that's why it's so prestigious, both as a competition, but actually as a gathering of surf culture. Started in 1984. Sunset was the first venue before it moved to Waimea. 1984, Denton Miyamura won the first Eddie. Denton, a great
That would be
surfer.
so fun for like a surfing stat night at, like, you know, your favorite watering hole. You know, when you do like game night.
People are not going to get the
that
Denton.
would be a tough one.
Denton Miyamura, yeah. He was a great surfer. Ripped Haleiwa, part of that
Such an incredible surfer.
Haleiwa Surf Center crew. Haleiwa Surf Center, Kalani and Marvin Foster in that era. Denton Miyamura, Kerry Terrakina. And then there were a couple of like young kids coming up at the same time, Clark and Brock Little in that whole Haleiwa Surf Center crew when we look at history. Then, Rocky, we look back, 1986, Eddie's younger brother, Clyde Aikau, won the first Eddie when we moved it here to Waimea Bay.
And how fitting, you know, what a story. And Clyde charging, you know, up until till he's told, like, okay, bro, you might not want to be, you know, but.
I want to say he surfed in 2016, the last time we ran this.
Yep.
I want to say Uncle Clyde was 66 years old at the time. Caught some bombs out there.
Absolutely.
And now we want to mahalo Clyde Aikau for actually being our contest director and the visionary to make this, to continue with this wonderful tradition honoring his older brother.
Yeah, and being that he won the first one at Waimea in '86 is just an incredible story and incredible talent in his own right, you know, and always, you know, wanting to memorialize and tell Eddie's story. and tell it the right way.
Flying above here as the water tries to settle at Waimea Bay. Thank you for joining us. It is 9:25 local time here on Oahu. Wherever you're watching us, our coverage is going to continue through the end of the day till 4:30 p.m. when we're going to crown a champ for the 10th running of the Eddie. And Rocky, already seeing closeout sets at the Bay. Wow.
Yeah, Ross Clark-Jones caught one of those, and I can't help but notice that just ominous mist in the mountains and in the valley right there, still blanketing from the morning dew and morning fog, and then mixed with this incredible amount of salt air that's being pumped in from these huge waves. Everybody getting their saline treatment right there on the beach for free. Just take a deep breath in, hold them in, and let them all out.
Yeah, and another note. Big crowds come out here for the event, but we always want to ma'alama, Waimea, and take care of the shoreline. So pick 3 for the sea. Grab 3 pieces of rubbish or more. Make sure everyone's be picking up all of their opala as that's another part of our gathering. Because as surfers, we are the guardian and we're first impact,
right,
for any kind of pollution that's happening to our beaches and to our oceans. There's a great cause too if you want to join in. weareoneocean.org, and you can find out how you can get involved locally and find out what we're doing over at We Are One Ocean to help protect our environment, especially our beaches and ocean.
Well, another group, local group, Malama Pupukea Waimea, sending some messages, and
Jenny and the crew there,
yeah,
we got them up.
Want everybody to know that Waimea Bay is part of the conservation area of the that stretches around out to Sharks Cove and out to Keiki Point out there. So please take care, and you can check out Malama Pupukea Waimea.
And that actually goes full circle because with our cause at We Are One Ocean, they were Malama Waimea Pupukea was a grantee, and so last year at this time we did some replanting of native plants along the shoreline to try to to help with the erosion, and that's just one of the many things that they do. So great job for that nonprofit there, taking care of the valley and the beach at Waimea. And look at the valley and the beach right now is at standing room only, Rock.
It is standing room only. Couple rows, in front of the yellow tape. You guys better behave yourself down there, but just keep an eye out for that shoreline. Could be rising throughout the day. The swell still coming in pretty hefty. Like Kaipo said, we've seen some closeouts already. We've seen one rider, Ross Clark-Jones, be able to snag one of those big closeouts and be in the right spot. But if you are heading down to the beach, just turn around, go back home and watch him on the studio, on the TV.
Yeah, that's right. Go ahead and watch it on
K-High
if you're local. And this evening, we're also going to have a rebroadcast of the final 2 hours of the Eddie on KHON2. So here we go, another set and another wave being ridden. Looks like yellow coming through there. Josh Moniz getting his feet wet at the Bay.
Yeah, young Josh overcame a gnarly injury, hitting his head on the bottom and I believe breaking his neck.
Yeah, broke his neck. It's super cool.
Rockman. The knee holds steady. What a steep, deep, and underneath drop.
Well, you want to classify that as warrior. Makuakai Rothman out there with a badly injured knee, braced it up, and he just hucked himself over the ledge at Waimea.
I think his knee brace is like bullet and bomb proof. He could probably, get that thing through a minefield, no problem. It was really wrapped up.
Whoa, and the trip over the falls. Skipping down. That looked like it was Ross Clark-Jones charging. There he is, though. He's back up on his board already.
Wow, he must have found some little wormhole under there to like poke out, and the waves do that sometimes. There's these little fast transport, almost like beam me up Scotty And he found one of those under the water because he came up quick, but he was body surfing.
Yeah. And that
was crazy.
That's the one thing that, you know, the big wave riders will tell you. A lot of times you don't penetrate. You kind of skip on the surface. And that's the worst. You know, Brock Little talked about it on his infamous wipeout on when he caught his closeout here at the Eddie.
Yeah, he was totally skipping down the face on that one. It was like, you know, skipping rocks down on the river. And he's not a big guy either, kind of skinny guy. And he just was not penetrating at all. I think he took about 4 skips before he got under that one.
We got a piece on that. We're going to play a little bit later in the broadcast, an interview with Brock Little recounting that way. But let's take a look at this, Rock.
Yeah, that was
it's Ian Walsh.
Ian Walsh with the blue board. And this was the beginning of the heat. So we must be all powered. Heat number 2.
Yeah, our heat recap.
That's Kahea Hart, who got in for Kelly Slater, making the most of his alternate experience.
Oh, no.
And Mikey Red with Ross Clark Jones in the front. This was a good one for Mikey. Big, steep, and deep right in the pit. And another look at Mikey going over. And then Kahea, the benefactor of a nice ride behind that boil and able to complete this one until the end right there.
And then it was Ross Clark Jones, biggest wave of the day so far, Rocky.
Yeah, on a bomb. Traversing across a couple of jet ski trails and then gets to the closeout section, finally gets flicked off like a flea.
Josh Moniz got one as well. We're moving on, stepping away, quick break. We'll be back with more action from the Eddie.
This valley is very special. It was a sanctuary, a place where people would come for safety. And just how special Waimea Valley is, you bring out the specialness of our entire island and our archipelago too.
It's such a serene place, and it's just captured my heart, and I just love being here at Waimea Valley.
Movement. Our Hawaii moves. We are inspired and then we move with it. Movement. At Aloha Kia, you will be inspired. It's designed into every Kia. Be it for work, for family, for fun, for the environment, for the drive. In everything we do at Aloha Kia, we're inspired to get you moving. Inspiration. It's all over Hawaii. Go find it. Reserve the 2023 Kia Souls with Aloha Kia's Express purchase.
And remember,
You know a guy.
Do you wanna go? We'll be friends, discovering the road. Ooh, you got me, together we'll grow. All the places we can go.
From innovative digital tools like Hawaii's first video banking chat to business checking and financing, no bank does more to help small businesses than Central Pacific Bank.
Welcome back to Waimea Bay, the Eddie Big Wave Invitational. In memory of Eddie Aikau, the Bay has called the day. The swell is continuing to rise through the day. We're at Heat 3 of the opening round here. And it's been an exciting morning so far, but we're just capping off the action right now. And we got a full day of surf competition and another 8 surfers out in the water. I'm Kaipo, along with Dr. Isaiah Walker. And Isaiah, the swell has continued to increase, and we've already seen some big waves ridden, but we're only 2 heats into today's competition.
No, it's incredible, and it was the right call because last week they teetered on the idea of pulling the trigger, but I think it was a great idea to wait because the surf is pumping today.
Well, we have a whole new 8 surfers out in the lineup, and within those 8 surfers, we have 2 ladies out there, 2 women competing in this eddy. So let's start off with Justine DuPont, and we'll see first who catches this first opening wave on the backhand, dropping into this one. And let's get an ID on that one. It looks like red, and that would be Portugal's Nick van Rupp.
Yeah, Nick van Rupp coming from Portugal and is known for surfing massive waves over there on the Atlantic coastline. And awesome to see him here in the Pacific at Waimea Bay.
Yeah. Also on the lineup in the pink jersey is Justine DuPont. Justine DuPont, 31 years old, representing France, and one of our female competitors out there. She has been an incredible force within big wave surfing, as we see Nick on the paddle back out there in the red jersey.
Kaipo, did you see that recent wave of her at Cortez Bank?
Yeah.
That was one of the biggest waves ridden in this winter, and possibly even, you know, I'm not sure how they're doing the measurements of that, but that wave was massive.
Yeah, Justine DuPont with a recent strike mission with Garrett McNamara and crew, that 100-foot wave crew out to the Cortez Bank, a wave that breaks so far out at sea that there's no evident landmarks at all. It's a miracle of the big wave world. Out there in the blue jersey, another female competitor in the way of Kiala Kenley, but we'll get to first to this wave replay for orange. That's Landon McNamara.
Wow, amazing wave for Landon. That was a big one. And there was a part of the rodeo ride where it looked like it was uncertain if he was going to make it or not, but rides around that. Beautiful drop. You can see how he's behind the section. The wave is barreling behind him. Has to widen his stance to ensure that he can make it through that heavy part, and does so successfully.
Styly there by Nick van Rupp on the replay. Landon McNamara, 26 years old, native of the North Shore. And as we finish up these replays, Landon also a great musician as well.
Right.
Let's try to finish off our IDs out here. In the purple jersey, we have Eli Olsen. Eli Olsen, 30 years old, grew up right here at Waimea Bay, and he's part of that crew, next generation crew of pipeline surfers,
right,
as well as big wave chargers.
Yeah, son of Eric Olsen, and like you said, grew up with a crew of John Florence, Cole Rothman, and that whole crew, and they pushed themselves through their younger years to be big wave riders, and Eli's definitely made a name for himself over the years with his peers.
We got out there in the yellow jersey, the youngster of the crew, just at 19 years old, Jake Mackey's out there, another North Shore native, and his first invite to the Eddy. Isaiah, yeah. Jake Mackey, just a teenager getting an invite, and it must be a great honor for him.
Right, so if we look out the back, we have a rider up on a big set.
That's going to be white. Kai Lenny, we got ID this one right. Kai Lenny, 30 years old, from the island of Maui, and this is going to be Kai's debut at the Eddy. So he's a big force within the big wave riding community, but it's good to see Kai Lenny out here.
Right, and that's probably just because we haven't ran the Eddy event in so many years, because Kai has been a mainstay in the big wave surfing community. Definitely has incredible accolades and has pushed big wave surfing to a whole new level, and so he's one of the best out there today. We're talking about Jake Mackey. Jake Mackey went to Kahuku High School, really made a name for himself as a youngster while charging really big waves. Last season, he was recognized for sending it over the ledge on some really late ones. And here we have that replay of none other than Kai Lenny. Had to make it through that whitewater section, and a great ride for Kai.
Yeah, Kai Lenny, a surfer that's been successful in a number of different crafts. He's won on the Stand Up Paddle World Tour. He's won on the Big Wave Tour. He's won in big wave towing competitions. Just recently taking a win at Nazare last year, along with his tow partner, Lucas Chianca, who we're going to see in heat number 4. Shumbo should be out there, heat number 4, who was Kai Lenny's tow partner at Nazare when they took that big win. So great performance by Kai. He would be, in my book, one of the favorites for this year's competition. So we'll see how it ends up at the end of the day.
Yeah, and like we're talking about with some of the youngsters that come out here early we talking about Jake Maki, but also with Kai Lenny, made a mark for himself when he was really young. Eddie Aikau was similar in that way. He started surfing the North Shore when he was only 16 years of age. Was brought out here with particularly a guy named John Kelly, who was a old timer. He also surfed with the Cole family and with some of the pioneers of Waimea Bay. Another person he looked up to greatly was a guy named Kealoha Ka'io, North Shore native from Laie, who was surfing Waimea Bay back with the guys like Greg Knoll in the late 50s. And so Eddie Aikau really made a mark here on the North Shore at a young age when he was only 16 years old.
Went on to become the North Shore's first lifeguards and saved hundreds of lives. Rounding out our 8-man heat, we have to mention out there in black, Tayo Shipman is in his first Eddie from the east side, from Kailua, 46 years old, got the invite, which is a huge, huge compliment to a relatively underground surfer in the way of Tayo. So he's got his opportunity here. He's in the black jersey.
Yeah, so we're honoring Eddie Aikau at this event. Eddie Aikau was actually born on Maui. His family, there's 6 of them in total of children. Fred, Gerald, Saul, Eddie, Myra, and Clyde. And so his family, born on Maui, his father worked as a stevedore in Kahului Harbor. They decided to pack up and move to Oahu, and he was only 12 years old at the time, was already surfing a little bit on Maui. His father was, an ocean guy himself, and when they came to Oahu, interestingly, they didn't have a place to stay until they found a deal with a Chinese graveyard that if the family took care of the graveyard, they could live on the property rent-free.
That's what I was going to bring up with you. I believe that's in Paoa on the South Shore where that graveyard's located,
it's up
right?
near Papakolea.
Papakolea.
So Eddie and Clyde were known as, and the whole family, in fact, because they were ocean lovers. His dad's name was Saul Aikau and his mom Henrietta, and they would go to Waikiki Beach as a young family and spend a lot of time there. And right there at Waikiki Walls was like the epicenter of where the kids would go and play and surf and ride on these we called pipo boards, which were basically boogie boards made out of plywood. And so young Eddie and Clyde spent a lot of time at that wall riding these waves on these plywood boards in the surf in Waikiki.
Then evolved as surfers do, discovered the North Shore, correct?
Right, yeah. So it became apparent. Apparently, there's a story where their family was at, I think it was a Waikiki show, where they were watching this surf video of big wave surfing on the North Shore. And Eddie was mesmerized by, I mentioned earlier, Kealoha Ka'io, riding these massive waves like we're watching here today. He looked at his dad, and he was only 14 years old at the time, and said, I am going to ride the biggest waves ever seen, and I'm going to make our family proud. And that was as a 14-year-old, and within the next couple of years, he ended up doing that, coming to the North Shore with, as I mentioned earlier, the founder of the group called Save Our Surf, John Kelly, and surfed the North Shore when 16 years old.
Get ready for Mason Ho. He's coming down the beach right now. Mason's going to be in heat number 4 as he prepares his paddle out to the bay. Mason Ho is got the distinct honor of surfing the Eddie this year alongside his father, Michael Ho, which is just an incredible story. And I do want to correct myself. I called Ross Clark Jones at 56, the oldest surfer in this year's competition. I was wrong. Uncle Mike, 65 years old, is going to be out there in the Eddie. And Michael Ho continues to wow the surf world of being, gosh, I'm going to say the best 65-year-old surfer in the world, perhaps.
I agree with that. I just watched him at Pipeline last week, charging second reef pipe, grabbing rail, pulling in the barrels. He was a previous winner at Pipeline Masters with the cast on his hand as he was grabbing rail, pulling in the massive barrels. Then, incredible to have 65-year-old Mike Ho surfing with his son, and the legacy of family we're really celebrating here today. So awesome to have these families, like the whole family, the Aikau family, and so many others that we're seeing. We talked also about the Moniz family, and so really cool how here at Waimea Bay we're celebrating these families, and particularly these Hawaiian families we're talking about now.
Here we got a paddle. This could be Tayo Shipman taking a look at that as we flip the camera there. And Tayo actually, you know, I mentioned 42 years from residing in Kailua, but he actually grew up across the street from Sunset Beach, so was raised in powerful surf. Here we go over the falls.
Oh my goodness!
For yellow, that was Jake Maki, and we'll identify who's on the shoulder there as we get to the replays. But just bombing sets. Let's see set number 2, Isaiah, and what it holds in for store, and if we have any takers.
Yeah, that wave was so heavy. Not only was it tall, but it was wide. And you know, those thick ones that barrel like that require a lot of courage to paddle into those. As you're paddling down the face of these waves, the water is coming up at you. So being able to manage to go down while water is coming up takes a lot of skill and courage, because that water is also going to end up on your head if you don't make it.
Holdings clear in the lineup, all 8 of our surfers. Again, to refresh you on the format here, 8 surfer heats, and the top 3 waves from 2 rounds in these 8 surfer heats will go into your score. Here we go. Look like Eli Olsen was on the edge there as we check out the replay, but Eli got eaten up. So you can see Jake ejecting, Eli making the drop, but then catching it on the bottom.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, that wave was so thick, not only tall but wide, in which when you saw both Jake was unable to make it into the wave because the wave was pitching him out over what we call over the falls. And Eli was able to make that drop, but because that wave barreled so strongly behind him, was obliterated at the bottom as that wave detonated right behind him.
Yeah, Eli Olsen, 30 years old from the North Shore. He was a double XL Red Bull paddling champ in the past. He's also a jiu-jitsu black belt, Eli is. And lately, Eli's been doing some incredible work for Hollywood. He's been a stuntman on a number of movie projects, as we have a vision here of the ski ride out for Mason Ho. Mason with his trusty Pat Rawson gun under his arm.
Yeah, we saw Mason in 2016 catch one of the biggest waves of the entire competition. And you could see the wave was actually closing out, but he was riding it nonetheless.
Tayo trying to scratch into that one, unable to do that. You can see the offshore winds, Isaiah, holding the surfers up in the lip, so that it almost makes every drop an airdrop.
Right. Here it looks like we have a wave in the back. Got a rider standing up, dropping it on this one backside. Looks like Nick Von Rupp. See if he can make it through that explosion behind him. Disappears.
So great style by Nick Von Rupp. Nick Von Rupp, hailing from Lisbon, Portugal, with the eddy coming on and off and big wave swells. This is his 3rd trip halfway around the world just this winter. So
Right.
Nick Von Rupp, he's been, you know, chalking up some airline miles. Every time he hears about the swell, every time he hears about even a possibility, he's hopping on that plane in Lisbon, and that's a long journey because usually it's Lisbon to Charles de Gaulle to New York to California, California to Hawaii, but right now he's sending it at Waimea.
Beautiful drop. The wave was barreling behind him, grabs his rail, tried to get through that section, but it was just too much water to handle.
Yeah, great style on that rail grab. A little bit of a tuck knee there, and we'll see how the numbers come in. As soon as we get updated on the leaderboard, we will share that information with you here at the 10th running of the Eddie Big Wave Invitational, all in memory of the life and legacy of Eddie Aikau.
Yeah, so Eddie was a youngster, lived in town up there near Papakoleo. His family lived on a cemetery, would take the trek out to the North Shore as a 16-year-old. In fact, he opted to exit high school at the age of 16, but his dad was, you know, pretty strict on him, so he said, well, you got to do something. So he got a job working at the Pineapple Cannery down there in Honolulu and would work at nights, and then what that did was it freed up his schedule for the daytime. So as he was saving money at night and was able to catch rides out here initially with John Kelly and others, and really fell in love with the North Shore and was able to kind of moonlight at work and then come and surf all day long.
All right, so taking a look here, we got a wave coming through. We have an interested paddler, and we'll see if someone picks it up on the inside on the scratch.
Looks like Tayo on the drop there. See if he can work this through onto the inside.
Casual approach for the first-time Eddie surfer. And, you know, just getting invited into this event is an accomplishment on itself, Isaiah.
Right. In fact, that brings us to a story of Duke Hanamoku when he was first involved with surfing competition. When in 1965, he went and checked out the inaugural famous Duke Invitational competition, which was North Shore's big event back then in the 60s. It was a you know, exclusive list that he was still pretty young and not invited in that year, but the very next year, both he and Ben Aipa, two local surfers, were invited to that event. Here we have a replay of Tayo. Nice drop, a little bit of air under the board as he dropped down on that wave. Looks back.
Yeah, so speaking, as we finish off this replay, speaking of Duke Hanamoku, yeah. Well, there's Tayo right here. We're going to go 2 times on this replay. Speaking of Duke Hanamoku, today is actually the day that Duke passed away, that we lost Duke, January 22nd, 1968. So, gosh, there's just been a lot of mana, a lot of energy and significance on this day. And that is so, you know, so powerful. And
Right.
that's why this Eddie, Isaiah, you can talk about it more. It's so much more than just a surf competition.
Exactly. And I mean, it's interesting how all these pieces of this puzzle, this story are coming together too. I'm talking about, you know, Duke's passing in 1968. 1967 is when Eddie actually surfed in the Duke Invitational. And they say there's this really powerful moment when Eddie Aikau made it to the finals and got a trophy. He got 6th place in that final. But Eddie Aikau and Duke Hanamoku had this exchange at the ceremony when they were recognizing the awards. And there's this famous photo of Duke Hanamoku putting his arm around young Eddie and in some ways passing the torch from one Hawaiian generation to the next. And Eddie definitely had you know, some shoes to fill as far as like maintaining that legacy, and he definitely did, but particularly out here at Waimea Bay.
Checking out in yellow, that is the teenager Jake Maki. And we saw Jake take a trip over the falls, one that nobody wants to take, but right now Jake getting a successful ride.
Trying to ride that through the inside.
And, you know, I got an update right now on the leaderboard, and it looks like, and it's early days, but with the single highest wave score right now, Ross Clark Jones with the single highest wave score. As we look at live action here, and our surfer in red kicking out, or actually that could have been orange. Landon McNamara, really close between
Orange
red
and
Nick
red.
Von Rupp, and yeah, both are Goofy Foot. And we don't have a spotter in here, so bear with us as we ID the surfers.
You were talking about these kind of connections. Interesting that Mason Ho is in this next heat. I was telling a story about the Duke Invitational, where Eddie Aikau was got the trophy from Duke Kahanamoku himself the year before Duke Kahanamoku passes away. This was at Duke's. There was this nightclub that was had there, and Don Ho was the performer. And Don Ho, the cousin of Michael Ho. So there's interesting connections in the surf world and in that entertainment community. And Hawaii, of course, is a small island, but lots of cool connections with our stories.
Yeah, and a lot of legacy to be celebrated. Mike Ho's dad, Chico Ho, Waikiki Beach boy as well, made that lifestyle. Much like guys like Duke Kahanamoku, Eddie Aikau, all part of the culture of Hawaiians sharing the experience to Malihini or to visitors, but keeping them safe at the same time.
Right.
Look at this set come through. Oh, no takers on that one. We'll see what wave number 2. And just the whitewater rolling through here. Having to be selective out there. We can see that boil up the face and a big drop and a big up and down.
Yeah, 1967.
We're going to get into some replays right here.
Okay.
So right here, yellow.
Beautiful drop. This is Jake Maki, the youngster from the North Shore of Oahu. Red Raider for life from Kahuku High School down the road. Makes that drop. Almost gets bucked off, is able to get his stance and his composure back. This was Landon McNamara on the bottom turn. Our North Shore surfer, also from a family of legacy surfers here on the North Shore. His dad, Liam, and his uncle Garrett, and his brothers, all of them talented surfers.
Flying by this morning and checking out the lineup here as we come out of those replays. We're in round 1, heat number 3. Again, 45 minutes heats in this opening round. 8 surfers in the lineup. Surfers are able to catch 4 waves in each of their outings. And at the end of the day, the top 3 wave scores will be in your score line. And that's how we establish the leaderboard. And that is how we're going to crown a champ. Right now, on top of the leaderboard, we have Mark Healy, but that's because Mark has 3 wave scores to his credit right now. And we will keep you updated as much as we can throughout the day. Single highest wave score right now is still in possession of Ross Clark Jones. John Florence has the second highest wave score of the day at 25.5. So long way to go. Lots of numbers to digest. Thank you for joining us in this historic 10th running of the Eddie. And we're going to have to take a break. As there's a lull right now, we'll be back with more action from the Bay right after this messages.
From a distance, you don't really notice, but once you really start sorting the sand, you realize, wow, there is actually a lot of plastic in here. There's definitely a need for us to clean the beaches. Sometimes you need a huge army of people to make an impact. Although we might not see the direct benefit of it, hopefully future generations will, and we have to start somewhere.
We have been helping injured people for nearly 40 years. Almost always, injured people just want to be treated fairly. On the other hand, we all too often see insurance companies trying to take advantage of people by paying little or nothing. That's when we dig in and take a stand. Levitt, Yamani and Solder is dedicated to help our clients receive fair compensation, and that will never change.
Hawaii's #1 news at 6 with Joe Moore, weeknights.
Fuel up with Diamond Bakery iconic cookies and crackers while watching the Eddie Invitational. Take our grab and goes and snack packs to the beach, the park, or wherever you go. Diamond Bakery, serving Hawaii for over 100 years. Perfect for all of life's special moments.
Today's television broadcast is powered by Hawaiian Telcom. Experience the speed of Hawaii's only 100% fiber internet with Fi Optics for your home or business.
Thank you for joining us at the Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational here at Waimea Bay. And we are in heat number 3, round number 1 of competition. It's Kaipo along with Dr. Isaiah Walker talking you through the action here. Big waves hitting the bay. The bay's called the day, and the surfers are ready for a historical day out in the ocean.
Yeah, you know, when I was looking at the surf forecast on Surfline, it showed that the waves were kind of rising throughout the day. So there's a part of me, Kaipo, this morning, I was wondering, like, well, hopefully it's still consistent in the morning and we've got some big sets. We've seen a lot of big sets in the competition, even in these early rounds, and you can look out to the horizon, see those lines coming in. So it's an exciting day to see the big waves. Almost held the event last week, but I think it was the right call to wait for this day when the waves were much bigger and more consistent, and a lot of action this morning.
Big waves, a lot of action, a lot of history to this event, all celebrating the life and legacy of Eddie Aikau, a gathering for the big wave community. Some of the best big wave riders in the world have come from the corners of the earth here to Waimea Bay to participate in this event.
Yeah, and we're honoring Eddie Aikau, big wave rider. This was the bay, was his bay, and here we go. 2 riders, one jumps off, other one's still going.
So it looks like Jake Maki, the youngster from the North Shore of Oahu, surfing in his first Eddie, is able to complete a ride there. When we get to the replays, we'll see who was deeper on that, unable to go successfully. I like young Jake right here. I like his line. He's taking this one through kind of the flats in the inside. Let's see if he goes for the shore break and gets bucked off before the shore break. But great effort by the young Jake Maki.
Yeah, these guys are riding big boards, anywhere between 9 feet and 11 feet. Here we have a rider up. Oh, as the water bounces him off that wave.
Eli Olsen.
Let's see, it is a little tricky on some of those with the water chopped to the face. And saw Eli trying to make his way through that wave as it chattered him up the face.
Oh. Emergent from the whitewater there, Kai Lenny in his first Eddie. And we were talking about Kai as one of the premier big wave riders in the entire world. Kai Lenny survives the storm and is energetically paddling back out. The new father from Maui. Incredible big wave riders, put on big wave performances throughout the entire globe. But this time he's taken his game to the bay and his first Eddie. So great ride for Kai Lenny.
Yeah, Kai has a way of making big waves look enjoyable. He turns his board really well. He's worked really hard on equipment to where he rides boards that are a little shorter than most. And you can see that the way that he's able to turn, and that last wave looked really exciting from emerging from that exploding whitewash.
Landon McNamara taking off on this one, the surfer, musician, and second generation Waimea rider here with Landon. And Landon, Isaiah, looking like he wants to make the connection.
Yeah, it looks like our riders are all going the distance. Usually you would want to kick out, but riding this through this frothy, foamy, bumpy inside section.
And we're nearing the end of this heat, so I have a feeling that Landon is just taking the best way to shore. That's riding a wave. And he's going to complete all the way through to the shore break, Landon McNamara.
Eddie Aikau was known, a lot of our surfers have their signature surfboard look, and Eddie Aikau was known for this red board. It was a Hobie surfboard that when he was a teenager and just got that job working at the Pineapple Cannery, saved up enough money to try and get this board. Apparently it was in the window of this surf shop, and it was a Dick Brewer board, and eventually he was able to save enough money to buy this board. And look at all the photos of him and memories of him. That red board really stands out for young Eddie, especially as he was a youngster surfing out here at Waimea Bay. Also wore the signature white shorts with the red stripe across it. So Eddie was very, had his look to him.
Yeah, it looks like Landon not taking that one all the way in and decides to get back out there. And Hawaiian Water Patrol giving Landon a quick ride to the channel, dropping into this one. Big wave out in front. Tao Shipman. So great execution for the first time Eddie invitee. As a paddle here, Kai Lenny, big drop. Lenny, way deep. Eli Olsen further on the shoulder, but it's going to be Kai Lenny who's going to hang in here. And Lenny just with that strong stance coming through, riding with Eli. Looks like both surfers are interested to come through the shore break. Kai with the bunny hop. Eli decides to stick with it. And let's see what Eli has on the shore break here. Isaiah, big section.
Oh my goodness.
Triple up, double up, washing machine. Waimea shore break, and Eli Olsen with a strong stance takes it all the way through. A little claim to former Eddie winner Bruce Irons with that shore break ride.
Oh, that was an amazing wave. 3 guys on that wave, but Kai Lenny was the deepest, had the best line, I think, behind everyone. But, man, exciting to have this wave shared by 2 gentlemen. And all the way through the shore break, we have Eli Olsen.
And you can see, that's just the inside soup right there. That's just the beginning of the story at Waimea. There's so much more to it, but that in itself is a huge challenge.
Yeah, a lot of turbulence, a lot of energy. There's so much power in this ocean, especially here at Waimea Bay, this deep bay where the swell is coming from these storms way out to sea. And the way it goes from deep water to this bay in here just shows all that water and that energy just coming to the beach.
Flying through here, you can see the acreage of white water that it takes after a set in the jumbled up bay here at Waimea. Beautiful conditions, offshore conditions. Incoming swell that's still on the rise throughout the day, making for an epic day. You can see the seam right there, the giant boil out at Waimea. That's a part of the whole lineup here. And Jake Maki taking a look at that one and decides not to ride that bucking wave as it rolls through here at Waimea.
Yeah, the surfers have to be selective because some of these waves are unmakeable, and they want to make sure that they're pulling the trigger on the right ones, especially since they only have 4 waves that they're allowed in each of their heats.
It's a clear view down the North Shore coast, and our drone flying by the lineup as we see a scratch by Jake Maki. He wants in on this one. Jake's up. And a bumpy ride down the face, but the teenager from the North Shore hangs on to that one. Cutting to this angle here of
Landon
McNamara.
Wave. Oh my goodness, that looked like a closeout set behind them. My goodness, this is reminiscent of 2016 when we had those sets that would come through and close out the entire bay.
Catching up with Jake Maki here, and look like Tyo Shipman as well. We'll see if he's still attached to his board. May have lost his board. This set, Isaiah, as we take a look here, appears to close out the entire bay. We'll get a visual of that and maybe the angle so that it really gives us, you know, the
magnitude.
The consequence,
Yeah.
and the magnitude of this, the front-on angle of that closeout.
If you're wondering what Jake Maki just did, he's trying to get under the wave, so he stood up on his board to get an extra bit of momentum to dive underneath it, because all this white water is coming over you. You want to try and get underneath it to avoid its turbulence as much as possible. Our Hawaiian Water Patrol staying busy here. That was a big wave that probably washed most of our competitors out. So they're checking the lineup to make sure everyone's safe.
Let's check out some replays here. And diving, that was Keala Kenley behind Jake Maki who made this wave.
Wow, Keala going for it.
From the water this time, and a paddle in, and Eli Olsen air drops and cannot put the board underneath him, goes over the falls. Kai Lenny, however, is able to survive the explosion, the avalanche of white water. Goes complete on this ride on the replay.
Yeah, Kai had a couple of really good waves in this heat. Here we have Tayo Shipman.
And this was the wave so far of the heat. Kai Lenny deep, Eli Olsen.
Was, you know, very large, and see all that water chopping through here. Our black belt making his way, challenging the inside Waimea shore break.
Jake Maki on his tippy toes for that drop, Isaiah. And that was near closing out the bay. Landon McNamara more on the shoulder as we cut back to live action in this heat number 3, round number 1 of the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau. Well, they say the bay calls a day, and I think we're hearing the calling very clear right now, Isaiah.
For sure. Yeah, the bay calling. There's Jake, excited to be able to make that wave and be out there at Waimea today.
Sitting County lifeguards checking in with Landon McNamara as he's making his way back and back on the beach. Having a word there. Landon looks like he's okay. Landon, just a great big wave surfer, great pipeline surfer, and actually one of my favorite local musicians as well.
Yeah.
Puts out great music.
So these days at the bay when the waves are this big and treacherous and clean at the same time are pretty rare. And that's why this event only happens once in a while. We're seeing the GOAT, Kelly Slater, there.
John, Kelly, and Nathan Florence all having a conversation here. Kelly giving John some coaching, saying, John, look it. Here's how you do it.
Not sure why Kelly opted out of this year, but I'm sure he has his reasons.
Well, Kelly Slater is a 11-time world champ, a smart surfer, and maybe I think he's saving himself because starting January 29th, the championship tour kicks off at the Billabong Pro Pipeline, where Kelly Slater is the defending champ there. So Kelly's focus would obviously be on Pipeline. What a incredible feat it would be for Kelly Slater to go back-to-back and take his 9th title,
wow.
9th championship at the Pipeline. Here we go on the paddle out for the next heat. That looks like purple. Oh, we'll catch up to that when we get that vision again.
So one of the years that the Bay was noted for one of its biggest days was 1967 on November 19th. It was on a Sunday. And on that November 19th, the waves were so big that it was closing out and you couldn't ride it. There were 2 people who were swept off the beach and drowned that day. But check this out, live action.
Kai Lenny again, bunny hopping on the bottom, a big mountain of white water. Lenny survives that. Kai Lenny putting on an impressive performance again. I told you at the beginning of the heat, I was thinking that Kai's going to be one of your top performers this year at the Eddie, and he's living up to that expectation. Switching stance onto the inside. A little showmanship from Kai Lenny.
It's, to our viewers, it's not, most surfers these days, you pick one way. You either surf with your left foot forward or your right, not both. But Kai here is having fun with this, riding what we call goofy foot, going through this shore break. Oh,
Score that for Kai Lenny. That was a brilliant ride, some showmanship, survival on the outside. Kai Lenny, when the number comes in, I would suspect Kai's going to go to the top of the leaderboard. We'll make that more official as soon as we get all the numbers from our judges. But Kai Lenny, impressive.
Yeah, incredible first round heat for Kai. He had 3 waves that were really good in that heat. And so I think you're right, Kaipo. We're probably going to see him jump up to the top of that leaderboard.
Kai paddling back in and is going to make the interesting exit, but he can hold his head up high because he put on quite a performance as we're catching up there to Nick Von Rupp coming in from Heat 3 in this first round. And Lenny hitting the beach. And it's time for our heat recap, Isaiah, starting with Landon McNamara.
Yeah, landing on a bomb, getting around that white water, widens and stands just to make sure that he is able to ride through that section. Beautiful water angle. Here we go on bottom turning. This was Nick Von Rupp, our surfer from Portugal. And then this is one of Kai Lenny's earlier waves. Amazing drop behind the peak, managing those bumps really well. Oh, and here we have Jake mocking the back, hit the eject button while Eli Oslin goes straight. Tayo Shipman on this one. And Landon McNamara again. Landon had some great waves in this heat as well. Actually saw a lot of great waves ridden in this heat from both Landon and Kai Lenny and the other competitors. This was Eli Olsen, unable to make it into that one.
Oh, KK goes down. Jake Maki survives on that one. What?
Saving.
Somebody needs saving.
One hero could save you more.
Don't worry, citizen. I'm here to save.
Already saved.
Today?
Switched into Farmers Hawaii so he can save an average of $453 on his auto insurance. If you need saving, get a quote from Farmers Hawaii.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Call 808-FARMERS or visit farmershawaii.com for a quote today. That's 808-FARMERS.
Today's television broadcast is powered by Hawaiian Telcom. Experience the speed of Hawaii's only 100% fiber internet with Fi Optics for your home or business.
The Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational is brought to you by Hawaiian Airlines, proud to be Hawaii's longest-serving airline, offering over 120 flights a day between the islands.
The KHON2 News at 7 p.m. on K-High with Bridget Namata and Gina Mangieri. Hawaii's only 7 o'clock news.
Welcome back to Waimea Bay. The Eddie is on. Happy Aloha Sunday to all of you tuning in on the various platforms. Rocky Cannon here with Isaiah Walker and beautiful drone shot. Look at these lines
coming in out the back, bro.
I know, it's incredible. I mean, the waves have been pumping. It's been consistent. And I know that's sometimes an issue. Sometimes the waves will be big, but you have these long lulls where you have to wait through it. Not today. There's just ample and very consistent surf.
We're in heat number 4, and that looked like blue Ezekiel Lau potentially. We've got the lineup here for heat number 4 in the blue. Ezekiel Lau obviously taking this opportunity to compete here, even with the championship tour looming just a week or so away, and up and riding in the white.
Lucas Cianca, and he's Kai Lenny's tow partner, and has made a name for himself surfing really big waves in Portugal and Jaws and a variety of different places. So, I mean, this guy's exciting. He'll be one to watch in this heat for sure.
Yeah, he's one of 3 of our non-Hawaii competitors in this heat that have been invited. We have a Tahitian out there in the black jersey, Tikanui Smith. That's super exciting for Tahiti.
Yeah, to have in this heat Lucas and Tikanui. Awesome to have our some non-Hawaii competitors that have made a name for themselves by surfing big waves around the world. So we also have our wahine in this heat, Mokani Adric from the North Shore.
Yep, the Adric family, super well known for all kinds of different water activities. Oh, Fender photo getting in the action right there. The Groms are frothing. It's Sunday. They don't have to skip school to watch the Eddie today. They can watch legitimate style, because, you know, if the Eddie happens on a weekday, bro, nothing is happening. Nothing is open except the bay and everything around it. But continuing the roster, another we'll watch the replay. However, the first takeoff of Ezekiel Lau, steep, deep, and underneath, that was nuts, bro.
Look like see the water angle here. The water's moving up the face, gets the airdrop, and goes down on a very big and hollow wave.
Oh, bro, it's like his skateboard would hit the rock, and then he just went on the asphalt, but more worse when you stay Waimea Bay, bro.
Well, thankfully, Hawaiian Water Patrol is doing amazing stuff. So Zeke is there,
checking on something,
deflating his vest, most likely.
Yep.
So we've been fortunate with the development of technology. We have these CO2 cartridges inserted into these vests. They're able to pull a cord and inflate themselves in order to get up from, being held down too long underwater. There.
And you know that technology's been around a while.
It has.
On the airplane. You know, they get that thing inflated so fast, the vest. Oh, man. Yeah, but I'm glad to see it applied in a practical sense for our surfers. And along Kamehameha Highway right there, those folks are on the median of the margin of the white line. Those folks walking were on the road. It is parking lot status, parade kind. The road shut down.
Oh, and that's why if it was a school day, you couldn't go to school because
you got a good
road
reason.
was blocked. People parking on the road.
You know, in the mainland, they got snow days. On the North Shore, we got Eddie days. And rounding out some of the surfers in this heat, we've got another non-Hawaii competitor, but big wave veteran pioneer Peter Mell from California in this heat in the red jersey. He's been competing here before and has been one of the pioneers in this big wave surfing sport for a long time, and kind of extending out to new frontiers, discovering these big wave spots that we've seen pop up over the years. So lots of credit to Peter Mell for being on the forefront of that. And Keali'i Mamala, our Hawaiian surfer in yellow from the Big Island, and absolute charger, multi-talented when it comes to wave riding disciplines. And so great to see him out here in the yellow along with the North Shore zone in the purple jersey. See him laying on his board right there to the right of your screen. Jamie O'Brien, J.O.B. is out here in the Eddie. And then, last but surely not least, you cannot have a fun, great surf event without involving Mason Ho, our surfer out there in orange. So Mason is going to take a crack.
And there's his dad.
Some Eddie action and pops. Yep.
amazing to have two generations of surfers in this event. Lots of love and aloha being shared there on the beach. It's another beauty about this event, you know, a lot of camaraderie. People realize that, I mean, this is big and dangerous surf. They want everybody to be safe. So even though it is a competition, it's also, you know, lots of aloha and lots of help that they're, you know, camaraderie sharing here in the lineup.
Yeah, the vibe is that exactly, as Michael Ho will head down the beach and get ready to be in that position you see the surfers in. Michael, for the next heat, these surfers trying to get themselves in the right spot for this heat. And we'll see some sharing of waves. We'll see multiple riders on a wave, which is allowed here at the Eddie Aikau, the Big Wave Invitational.
Yep, and you can see how our surfers, they pick their lineups, right? Like, where do I sit? Do I sit, you know, further deep, or do I sit further out? And we're seeing a paddle here.
Here we go. Red is our deepest surfer, air dropping into it. That is Peter Mell doing it like a veteran.
The
Peter.
Condor.
Yes, sir. Still going strong, but gets eaten up at the bottom of that wave. But what a drop.
Amazing ride from Peter Mell. Flew all the way over here from California twice. He was on the airplane last week and he found out in the air that we weren't going to run the event, but opted to, of course, come and for both of these, you know, days that the Bay is calling the day today. And so Pete, definitely worth it on that last ride. I think it's really cool, Rock, this year in every heat of these rounds. Here we go. Oh, there's a replay of him.
Yeah, that was just a heavy drop. And then right there just gets engulfed in white water. Look at the water angle looking into the wave. Just a beast.
Yeah, that water angle really shows you how steep and hollow those waves are. A lot of power, a lot of energy here today at the Bay. So I was saying it's exciting that every one of these heats we have a wahine surfer, which is new to this event, right? This is the first time we've actually had female surfers in the event, and to have 6 female surfers, really amazing. Makani is our female surfer for this heat, and really cool. There we go, shot of Pete Mell paddling back out. You can see his vest inflated. I was talking about that earlier, where the CO2 cartridge would inflate it. He'll paddle back out, and you can deflate it to bring it back down.
I was going to say that's kind of a must-have technology. Be able to, you know, deflate it back to where you can paddle and move around. But man, talk about having a emergency ripcord plan to be able to reach down and pull it out. Look like Peter once again in the red jersey, just swinging around on one that was a little further inside just to get another wave under his belt.
Yep. Because in ancient Hawaiian society, surfing was something that everyone did, whether you're male, female, young, or old.
Okay.
So it's really cool at the Eddie event here today. We're celebrating that tradition of just being something that people enjoy at all walks of life and all levels and all genders.
I was going to touch on that a little bit as you see Kelly checking out the conditions. High and dry for the moment. He was replaced earlier with an alternate, so not sure if he's going to be re-entering the event, or maybe he is taking this year to just cruise them and watch them. But there's somewhat of a myth, or maybe a misunderstanding about surfing in Hawaiian culture, that it was only reserved for ali'i or something like that.
Right. You know, there was a book written by Ben Finney. It says "Surfing the Sport of Kings," and the title had a really cool kind of ring to it.
Got it.
But I think, unfortunately, people made that assumption that meant it was only for kings, which is not true. The Hawaiian historian David Malo writes that surfing was a national pastime practiced by all people. Now, chiefs were often would have priority in
Mhm.
certain breaks and certain lineups.
As in all walks of life of Hawaiian culture, correct? It was
And,
not separated from the ocean.
right, and most of the chiefs too in ancient times, it was a way of displaying their mana and their
Mm.
strength and their beauty, and so yeah, we'd have a lot of stories of guys like, for example, King Kamehameha, who's probably one of Hawaii's most famous chiefs, was also an avid surfer, but so was his wife Ka'ahumanu.
Mhm.
And so men and women enjoyed surfing, or what we call he'enalu in Hawaiian. And so really cool to see our female surfers out here in the lineup at Waimea Bay, which is, of course, as we know, some of the most treacherous and dangerous waves.
Yeah, and Wahine has been surfing with us and among us for, like you said, generations. And I was telling Kaipo earlier, I from a young kid growing up here on the North Shore, we all knew who Eddie was, what it meant, and then we all had the posters on our wall with all the names, and it was for a time, the 80s, 90s, and up until just very, very recently, all male contestants and competitors. And I got to give a lot of credit to these wahine that have been out there and surfing at Waimea. As you see our next heat, doing the heroes walk in front of the crowd. It is so cool to be down there beach level and get a good look at these competitors where some part of you think that there's part of them that's like immortal, not human, and not, just different from me as a human here. As we watch Blue on the outside, Ezekiel Lau, he is putting himself in good positions out here.
Yeah, Zeke Lau, Honolulu native, and amazing surfer. He's on the championship tour, meaning the elite group of competitive surfers, and that will start up soon, as Kaipo was mentioning earlier. But Zeke Lau, definitely a good ride. And although he grew up in Honolulu, surfing the waves in town, he's made a name for himself on the North Shore, which is very similar to Eddie Aikau's story.
Mhm.
Actually grew up there in Honolulu, near Papakolea, at the cemetery that the family lived out of there, and made his way out here as a young 16-year-old surfing the North Shore. In fact, he became most famous by this one swell in 1967, where the waves were massive. He was out here with his red board, made a huge name for himself at that day at the bay, and we see a paddler here in yellow making this drop.
Whoa, that was like beyond vertical. That was Keali'i Mamala just putting himself over the ledge. When we get the replay of that, you're going to see just how steep that wave was. He was looking like he was holding on about 3/4 down. He had it. And then there's a point sometimes in the wave where it's so steep or just so inverted, these 9'6" plus 10-foot boards have a hard time fitting in that curve. And I think that's what some of the trouble might have been for Keali'i, but absolutely charging on that wave.
Yeah, amazing. Keali'i Mala from my hometown in Hilo on the Big Island. In fact, all my brothers cheering him on. Here we go. Oh, this was Blue.
That was Ezekiel Lau on the last one.
Replay.
That was pretty steep. In regular motion, it didn't look like it was all that big. But when he got to the bottom and you saw the wave really stand up, and then you see that beautiful drone shot coming from the back end, looking into it, as we see Keali'i's board just at the last moment penetrate the nose and not able to make it. That was just. For him to make it that far down the wave on that steep of a wave was already huge accomplishment.
Amazing. Yeah, so lots of waves here at Waimea Bay today. Glad they made the right call, right? Because last week it was almost Eddie, and then they decided to hold off, and boy, the ocean definitely delivered for us today, and it's on the rise still.
Yeah, that's the fun part of what you think about these guys describing the drop pretty good. You see him with his hand angled his elbow was real high. That's when you know that's a steep drop. And just one more bit of credit to the wahine that are out here and been, because to get invited, to get your name out, you got to put in so much hours of of being out here at the bay, all sizes, all conditions, having peer recognition is a lot of it. Obviously, media helps with that too, getting videos and photos. So these girls, these wahine in this event have put in so much time, and they're getting the payoff being invited to this Eddie, and truly well deserved and well earned.
Looks like we got a paddle here. Oh, the wind blowing up the face, which also adds to the difficulty of catching waves here at Waimea Bay. You have a lot of, it's not as easy as just paddling into a wave. There's wind coming up the face. There's water coming up at you. You've got the big board and that wind oftentimes blowing underneath that board.
Looks like Twiggy Baker, Twiggy Baker getting ready for heat number 5. We'll have 2 rounds of 5 heats, 8 surfers in each heat. So we've got 40 competitors that'll be having 2 cracks at the bay today. And I was talking about earlier, looking at the crowd on the beach and the surfers walking by. So 2 things you really get to admire when you're down there on the beach. If you can brave the crowds, and I saw the cars and crowds lining up from last night along the highway over there. But if you can get down there, it is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. You get to feel the thunder of the waves, see the actual height from beach level. The waves, I call them horizon ticklers, when they're just like almost covering the horizon. And then you see these athletes walk by, these surfers, and you think of them as being like these huge, larger-than-life characters. They're just mere mortals like me and you, but they're just so committed and well-trained and put in so much time preparing their bodies and their minds. It's a huge mind thing to be able to shove yourself over one of these ledges that are 40, 50 feet tall at Waimea Bay. Seeing the rocks right there, the crowd, the whole vibe, it is just a lot of adrenaline and butterflies too sometimes.
Yeah, we're talking about mana and that kind of energy that you feel. And Waimea Bay has got a long history of that mana, whether it's up back in the valley where there's 3 heiaus here, or just the energy from the ocean. You can see our water patrol safety keeping everybody safe out there.
Yeah, they're pretty much operating on a moving river. There's so much water moving. You're either going quickly with it or directly against it, and needing to have that incredible throttle control to maneuver yourself in these waves safely with surfers and photographers all around you. And we're going to check out our good friend Kevin Wallace, who's got the Surfline forecast for this Eddie swell.
This powerful swell came from a hurricane force storm that was centered 1,000 to 1,500 miles from Hawaii late Thursday through Saturday. Winds up to 40 knots extended to an area 900 miles northwest of the islands as well. These strong winds drove peak seas to nearly 50 feet on Friday morning Hawaii time, with satellites verifying that a huge swell was on the way. We're going to see pumping surf all day today, although it's going to peak from around late this morning through the afternoon, and windy conditions going to be epic throughout the day as well, with offshore easterly trade winds.
All right, thank you, Kevin. And you saw some satellite footage of the clouds and how the storms form, and they basically look like giant hurricanes. And these are these low pressure storms that start off of eastern Russia as we watch a live takeoff there on the outside. Might be Jamie O'Brien in purple, maybe a darker jersey, or could have been Tika Nui Smith in black. Those purple and black jerseys are going to sometimes in the shadows and in the unbalanced light might look a little bit similar. But you saw that forecast and the arrow that was pointing at that fetch on that satellite image, and then we saw the that color-coded forecast system that showed a lot of energy pointing right at the majestic and very divinely situated North Shore.
I like how you talk the divinely situated, because actually the bay was a place of divination. In fact, they say the heiau up on the north side of the bay, on the cliffs there above Pupukea, was actually one of its purpose was for divination. They would align. It's actually the largest heiau on Oahu. Heiau is like a structure, like a temple-like
It is
structure.
large. It's acres.
Yeah, acres. And it says goes back 1,000 years.
Wow.
And used for various purposes, but a luakini heiau is that a heiau could be repurposed depending on the situation and the time.
Okay.
But it brings that kind of mana that the bay has on shore and in the ocean, and it definitely contributes to that kind of mystique of this place. And look at this wave here in yellow.
Well, that's Keali'i Mamala. So from that straight on angle, sometimes it's so hard to find the surfer as they hit the bottom of the wave or the trough of the wave from the wave before, kind of blocking view out the back. That is red. Looks like Peter Mel. He's having himself quite the day here.
Pete is catching. This is his second wave, and he's successful at riding these. Amazing job for the Condor.
Yeah, he is up there in the experience level with a guy we saw earlier, Ross Clark-Jones. Couple of the OGs getting a chance here at Waimea Bay. And, you know, they've been frothing the last 7 years, wondering when the next time they're going to get this chance. And it happened here on January 22nd, 2023.
I mean, even though these are, more seasoned gentlemen, they've had some of the best waves of the day so far.
Right, yeah. Ross Clark-Jones had that big closeout. That was one of the best scores of the day. And Peter Mel staying busy. He had one right at the beginning and caught a small little backup inside wave as we watch Keali'i try to hold on through that air drop, the wind getting under the board, and Peter Mel.
Yeah, Pete takes a straight line here, gets through that whitewash section, is able to hold on, ride through nicely. Oh, you know what? That wasn't Pete Mel.
Oh,
we forgot.
That was orange.
That was orange. That was none other than Mason Hope.
And the pink and orange. I mean, excuse me, the red and orange looking a little similar there. So Mason, good call, Isaiah. Thank you very much. And all forms of enforcement down on the beach. We saw city and county lifeguards. We're seeing our partners at HPD, city and county, Honolulu Police Department getting ready or just being on standby in case any wild and crazy beachgoers make a beeline for the ocean. Try to get on camera. Nah, just kidding. That won't happen. But out the back in the white jersey, that is Lucas Chianca. And Lucas, been a staple for the Brazilian big wave surf community. And as you said before, partnering up with local Maui boy Kai Lenny for some tow-in partnership.
Yeah, exciting to watch him, especially when they do those tow-in surfing. And recently he was on that strike mission for the 100-foot wave chase out at Cortez Bank.
Yeah, that is such just a crazy, crazy place to surf.
And something notable about both Lucas Chianca and Kai Lenny, their boards are shorter than most of the other competitors.
It does look that way. I would agree with that. Right now his board looks like he's surfing Sunset, but he's at the bay.
A lot of our riders will choose between like a 9-foot and 11-foot board. Usually about 10 foot is kind of common, but that board looked like it could be even under 9 feet possibly.
Oh, Billy Kemper. So glad to see him at least being able to make it down here. He had a pretty bad wipeout. Got taken away via ambulance during the backdoor shootout of our second of our 3 days of competition. That was last Saturday. So
the Warriors, the Warrior spirit here is alive and well because these gentlemen did take a beating. I mean, not only with our rider here, but also with Makuakai Rothman. And even though they're injured, they're right back out into this big surf. So I'm tip my hat to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they're suiting up and paddling out to 4-foot Rocky Point. they're suiting up and putting on armor, basically, to get out and maybe not necessarily do battle, because we always talk about the flow and the sync that you want to have with the ocean to perform well while you're surfing. But we do a lot of times use the analogy of suiting up for battle when you're going out here, because it is, your body is just all systems go. You got to be firing on all cylinders as much as possible. Here we go out the back in the blue.
Ezekiel Lau.
That is Zeke Lau making it to the bottom. Emerges from that huge wall of white water. And I mean, it's basically like a snowboarder during an active avalanche.
I love that comparison, because it's definitely chasing you down.
And trying to get in on that shoulder right there was, I believe, our surfer in black, Tika Nui Smith, having a look at it, but was not able to stroke into it. And just beautiful drone footage. Looks like something might be out the back here, possibly. We're in heat number 4. We've got 5 heats total with 8 surfers in each heat. And we have at least 1 or 2 wahine represented in each heat. Makani Adric, the wahine surfer from the North Shore, in pink in this heat here. And we look at the replay of white.
Yeah, look how he grabs his rail. Lucas Chianca from Brazil gets around that wave, looking whether or not he wants to stay with it. And this one, water angle, has to grab his rail, gives that excitement, shows us how steep it really is.
I will say, as a fellow goofy footer, it would be awesome as we watch a replay of blue. That's Zeke just toying with it, stepping on the tail, airdropping it. He looks pretty confident out there right now, and I like it.
Amazing. The water angle, you see where he skips. He has a little bunny hop and airdrop down that massive wave and rides out successfully. So Zeke's had a couple of good rides too.
But we have yet to see a goofy foot champion here at the Eddie. If I'm recalling correctly, all of our winners have been regular foot, and I liked the wave earlier from Landon McNamara, charging on that big set. Lucas Chianca getting a couple rides here that could, you know, put some scores on the board for him, or that will put some scores on the board. Jake Maki had a couple of bombs, so we'll see if this is the year the goofy footer breaks through.
I remember one year Navarro was really close as a goofy footer to winning. We have some paddles here. Red and orange, so we're not going to mix them up this time. This is both Mason Ho and the Condor.
Yeah, Mason in orange, Peter Mel, and then Tika Nui, or Tahitian, Tika Nui Smith out on the end there. Mason doing the switch stance 2 times, but goes down on the second re-switch, trying to go back to regular. So we saw Peter Mel, the deepest, in the red jersey, followed by Mason Ho, close to him in the orange, and then out in front was Tika Nui Smith, our Tahitian competitor, in black.
That was an amazing wave. It's cool to have room for all 3 of them. Here we have 2 riders up on the same time.
That's Kaylee Mamala in front in the yellow, and I believe I think that's Jamie O'Brien in the purple. That is behind Kaylee, and we'll see if they're trying to weave their way to the shore break. Oh, almost. There's so much water that is in the form of cross chops and backwash and side wash and any kind wash.
Although if anybody has the skill to ride through that rough section, it'd be Jamie O'Brien. Have you seen that video of him this year riding the river as they opened it?
Yeah. No, you're right, though. I mean, and just a testament to how rough it is right there. A guy like Jamie cannot, you know, even gets bucked off his board there. But the shore break finale has been somewhat of a ladder phenomenon of the Eddie. You didn't see too much of that in the early days of this event. As we watch the replays, Isaiah.
Yeah, that's the shared wave between Mason and Pete Mel and Tika Nui on the shoulder there. Beautiful ride, great angle from the drone. Pete eventually gets bucked off by the whitewash. Mason doing his switch dance.
But Pete ended up so close to Mason when they resurfaced. I think Pete got dragged for a little while there because he was in the meaty part of that wave. As Tikanui flies by, and here's a nice replay of J.O.B. and Keali Maumala sharing a wave.
Yeah, unique, right, Rocky? Most surf competitions, you're not allowed to share waves that get an interference on, but at Waimea Bay, as long as you pick a clean line where you're not interfering with your competitor, then there's room for more than one.
Yeah, and then you spoke about the camaraderie and the big mutual understanding among the competitors that, yes, we're here to win, but we're also here to share this amazing day of waves as we see.
I think that's our female surfer, Makani.
That's Makani Adric. Yep, Makani Adric in the pink jersey. So Makani gets a wave too. Everybody getting something in Heat 4 of their first round. And we're going to take a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with more live action from Waimea Bay. The Eddie Aikau is on.
Dear mainland, aloha. My brother and I hear lots of you have discovered a real Hawaiian favorite, Big Wave Golden Ale. That's the good kind stuff, yeah, bro. Maybe it's the island flavor that makes each sip taste like a little vacation.
Got your beers here.
That's a whole lot of little vacations right there, huh, brother?
Coming through.
That's like a big vacation. Retirement. One life, right? Mahalo. Big Wave Golden Ale from Kona Brewing.
Some see black as emptiness, the absence of color. Some see it as the sum of all colors. And out of the chaos comes the spectrum of life. The beauty of Hawaii, its flora, the vast oceans, its people, its culture.
Go where the contractors go.
I've been doing business with them for 40 years. Hardware Hawaii never makes me feel disposable.
Everybody says hello when you walk in, and I love this place.
I think it's important for me to support you guys because you guys supported me. And that's hard to find nowadays.
Hardware Hawaii in Koloa, Kailua, Kapolei, Mapunapuna. Contractor's choice.
If you enjoy having a 40-hour work week, give a union a shaka. If you value safer working conditions, family medical coverage, and paid sick leave, give a union a shaka. If you appreciate retirement benefits and better pay, let's see that shaka. Because it took 80 years of middle-class workers standing together to earn the many job benefits we all enjoy today. What can your union do for you? Why don't you ask them? A message brought to you by HGEA.
Welcome back to the Eddie at Waimea Bay, and look at that opportunity for some young entrepreneurs. I love it. The bake sale, small kind of lemonade on the side, maybe so, but look at these young Groms that are frothing at every opportunity to serve our community. Isaiah Walker right next to me. I'm Rocky Cannon, and there's a lot of people right there.
Yeah, I mean, I heard that some parking spots are being sold for $100, so I wonder how much the
crazy.
Cupcakes are.
Oh, man. That is the live shot on the beach here on the North Shore of Waimea Bay. Wherever you may be watching from, we thank you and we welcome you. Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker. It has been a great morning so far. We're right now in the heat number 4. We've got 5 heats of our first round, and then we'll send those surfers right back out again for round 2.
Correct, yeah. They each have 45 minutes, and they catch 4 waves. They're only allowed 4 waves, so they want to, oftentimes they're being pretty selective with the waves that they catch, but there's a lot of waves out there today, so we're blessed with some beautiful surf, as you can see. Very consistent today, Rocky, and somewhat the issue isn't about having enough waves, it's about getting ones that you can make, because there's a lot of challenging ones out there.
Yeah, you know, the high scores are definitely going to be the bigger waves as we watch Makani Adric, our Wahine competitor in this heat number 4, local girl born and raised right here on the North Shore. Got support from a huge water active family. I grew up surfing at Haleiwa from a young age with Uncle Reggie Adrick lifeguarding there, Hanale Adrick doing some backhand carves that were just idyllic for me growing up as a young goofyfoot, and the whole Adrick family very well adept in these North Shore waters, and Makani right now is the one representing that ohana at Waimea Bay.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, and to your point earlier, Rocky, it's not like women haven't been surfing Waimea Bay.
Right.
It's just that this is the first year that we have competitors in the event, and to have 6 of them is really amazing. And as mentioned earlier, it is a tradition, of course, in old Hawaii that everyone surfed, no matter your gender or your age. And so at the Eddie this year, we're seeing that represented. So really cool to have in this heat Makani, and that was a great ride that she had.
What are some of the stories, or maybe some of maybe some olelo about Hawaiians? Of course, we all knew they surfed places like Waikiki and you know, more manageable waves. Of course, the boards and equipment they're using is about as primitive as it gets. But what are some of the stories, if there are, of Hawaiians surfing bigger waves?
Yeah, so the North Shore, I mean, this community here, right here in Waimea, was a very populated ahupua'a as a village, and there were a lot of people that lived here back in old Hawaii, and people surfed the North Shore, right? And so we have stories of many different surfers in our mo'olelos, our oral traditions, and so yeah, it's not something that only took place in Waikiki, but something that surfers did around the islands, and including on the North Shore in old days. And even though you said, I mean, the equipment, you use the word primitive, but they were pretty sophisticated, different types of shapes and different boards. Just like we have today, in old Hawaii, you had boards for riding big waves, for riding small waves. You had boards that you would lay on, boards that you'd stand on, boards you'd use just as a handgun, or some for paddling. So it was really an elaborate and well-developed art and sport here in Hawaii we call he'enalu.
Yeah, the Kamehameha parking lot. Not so much a highway right now, but folks are stoked to be here. I know that everybody has been abuzz about this event for the last couple of days. And paddling, looking over the ledge, that one just was not going to let him in. You saw all those bumps, the wind. You know, from a distance, it looks like a nice, perfect wave. But when you get those close-ups like our great camera folks are getting, you can really see those chops and bumps that make it difficult. Sometimes you're dropping in, eyes closed.
Niklau, speaking of dropping in, makes this big wave. Let's see if we can get through that explosion.
Hold on, brother.
Awesome.
Plot down, right there, get ready. Oh, that last one kind of got him, but
that wave, look at that, it closed out the whole channel.
It was huge. That was a bomb. That's gonna be one of the better scores of this particular heat, possibly making his name climb up the leaderboard.
Yeah, we'll see that. Look on the replay. We have a rider up here. This looks like
that's Lucas
Manca from Brazil.
Oh, he's on a beast as well. Looked like it got some of the residual whitewash and foam from Ezekiel's wave, but still, and those sometimes that takes a little credit away from the wave when you see all that foam, but the size of that wave, even though it was foamy, was monstrous.
Yeah. And speaking of foam, we come up, see where he is, that's still just a thick layer of foam, and sometimes it's hard to get out of that so you can take a breath. Even though the whitewash isn't near you, still the foam from the residual from the previous wave, still hard, make it challenging to get through.
Right, you're above the water, the surface of the water. You're above the surface of the water, but you still have another foot of foam to get your head into the clear and be able to take a breath.
There's Ezekiel Lau getting on the back of the ski here of our water safety crew.
Mahalo Hawaiian Water Patrol just doing God's work here, saving our surfers and helping them out, and also taking care of our photographers that are putting their lives on the line for these epic shots. And you see the river that they're negotiating down there. It's not easy operating by any stretch of the imagination. It takes so much skill, experience, and courage to be able to operate in these conditions.
Yeah, especially when it's foamy like that. The jet ski sometimes gets tricky. It gets a little choked up if there's too much foam.
I'm hoping Ezekiel's okay. We might be approaching the end of the heat, but he's getting a ride back to shore, and he's gonna come back in satisfied with his first heat performance, and I would say he did very well.
Oh, look at that one. So steep and deep and late. Explodes behind him, comes out of that whitewash. That is a tall, huge wave.
The drone shot coming around. Oh, look at the wave connecting across the bay. You see where Zeke is, and you see the feathering crest right there. A closeout, if you will. So, some of the biggest waves. That's Lucas Chianca on the wave after. That was huge too, and it's got the foam from Zeke's wave, but still a huge one. Then you see him straighten out here as it closes out, and that wave is so big.
A lot of whitewash.
All right, so
he looks to be okay. I don't think he's injured. It was more so a matter of that maybe they caught their 4 waves.
Yep, and approaching a few minutes remaining, so rather than try to paddle back out and brave the last few minutes, they will take that in. All the shakas and the mino akas. Everybody smiling with the shaka. All Aja Raja. That's what we call this one. Yeah, and I coined that phrase, you guys. That's trademarked, all right? So every time you use them, I give a little kind Venmo. You can just send me 5 cents, all right? All Aja Raja. That's when you got, you know, from the stroller to the wheelchair.
Awesome. Look at the camaraderie there. People are excited for all of our competitors. Zeke's getting a shout from the crowd. Definitely deserved it. That was one of the waves of the day for sure.
I love how you can hear the crowd coming through the ambient audio of our production here. Great job to all of our team and bringing it to you guys.
Keali'i Mamala on this one. Late drop. Does make this one.
Oh yeah, Keali'i. Getting one that he made all the way. He was charging, you know, he had a couple of tough drops. You know, that first one was so steep, and I don't even know how he made it to the point he made it to. And then gets a good one right there to wind down this heat number 4. So finishes on a strong note, does Keali'i Mamala.
You know, each of these heats, I'm like, when it comes to the end, I'm like, wow, that was a lot of action in that heat. But it seems to just, every heat gets more and more action. And that last exchange between Ezekiel and Lucas Chianca, those were some bombs.
And we're gonna show you the heat recap. That was the first wave of Zeke Lau charging from the get-go. And then Peter Mel, the Condor, the experienced guy out there getting some bombs.
This was another one of Zeke. This was one that he made.
He looks so comfortable on these crazy late drops where you see the water shooting up the rail of his board and he's just cruising.
Keali'i Mamala, this one he had a hard time getting down the face of.
Mason Ho doing his thing, looking stylish.
Mason had 2 great waves in this heat too. So did Pete Mel, so did Zeke Lau. A lot of action. Lucas Chianca, another guy who got great waves in this heat.
Well, a job that I do not envy right now is our judging jobs, because they are looking at so many incredibly ridden waves. Zeke just playing with it right there, stomping on the tail, pop a wheelie down the face. And he kicks out. A shared wave here with Mason, Peter Mel, and Tika Nui was just out of your frame there. And there he pops back in. A very iconic footage from the back shoulder right there.
And that last one of Zeke Lau, it was just the monster wave of this heat closing out on the shoulder there.
We'll take you guys to a commercial break. We'll be right back with heat number 5 of the Eddie. Stay tuned.
We in Hawaii respect the land. We hold a deep reverence for its beauty, its power, and the humble gratitude for all it has given us. In operation since 1993, Puna Geothermal Venture embraces this tradition, providing clean, sustainable, renewable energy to the people of Hawaii Island, to power our homes, to keep our businesses thriving, to keep our communities moving forward. Puna Geothermal Venture, powered by nature.
Today's television broadcast is powered by Hawaiian Telcom. Experience the speed of Hawaii's only 100% fiber internet with Fi Optics for your home or business.
The Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational is brought to you by Hawaiian Airlines, proud to be Hawaii's longest-serving airline, offering over 120 flights a day between the islands.
The KHON2 News at 7 p.m. on K-High with Bridget Namata and Gina Mangieri. Hawaii's only 7 o'clock news.
Welcome back to the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau, the 10th time running of this event, and Waimea is absolutely pumping with the incoming swell that we were expecting, and that swell has been showing full force on Oahu's North Shore. It's Kaipugura along with Rocky Canyon. And the waves, Rocky, I mean, we're seeing sets starting to close out the bay.
Yeah, you know, we've been talking a lot as we watch red right here, just falling from the sky. That is Ramon Navarro.
Ramon Navarro from Chile. And Ramon, he's this is his third Eddie. He's one of the higher placing goofy foots in the history of the Eddie. You can see, I think he got 5th place in 2009. Yellow jersey here, up and riding, Billy Kemper, Eddie.
Yeah. Thank you for calling me Eddie.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
We're
Yeah,
at the
know,
Eddie,
close
and this is Billy
comparison.
Kemper. Billy Kemper with an injured knee right now, having to use a knee brace. And so a warrior battling through the pain here with Billy Kemper as he nears the shore break. And Billy setting up for the dangerous shore break action here. Always a showman. And Billy just ejects there as he sees the waves engulfs upon itself.
I'm so impressed that he is here competing after what happened at Pipeline during the Hui backdoor shootout. And that wave that he got injured on was like a 10-foot first reef beast that he took pretty much all on the shoulder. I wasn't sure exactly what part of him got injured. I knew that he got brought back to the beach by Hawaiian Water Patrol, but it was one of those waves where you just cringe when you watch it live, and then you watch the replay, and then you see what happened, and it's truly amazing that he's being able to be out here competing, Kaipo. And he thought about the shore break, and I'm glad that he didn't for the moment, just to maybe save it for the last hurrah, but getting that close to the shore break so early was a little bit dicey for
Let's
Billy.
ID the surfers in this heat. First of all, since we're starting the heat, Paige Alms, she's the female surfer in this heat. She's in the pink jersey. Grant Twiggy Baker, 3-time Big Wave World Champ, is in the blue jersey. Jamie Mitchell is out there in purple. Billy Kemper, we just saw him in yellow. In the white jersey, Luke Shepherdson. And there was Luke on a bomb.
Wow.
The legend, Michael Ho, 65 years old. He's out there in the orange jersey. We saw Ramon Navarro representing Chile in the red jersey. And Tyler LaRonde rounds out the 8-man field out here. And here goes Tyler. He's in black.
Yeah, beautiful drop coming down into that frothy section. Well, we talk a lot about the athletes, the surfers, of course. You know, they're huge components here, but the star of the show is Waimea Bay.
Let's make a correction there. That's
okay.
Purple, not black. Jamie Mitchell.
That is purple. Okay, gotcha.
So Jamie Mitchell, interesting that he is a 10-time Molokai to Oahu champ.
Yeah,
he's a waterman.
prone paddling.
Yeah, prone paddling, and he did that back to back 10 times.
Amazing.
So an incredible
the
paddler.
Kelly Slater of paddling is what I called him sometimes.
And he's, you know, he's always been a big wave rider, but in recent years, switching all his attention to big wave riding, as are thousands and thousands of people switching their attention to big wave riding today on the North Shore.
Yeah, that's throngs of individuals flocking to the North Shore. And right at, I call that rear end corner, because you got to watch the road when you're driving right there. As we watch our surfer in, that looks like our surfer in black. That was Tyler LaRonde. And getting a look at blue and orange sharing a wave. That was Grant Twiggy Baker in the blue and our legend Michael Ho in the orange, and then someone just taking a beating going over the falls there as we watch yellow.
Billy Kemper, he went complete on this, a paced approach. Billy, 4-time Jaws Challenge champ.
Jeez,
he's the man at Pe'ahi. He wants to be the man at Waimea, and he's starting off well. The wounded warrior carrying through here.
Oh, man. Very impressive to see what Billy's been able to do so far in this heat, just with that one wave. Just even paddling out here. We talked about the injury at Pipe, and just dedication, the commitment, and it shows how special this event is to a lot of these surfers, and to all of these surfers, but especially those that are paddling out here hindered and injured and still making a go at it, as we watch Jamie Mitchell free fall from the top of this wave about 4 or 5 stories high and surviving the white water. And if there's anybody that's going to be able to paddle into these waves at Waimea Bay, it is your 10-time Molokai to Oahu prone paddling champion, Jamie Mitchell. Just seems fitting to be a great paddler and transition into a big wave surfer.
Live action here, and let's get an ID on that surfer.
Absolutely amazing, and a lot of these wahinis that you're seeing, they're also part of that 20+ gang.
On the paddle, and
sessions around the world, but they're also part of the Red Bull magnitude. But I just think since the Aikaus added them into the Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational, that is just the biggest of the biggest.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. Take care.
There's the line of folks down on beach level in the sand, watching out for that really high wash through as the water goes over the berm into the river. We've seen folks get tumbled and rolled into the river. And look for yourself on the various social media platforms if you get rolled into the river.
So still trying to, maybe we can get a replay from that last ride. Still trying to ID that last surfer. We have red out there with Ramon Navarro. Ramon being a goofy foot, so that would have been him. Orange is Michael Ho.
Yep, we saw him on a wave.
So we'll see if that last wave was Michael Ho. Pink is Paige Alms.
There is a little similarity with the pink and orange in the certain lighting at times.
So here's our replay. Tell me who that is, Rock.
Well, that is red Grant Twiggy Baker. Oh, excuse me, that's red. Sorry.
It can't be Ramon Navarro.
No,
He's a goofy foot. That's Paige Alms.
That's
I'll do
Paige
it
Alms in the
myself.
pink.
It's
You gave me three tries at it. I appreciate it.
I gave you 3 tries, bro.
Oh, swing. Oh, swing. Curveball.
It's all good. So
Too high,
Paige
too
Alms,
low.
I mean, when we look at Paige Alms, a 3-time winner over at Jaws. So Paige really being, when we look at the women in this competition, she would be the favorite to finish the highest, just be given her history here. 34 years old, originally from Victoria, British Columbia, but moved to Maui years ago and took up the passion of surfing and then led into big wave riding. Paige Alms, her partner, Sean Ordonez, is also her shaper.
Okay.
So
close connection there with the board making. That's always great to have first-hand input of what kind of boards you'll be riding and what you prefer. And Paige, like you said, she has been doing this for a long time. Only 34, but she started so young that we've seen her name among the top ranks of big wave surfers for the last decade or plus.
Again, standing room only at Waimea for this Eddie. And I got breaking news. And with this swell that we have coming right now, sometimes the heavens works with us, and I do want to pay my respect and condolences to the Curran family. Earlier today, we lost a Waimea and big wave pioneer, Pat Curran, father of Tom. I'm sure Pat's smiling down on us and giving us his mana right now. This could be, you know, in 2016, we had lost our good friend Brock Little, who was an incredible Waimea surfer.
Right.
Now with the passing of Pat Curran, in 2016, we're calling that the Brock swell.
Right.
This could very well be the Pat Curran swell that we're seeing here today at Waimea. And thank you so much for Pat and for all the Currans, but especially Pat Curran as being one of a true pioneer.
No leash, huge
Waimea.
board, Waimea, with all of the big heavyweights of the time as we watch
another heavyweight.
Big heavyweight drop right there.
It looked like it was Billy Kemper again. There's nothing holding Billy back.
He is on fire, committed, and as we said earlier, just how special this event is to all of our competitors, but the ones that are paddling out there with injuries and with, you know, not 100%, still giving it 110% as we see blue and red sharing a wave.
Yeah, Grant Twiggy Baker and Ramon Navarro. Twiggy right here, continuing on. Twiggy deeper on that one. Grant Twiggy Baker, a veteran of the crew. He's out there riding his own model, his Twiggy surfboards, shaped by Jeff Bushman, one of the North Shore staples, yeah. As far as we look at big wave equipment, Jeff Bushman has been doing it for decades.
Yeah, and for non-Hawaii surfers traveling to Hawaii, getting their winter quivers, he's one of the first guys they call.
Yeah. How important is it, Rocky, to have, you know, a reliable big wave gun?
Reliable is the key word, because, you know, you can see these waves are not all about like high performance. As we watch Billy Kemper drop in on a bomb, disappears in the background of that wave before, as we watch Grant Twiggy Baker in the blue and Ramon Navarro, our two non-Hawaii surfers in this heat. Grant out of South Africa, and Ramon, as Kaipo mentioned earlier, out of Chile. So cool to see them sharing a wave and being able to participate in this Eddie Invitational. But reliability on a big wave gun is probably, at this size, is more important than like performance or, you know, what you're going to try to do on the wave. But as Isaiah said earlier, these waves, these boards range from like 9 to 11 feet. So there's quite a space there to go smaller and try to carve and maybe get it yourself into a barrel like Brock did many years ago, right off the drop. You know, that same year he had that stone skipping wipeout. You know, he also had a sick barrel.
Speaking of Brock, and we have a lull right here, we do have a piece with Brock Little talking about his experience at Waimea and that exact wave you were talking about. We see the crowd right here just waiting for the next set, but we did get a great speaking piece to Brock Little. Let's listen to it right now.
The swell was west, and it was just standing up, like straight up. And then, you know, the winds were straight offshore and hard, so you couldn't really see when you were taking off. And you just had to go, and they were perfect. They were from a perfect direction. You could see it coming from a long way out, and everyone in my heat was just, whew, like they were paddling out. And I was like, I'm just gonna sit here. And so I just sat there and waited. And so I turned around, and I knew I was in a good spot. I knew everything was cool, like I got it. And Bradshaw was like on the shoulder, and I was like, well, I'm deeper, so I'll go. And I think Bradshaw said I called him off, but I don't remember calling. I don't remember making any noise, because I remember thinking, actually, now that I think about it, that if Bradshaw wants to go, he can go in front of me, because it's such a big wave. It's such a cool opportunity, like to catch a closeout at Waimea. And so then, you know, I took off knowing, you know, stood up, and I was like, I got this. It felt like there was so much water moving that my board almost started going backwards, because it was such a big wave and it was sucking up so hard that my board didn't want to. And I love that board. It rode some great waves, but it just didn't want to, you know, keep going. It just wanted to go back. It wanted to go up the face. And all of a sudden I was skipping, and you can't penetrate. Like when giant waves, you just kind of skip. And so I was just skipping, and I remember looking at the lip coming over, and I'm like, oh boy. And then Actually, I remember like I had like a little thing of, you know, being in my mom's arms. Like you have that kind of flash. I was like, oh, I'm gonna die here, but I got a breath. So then I, you know, got a breath over the falls. Blah 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 blah. Ate it. I think my leash came off, but my board popped up right next to me, and I didn't have a leash on. It was really weird, and I don't think there was jet skis then. I got to my board, put on my leash, went back out, and like even some of the competitors were looking at me like, you know, you got a screw loose, and I was happy.
We love you, Brock. And Brock Little talking about his experience at Waimea, a good friend of ours, and we love him, we miss him, and that was one of those waves. That's what makes the Eddie such a mystical event, in that things like that happen and barriers are broken. Brock Little, one of those surfers, breaking those barriers, riding his Gabe Garducki surfboard back then. 2016, Rocky was the Brock Swell, and now we pay tribute to Pat Curran as well, a Waimea pioneer, and I think Pat up in heaven is helping us with this wave energy happening right now and the overall energy in the Pacific and on shore.
Well, earlier you spoke about, you know, the heavenly alignment and what it takes to have an eddy, and the way this swell has to line up, and the timing, the winds, everything has to work almost to a perfect tee, to where today we started with very large waves, huge waves, and Surfline is forecasting that we're going to get this swell still coming in and possibly increasing through the afternoon, which I remember eddy swells that had the potential, but it's going to peak at 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. And it's like, oh, well, we can't surf overnight, you know, until we bust out the stadium lights, but we're far away from that. But the timing, as we watch this live action of, I believe, yellow out there, that is...
I think it's Luke Shepardson.
Oh, that's white. Excuse me. That's white Luke Shepardson.
Yeah.
So, Lukey boy getting up in there.
Luke Shepardson, you know, this is an underground guy that we're watching right now. We know him in Hawaii. A lot of the world might not know about Luke Shepardson. 27 years old, from the North Shore of Oahu. A couple years back, rode one of the biggest Waimea waves perhaps ever.
Yeah, for sure. It's up there with the top 5. I mean, that was just loony boons. Looney bins.
And Rocky, isn't that great where we have, you know, big names in this event like a John Florence, but then we still have the underground, the guys who do it for love, the underground big wave riders like a Luke Shepardson.
Yeah, for sure. It brings the complete spectrum together, and the commonality, the you know, the thread they all share is the love of this wave, and also the love of the legacy of Eddie Aikau. That's a lot of the reason why these guys are here. It's so honored to be here, invited to surf in this event.
Ramon was super deep in the pit there. I'm sure Hawaiian Water Patrol has a good eye on him.
Beautiful drone shot there. You see the lines of bubbles and just so much different colors of water out there. You've got some sand clouds that are being stirred up off the bottom. You've got dark blue, light blue, and some foam on the surface. A lot of different contours in contrast to this day of surfing at the bay when we're watching the Eddie.
Here's a replay. Luke Shepardson, high line, mid face, and kind of pulls it.
Yeah, and playing with it a little bit, like you said. Underground guy, does it for a lot of passion. Also has worked as a city and county lifeguard, so watching and guarding our beaches here on the North Shore. Mahalo to all of our men and women in red and yellow. And Luke finishing up on a good wave. Ramon Navarro, man, he was pedal to the metal on that one. Got the nose poked in a little bit too late. Maybe checking for some lobster taco down at the bottom in between the rocks, but came up empty. Still glad he came up.
You know, Ramon Navarro, 43 years old, from Chile. He's one of the veterans.
He's an OG
in the big wave scheme.
Right.
And check it out. We got guys getting ready for the next heat, and it looks like Kai Lenny is going to be in Heat 1, round number 2. I believe Kai is currently on top of the leaderboard right now. But
yeah, two really good waves.
But I'm waiting for confirmation.
Okay.
If and information, Rocky.
Confirmation on information.
It's always a struggle where the cell service is a little bit troubled there in the Bay, but hey, we're saying, I'm calling it out over the airwaves right now. Give us the leaderboard, gang.
Yeah. Who's coming with me?
Who's coming with me?
All right. Well, we're in heat number 5 right now.
Yeah. But this afternoon, I'm going to start calling people. Oh, my goodness.
Wow, that was blue.
Grant Twiggy Baker's done it again.
Oh, he is baking some biscuits under there.
Twiggy Baker had a wipeout like that in 2016.
It was iconic.
It was an iconic wipeout. We have a piece, when we get a lull, we can talk to Grant about that wipeout in 2016. But it looks like it just happened to him again.
Deja vu. The Bay calls the deja vu for Grant Twiggy Baker. We'll make sure his Twiggy model still in one piece. Man, that was horrendous.
And you know what? He said in 2016, he was surprised on the fact that he didn't get that worked. Like he pulled his inflation, but he kind of just popped back out. He was checking his body and going to water patrol and going like, I can't believe nothing's wrong.
Right, yeah. Just patting himself down, checking his head, but look at that. Oh my gosh, off the 4th story balcony. Takes the plunge. Oh my gosh, his leash was almost like a bungee cord, like he was jumping off a bridge over a gorge. Wow, Grant.
So
glad to see you're up and alive, buddy.
If we have a lull right here, we could hear from Grant Baker. He had a similar wipeout in 2016, and Twiggy described to us, you know, what that feels like, how that happens.
And maybe you get some penetration, you know, going from that high, but it's not guaranteed because, you know, when you get under the water, you're able to get out the back.
Let's hear from Grant Twiggy Baker on that 2016 wipeout.
I got to my feet and I felt the momentum. I also felt this bit of kind of backwash come up and hold me for a split second in the lip. And I saw, you know, halfway down the whole wave also turn into the lip. I did the old cat landing and luckily I penetrated. Instantaneously it just sucked me up and over the falls. Luckily I got a breath as I was going over, just a little, you know, a little bit extra breath. And then I got properly pounded, you know, sent straight to the bottom. I didn't touch the bottom, but I could feel its presence. And I was just getting tumbled around. As I hit, the inflation vest went off. Everything felt fine. I came up, jet ski rescue was right there. The guy asked me, are you all right? And I was like, yeah, I'm okay. He picked me up, took me to the channel. I did another inspection of what was, you know, if anything was hurt. And nothing.
The Eddie. Not only do you have historical rides, you also have wipeouts. Will be in surfing's history. Grant Twiggy Baker with one of those wipeouts.
One of my personal heroes growing up at Haleiwa, Kerry Terrakina, had one like that years ago.
I remember that.
Yeah. And so that brings back the memories of seeing Kerry in that position, and all of us kids, you know, he was really cordial with us and always was talk story, whatever. We asked him about all of that, and kind of the same thing. He was like, you know, I actually was able to get under and was okay. It looked a lot worse than it really was, but you just cannot feel good falling like that over the ledge. Like, oh my, your life starts flashing before your eyes, as they say.
Yeah, true warriors out here today at the Bay, which is called the Day, and that's why it's the Eddie going on.
A couple of interesting dates to note. We did say happy birthday to Kahea Hart, who was an alternate who got into this event. What a gift for a birthday boy for Kahea. And on this day in 1968, we lost a legend.
Duke Kahanamoku, correct.
55 years ago, and also obviously Eddie very influenced by Duke as well. And the Eddie Would Go 20th anniversary of the book by Stuart Coleman is celebrating this year. So A couple of interesting coincidences in the date of today of January 22nd, 2023, running the Eddie for the 10th time in its existence since 1984. And look at that back behind the peak there, bro. It's so nuts over there.
It is, it is. Eddie Aikau, the reason that we're doing this, and that's who we're celebrating, the life and legacy of the Hawaiian waterman. But Waimea continues to perform. 10th running of the Eddie, and we got dropping into this one. And unable to hang on, that was Tyler LaRonde, the young man from Maui.
Yeah, a name that some of you might be hearing for the first time. And that's kind of a lot what we talked about earlier, what the Eddie is known for too, is highlighting these individuals that aren't household pro surfing names, but on this scale, in this category, it's a different side of surfing.
Yeah, Tyler LaRonde, actually a second generation big wave rider. His dad, Michel, moved over, was originally from France, moved to Maui, and was one of the first, you know, kind of that pioneering crew over at Jaws and Peahi.
Yep.
Oh, look at this wave, Rocky.
Oh, this is a monster.
Who do we got going? Stroking into this one. Billy Kemper in the loop.
Oh my gosh, I saw a splash, which I think was his wipeout, and I just got mean kind chicken skin. Oh my goodness. That was the biggest wave of the day, I think.
I think so. Look at this one. One more taker. Luke Shepardson with a giant drop. Shepardson outrunning the avalanche, and he eventually gets eaten up, but Luke Shepardson doing it again. That was a closeout at the bay.
Well, another wave coming into a third wave of the set. The bay is coming alive. It's, what time is it right now, Hawaiian time? 11:33. The swell could possibly get bigger. I've seen one Eddie canceled or not run because it was too big way back in 1998 in this month of January. I believe it was in 18th or something like that. It was my senior year. I skipped school. That's how I know that day. But it was closing out, massive and too big.
Wow, look at this jet ski assist.
We're kind of right under that threshold right now, I feel like, but it's definitely contestable Eddie conditions. Billy Kemper getting the first bomb. Luke Shepardson taking off on the second wave of that set. And if it's just kind of observing a little bit, it looks like the first waves of these big sets are the gnarliest big drops, and then it kind of smooths out. And the second wave, it was a big wave, but the drop didn't look nearly as hairy as Billy's wave.
Oh boy. And Hawaiian Water Patrol. We got all the camera angles right now, Rocky.
Yes.
We have the drone angles. We have many cameras, and I also want to thank the good folks over at Ohia Farms, which we have a camera in their yard over there at Waimea Bay. They're one of the people who are helping us in all the ground action to bring you the coverage. So it's a great place. It's right behind the church, and great views of the bay if you want.
It's on your Mauka side right there.
And I believe it's available for rental as well.
Yeah, so mahalo Ohia Farms when you stay over there.
And look at Billy Kemper. Wait, let's report on this.
Wow.
Okay, just went down. He hit his inflation, so you can see his vest fully inflated. This is a pit stop, Rock.
Yes, total pit stop. Exactly. This is NASCAR on the beach on steroids with the assistance of our lifeguards trying to get Billy deflated.
Right.
But when you're at Ohia Farms and you call your friends and they ask you, where you stay? You stay, I stay Ohia.
You have to work a joke in there. So the swell continues. Billy Kemper just rode a Waimea closeout. Well, actually wiped out on a Waimea closeout. He's on the beach right now doing a little bit of a pit crew action, and we got more action out in the water. Look at these waves.
This is live, you guys. This is consistent bombing Waimea Bay. A lot for these surfers and the Water Patrol to handle. They are handling it, but it is so treacherous. And we love it. I mean, this is what everybody waits for on the North Shore each and every season, to see this event happen. And knowing what they wait for and how the conditions have to line up and be absolutely near perfect for it to happen, as we saw. I believe that was Black Tyler Laron just bailing out right before the crashing lip came over. And one of our surfers off their board, swimming around, gonna bail the next whitewater. The beach crowd getting their front row seats. A couple of toe ticklers heading up the shoreline. Watch yourself if you're going down there. And photographers in the channel as well. Lots of action in the water, and lots for Hawaiian Water Patrol to keep tabs and keep up with. They're doing a great job.
Yeah. Best in the biz, right, Rob?
That's correct.
Let's look at some replays.
I believe that's Tyler Laron in the black jersey. Nice drop, beautiful looking wave. And then just kind of came unstuck at the bottom, leaning a little too much on the toes. This was Billy's bomb, where he totally airdropped Luke Shepherdson on the next wave. Got in a little earlier, it seemed like that wave, a little more forgiving on the drop, but just as large as Billy's wave. Luke Shepherdson doing great work, staying on the board for as long as he did, and eventually got swallowed by gallons and gallons of Waimea whitewater. Tyler Laron getting another wave before he bails under the lip right there, jumps off, and back to the live action. See the river and movement of water there. Crazy.
So, Rocky.
Yes, sir.
We're operating the Eddie, but sometimes we got to use the coconut wireless. I had to go out there and shake some coconut trees just to get some information.
The trade wind's not really blowing too hard, so
finally,
communication's a little tricky.
Finally got the information coming into us, so I can give you an update on the leaderboard right now. We got Kai Lenny out in front. So top 3 waves surfed and added together. So right now on the leaderboard, Kai Lenny's in first, Ezekiel Lau's in second, Landon McNamara's in third. That's the current leaderboard, but that's going to be changing through the day. We'll give you more updates on this leaderboard as we get it from the minor birds in the coconut trees. And the other minor birds telling me right now it's going to be a commercial, so go take it away. We'll step out and we'll be back with more from the Bay. It's a big day, and I'm glad that you've making our company.
All right, well, here's one. And I'm not sure if I'm even supposed to tell this, but I'm going to do it.
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
I paddled up the point and slapped everybody in the face with a paddle bike. I did some of those drug trials, make some money that way.
We traded a surfboard for a lawyer's time. And R&D includes all kinds of studies.
Keep me out of general population. They don't want me talking to anybody.
I mean, it was almost dangerous.
Almost?
It was dangerous.
Movement. Our Hawaii moves. We are inspired and then we move with it. Movement. At Aloha Kia, you will be inspired. It's designed into every Kia. Be it for work, for family, for fun, for the environment, for the drive. In everything we do at Aloha Kia, we're inspired to get you moving. Inspiration. It's all over Hawaii. Go find it. Reserve the 2023 Kia Newer with Aloha Kia's Express purchase.
And remember,
You know a guy.
Hawaii's #1 news at 6 with Joe Moore, weeknights.
Fuel up with Diamond Bakery iconic cookies and crackers while watching the Eddie Invitational. Take our grab and goes and snack packs to the beach, the park, or wherever you go. Diamond Bakery, serving Hawaii for over 100 years. Perfect for all of life's special moments.
Today's television broadcast is powered by Hawaiian Telcom. Experience the speed of Hawaii's only 100% fiber internet with Fi Optics for your home or business.
Lined up on the beach here at Waimea Bay, watching the spectacle of the 10th running of the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau. I'm Kaipo along with Rocky, and Rocky, the bay is alive and full of energy. It is pumping out there.
It is frothing, kicking, screaming, punching, slapping. It is doing it all. It is here to put on a show for all of us. And then we have the brave souls that are in charge of catching these waves and the brave souls that are in charge of looking after those folks. What a day.
Here's a replay. Let's look at what happened.
Oh, man. Late drop, air drop, and then falls on top of the board. That's probably one of the most hazardous things you could do.
Oh, Mike Ho on that wave.
And hazardous for legends like Mike Ho to be falling on a hard fiberglass surfboard on a 20-foot wave, Hawaiian size. That is a sketchy equation. I hope he's okay.
Heading out there in, it looks like in the black jersey, that's Landon McNamara, as we look forward to round number 2 here at the Eddie. Again, the surfers, 8 surfer heats, 2 rounds surf. Surfers are able to catch 4 waves in each of those heats, and at the end of the day, their top 3 wave scores will lead to their total, and that's how we establish our leaderboard. And that's,
I believe that was Mike Ho in orange or Paige Alms in pink. It was a regular foot.
Yeah, it looks like it was, I think that's Paige. So we got eyes on the big
Water
wave
Patrol right
charger out of Maui, and Paige is okay.
Yep.
Water Patrol checking on her, and she's showing some bravado.
Yeah, that was a incredibly committed drop, and we'll watch the replay of Paige, and you know, there's a point where you're like, oh, I got this, and then it's not a half a second later, you're underwater going, oh, I don't got it. And you saw how fast she got back on her board and was okay. Thankfully, there were no waves behind that would have trapped her in that little impact zone there. So she gets on the board, says to Water Patrol, I'm okay, and heads to the channel.
And we saw that vision of Water Patrol giving the signal that she's okay to the rest of Water Patrol. What was that? Just a tap on the head,
yep,
right,
just
Rob?
touching the head, like I'm okay. Just for those of you in aquatic situations, that's how you say you're okay. And Hawaiian Water Patrol with our surfers, photographers that are actually swimming out there. That is one of the more thankless jobs, I think, in our industry, of these guys and girls that swim out there and tread water and get these epic shots looking into the wave.
Yeah, we had a little bit from a Surfline that we played earlier of Zach Noyle, who in 2016 swam the whole time. Oh, there's our brother right there.
Cliff Botello.
We got you.
HWP and HFD's finest.
He's saving people whether on the fire department or Hawaiian Water Patrol.
All angles.
Captain Safety, Clifford Botello. Great to see him at the bay.
Yeah, it's pretty much all hands on deck for Hawaiian Water Patrol team. They're summoning, you know, they're blowing the ohepu and the conch shell across the island, calling them all to converge from the east, west, south, and north shore to take part in this water safety endeavor.
Some brothers like dusting off the dust of their PFDs, trying to find it. Wait, where's my fin?
Yeah, whacking the fins together, getting the cobwebs out. A couple daddy long legs crawling out the puka in the back.
But all joking aside, these guys are the best in the world.
Oh my goodness!
And that's where, and actually, this group of Water Patrol guys are the model in which water safety now globally follows the model set by Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Yeah, it's great to see Hawaiians still innovating and inventing, you know, even modern day. I mean, Hawaiians get credited with the sport and act of surfing and the art of surfing as well. You know, other inventions like the near shore fish ponds were the first seen here in Hawaii. So continuing to innovate and invent our Hawaiians at Hawaiian Water Patrol. on the front lines of water and ocean safety. And as you said, Kaipo setting the standard globally. And here's yellow.
Billy Kemper back out there after a giant wipeout. Kemper again just finds his way in the seam and gets on this wave.
He was on the beach like 4 minutes ago and already back out on another wave. He was trying to get his vest deflated. And here you hear the rumble of the crowd anticipating that shore break phenomenon hurrah that's been of the Eddie the last few times.
Billy wants the shore break. This one's could roll through. We'll see if it like barrels at the very end, but this one has so much push behind it, it could just roll through. And Billy feeling good about that one. What an effort by Billy Kemper.
Yeah, I mean, just to be in this event and out there competing. We talked about how he was injured just about a week ago and able to muster up the courage and says mahalo to Waimea, mahalo to Eddie, a true warrior standing there, embracing the moment, and he'll have another crack at it too.
You know, he's looking down. He dedicated his performance here to his brother,
Little E.
Little E, Eric Diaz, and he knows right there, looking up at heaven, going, Eric, that's for you, man. And this is the chicken skin stuff right here, man.
Yeah, big late drop for Billy. Disappears in the background of that wave that is in front. That's how huge that second wave was, and holds on. You see the drone tracking him there. Another disappearing act with the wave in front, pumping, hopping, trying to get this shore break. It seems like the shore break sand hasn't lined up just as nicely as it would to provide those long extended barrel closeouts that we've seen in the past here. We've seen a couple of riders come into the shore break like this, but it's kind of breaking on top of itself with double ups and triple ups, as Billy claims that one to shore, rightfully so. So maybe later in the day, as the sand moves around, we could see more opportunity for those grand finales of the closeout barrel, because I feel like it's like the luggage today with, you don't make luggage without wheels anymore.
Right.
It's hard to win the Eddie without getting a shore break bomb.
That's right. And you know what? That goes back to 2004, where Bruce Irons took a win here at the Eddie, and he was really the guy that established riding it all the way into the shore break.
Correct.
And then ever since then, that bar's been set of 4 rides here, but it's a dangerous bar. That's probably some of the most dangerous part, is the shore break.
Right.
Here we go. Up and riding.
That's red.
Ramon.
Yep.
Navarro. The Chilean. Sound the horn. So this is going to be the last wave.
Well, it'll be maybe of the heat, but these guys aren't going to stop surfing as the waves keep coming in. They're in the spot. You know, whether or not they can even hear the horn sometimes.
Yeah.
When you're way out there in this offshore wind and kind of side whipping around, it's sometimes in the bay, a little bit of an anomaly of where the wind's going to come from. It has its own little microclimate in Waimea Valley and in the bay. So depending on what direction the wind is blowing and when, the surfers may hear the horn or not. The crowd definitely hears the horn, and they hear each other cheering on these big wave surfers as they compete in the Eddie.
Yeah, and you know what? Like you said, they may hear the horn, they may not. They're going to keep on surfing. Here's our heat recap and a start of this heat right here.
Yeah, Tyler Laurent coming over from Maui and getting a wave under his belt, and 2 riders up on this one. Legend Michael Ho in orange and Grant Twiggy Baker in the blue sharing a wave.
Oh, Laurent goes down hard on that one, and Billy Kemper making that drop. And I think this is the one that he was able to ride all the way through. But check this out, Rocky.
Yeah, some charging right here from surfer in purple, Jamie Mitchell, 10-time paddle champ from Molokai to Oahu, using that paddling power to stroke into some Waimea bombs. Ramon Navarro and Grant Twiggy Baker both sharing a wave from different parts of the world. South Africa and Chile represented on that Waimea right-hander.
Luke Shepardson, what a performer in this heat.
Yeah, I like how he put it on rail and was kind of going down the line, almost looking for that possible elusive Waimea barrel.
Ramon goes down hard on this one, and that's when things heated up. Check it out, Grant Twiggy Baker falling from the sky. And it continued to pump through the end of this heat. Big one here for Luke Shepherdson, and we'll be back with the next heat right after these commercials.
Dear Mainland, aloha. My brother and I hear lots of you have discovered a real Hawaiian favorite, Big Wave Golden Ale. That's the good kind stuff, yeah, bro. Maybe it's the island flavor that makes each sip taste like a little vacation.
Got your beers here.
That's a whole lot of little vacations right there, huh, brother? That's like a big vacation. Retirement. One life, right? Mahalo. Big Wave Golden Ale from Kona Brewing.
What motivates Levitt, Yamani, and Soldner?
Every day we see the tragic results of someone selfishly choosing to not follow the safety rules. All too often, the wrongdoer's insurance company goes into denial and tries to avoid taking full responsibility.
Our mission is to not let them get away with it. We go to work and set about proving what actually happened and the harm that has been caused.
As long as injured people are treated unfairly, we will be here to try to set things straight.
Today's television broadcast is powered by Hawaiian Telcom. Experience the speed of Hawaii's only 100% fiber internet with Fi Optics for your home or business.
The Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational is brought to you by Hawaiian Airlines, proud to be Hawaii's longest-serving airline, offering over 120 flights a day between the islands.
The KHON2 News at 7 p.m. on K-High with Bridget Namata and Gina Mangieri. Hawaii's only 7 o'clock news.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining us at the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau, and visions there of the beach of our surfers coming in from their last heat. We've completed round number 1 of competition. Ramon Navarro there making his way up the beach. So all 40 of our surfers have surfed their first round of competition, riding 4 waves each. This is heat number 1 in the water of round number 2, and we're going to get way under action right now. I'm Kaipo Goro along with Dr. Isaiah Walker. And Isaiah, so in the format, all the non-elimination, all the surfers get to surf 2 rounds, and we're in the second round.
Right, and which is exciting because it's non-elimination. The surfers get to, I think, have a little more camaraderie, and they're out there trying to survive and do well together. So it's exciting that we're into round 2, and round 1 was a smoker. And let's see a replay here of that last heat, or excuse me, this heat.
So in this heat, we have Andrea Moeller. She's out there, and in the pink jersey, Aaron Gold in the blue jersey, and right here in yellow, dropping into that one, that's John Florence that we're catching on the replay. And on the corner there in the orange jersey is Jake Maki, the teenager from the North Shore. Check out this one, purple dropping in, purple being Greg Long, a former Eddie champ. Greg Long taking the win out here in 2009, so hot off the start with some replays, and that gives us an opportunity to ID the heat. Andrea Moeller in pink, Aaron Gold in blue, Greg Long, you saw him in purple, John Florence is out there in yellow, white, Eli Olsen, orange, Jake Maki, the goofy foot, Kai Lenny is out in red, and Landon McNamara in black. This is a stacked heat.
Yeah, it is. You have 2 former winners here at the event. And we have a rider up here on a big one.
That's Landon. And the avalanche eventually consumes Landon McNamara, but he makes that big drop.
Yeah, amazing. And Landon, we saw in round 1, had one of the higher wave scores of the day. So, I mean, he's up there. I think last we heard he was in 3rd place. So he'll want to like add to his quiver of scores, and that last one was a good one.
Yeah.
Watch out. Watch out.
I'll look at the leaderboard now. I just had, so we're getting information, and we will be relaying that information to you. So current leaderboard, now we haven't got the totals from this heat that we see walking up the beach, but before this heat, we have Kai Lenny in first on the leaderboard, Ezekiel Lau in second, Landon McNamara in third. And when we look at the numbers there, Isaiah, Landon's low score is on a wave is a 13.5. So that's what he wants to better at this point. We take top 3 waves are these 2 rounds. Landon wants to better that 13.5 to help himself on that leaderboard.
Now, Kaibo, maybe you can explain, what is the scale? What is the highest number you get for a wave?
The highest number you can get for a wave is a 10-point ride, but then again, we add the 3 judges' scores together. So so then you can get up to a 30, yeah.
Okay.
And we've seen a couple 30s, actually, as we look at the leaderboard. Yeah. I think Landon has one. So Landon McNamara, and remember, all this information is coming purely through the Coconut Wireless at the moment. And Landon McNamara with a 30, as well as Ezekiel Lau has a 30. Here's a replay of the wave of Landon, his last.
Yeah, look at this late drop. Very steep. Behind that boil there, you can see, so the wave explodes right behind him. And he pulls a disappearing act.
Obviously won the first one. Surfers to win on their first try at the Eddie, 1985, Denton Miramura.
So, here we go. And this is going to be a really interesting heat, as we can see right there. John Florence, as well as Eli Olsen, good friends, and Kai Lenny in his first Eddie. Kai, certainly a force to be reckoned with, evidently.
Yeah.
And that's just some quiet chat before the next set comes through.
Yeah, amazing to have, I mean, this heat, John Florence, and
oh, look at this guy.
Lenny.
Look at this guy walking up the beach. Who's this? This is Nathan Fletcher. He's going to be paddling out in heat number 2. Nathan Fletcher from a wonderful surfing family, the Fletcher. Dad Herbie, Mom Dibby, starting out Astrodeck way back in, I want to say, the late 70s. Pretty much invented surf traction there.
And they had the best team. I remember they'd have those photos in the Surf Mag every time.
The Wave Warriors.
The Wave Warriors. The best video series, too. We got guys like Dane Kealoha doing his thing and the Wave Warrior videos in Backdoor, and so many others. It's awesome time.
Look at the barrel it's producing over there, so shallow. Pitching over.
Flying over here. You can see the surfers repositioning themselves. They're on the paddle right now. And being on that paddle, why, Isaiah? Check out this set.
Oh, they're positioning themselves. You can see they're trying to figure out where the right spot is. You want to be deep, but not too deep. We have a few people aiming to catch this one.
John would go. Here he goes. John Florence drops into this one. Long wall in front of Florence. Negotiates that drop handedly. Looks like this wave may just close out the bay. John, why does he make it look so casual, Isaiah?
He does, and he was deeper than everyone. He was inside of everyone too. Late drop, but just made it look so smooth and easy. He had a bottom turn on that one that many of our competitors today, you don't really see them taking that line because it's just about survival. But on that last one, John managed to like bottom turn up the face and ride out over to the shoulder.
I got my 3 Ps of surfing, Isaiah, and it's relevant into any kind of surfing, but especially in big wave surfing. It's paddle, pick, and then perform. John did all 3 of those. He paddled for that wave. He put himself into position so he could pick that wave, and then he performed just with such a solid stance and great line selection there.
Yeah, John Florence, of course, 2-time world champ, the defending champ of this event that happened 7 years ago here at Waimea Bay, and he's right back into great form. Look at this wave. Beautiful drop. Wave barrels out behind him. He's able to come around that white water. Great one for John Florence. Another angle here from behind the section here. You can see him dropping down, a little bit of a chatter on the bottom. Stands so tall and casual. makes it look so easy, and kicks out. Actually, we are commemorating, of course, Eddie Aikau at this event. And people would say that there was something to like Eddie Aikau when he caught the waves. He also had that ability to make it look easy and able to take off deep and behind the wave and really make him, make it look easy. And that's one of the things that our athletes are, that makes an athlete stand out, is their ability to make something really challenging look pretty doable. And so these guys make it look really easy.
Getting an update now on our leaderboard. We have Kai Lenny out in first. Second right now, Billy Kemper on the current leaderboard. Ezekiel Lau in third. Landon McNamara in fourth. And Luke Shepardson rounding out the top 5. That's our current leaderboard as we keep you updated. And shake the coconut trees for the Coconut Wireless. Ask a couple of Mina birds for their information, and we finally get that stuff to us. And we relay it on to you folks watching. Thank you for joining us either on Surfline or locally on K-High. And it has been an incredible day. We're only halfway through the day and bring you updated here at the Eddie. And it looks like some people, no better way to watch it. Well, you know what? You get the replays if you watch it here.
There you go.
But in person, you get to smell and feel the mana of the ocean in Waimea Bay.
Yeah, there's something we were talking earlier, Kaipo, about the mana of Waimea, the valley and the bay. It goes back over 1,000 years to, it was run by Kahuna Nui, which are like these high priests. And the bay has that kind of aura of mystique, of mana, this kind of spiritual energy. You have 3 heiau that are in Waimea, and one of the largest, Pu'u Mahuka, which is up above Pupukea, the largest heiau, or kind of like a temple-like structure of old Hawaiian culture that is there at the top there. They say that that heiau had this mystical ability to, the chief of the priest that was residing there would communicate with the island of Kauai to the nearby heiau on that island, whether it was through lighting of fires or through other kind of supernatural means. This heiau has a lot of mana to it, and so does the beach here and the ocean, and we're feeling it all today as the audience is down there able to testify that the ocean has a lot of mana or energy.
Is it true through that heiau and those communications through the kahuna is how Kamehameha got the news that, hey, is it Kahikili who was on Kauai? The king at time when
Kamuali'i.
Kamuali'i. Well, Kamuali'i was on Kauai, and he said, "Oh, cool, man. We're going to join you guys." So we didn't have that conquering of Kauai. You read all the books. I'm just going to go by legend right now.
Yeah, well, I think kind of cool too is Heva Heva was the name of his high priest, of Kamehameha's high priest, that would make these calls. They would sometimes say, they would read, the elements and interpret, what the signs or the Ho'ailona are saying, and these advisors would say, hey, don't go into battle at this time, go in the middle of the day, or don't go to battle here. And so, yeah, so that was the job of the priest, and Heva Heva, who, by the way, is the ancestor, or kupuna, of the Aikau family. So really interesting, that communication, that connection. But yeah, certainly you're right, Kamehameha chose not to go to war against Kauai, and they instead made a treaty with each other without war or bloodshed.
Yeah, and then Kamuali'i and the folks at Kauai joined the rest of us gang over here and uniting under one Hawaiian kingdom under Kamehameha. Is this correct?
Correct, yeah. And so one of the final battles took place on this island here that we're looking at, Oahu, and over toward the east side where we had this battle at Nu'uanu.
Oh, that was a brutal one, wasn't it?
Right. So when Kamehameha brought his men up the shores in Honolulu, pushing the Oahu warriors to the edge of literally the cliff on the precipice at Nu'uanu. Today we call the Pali Lookout, and that's where
hundreds of warriors fell to their death.
Right. Kind of cool. Jason Momoa is actually playing. There's an Apple TV series coming up where they're telling this story of these battles, and one of the chiefs that actually Jason Momoa is playing is Kaiana, and Kaiana is one of the chiefly figures that originally is with Kamehameha on his army, but then they have a kind of a falling out, and in the end it climaxes at this battle of Nu'uanu. So it's going to be a really epic series.
Yeah,
Great story.
I was hoping for Jason Momoa to ring me up as like a role as a warrior, but I guess I didn't make the warrior cut in that upcoming film. But I'll be watching it. But
yeah, awesome.
All right, so getting you caught back up in the action here. This is Heat 1, round number 2. It's been pumping all day. We've been listening to Surfline, our official forecaster for the Eddy. They told us that this swell would peak right during kind of midday into the afternoon. And we started off with big Waimea, but now, Isaiah, we're seeing huge Waimea. We're seeing some near closeout sets.
I know, those ones Luke Shepardson had and Billy Kemper in that last heat, those were maxing out. So it's exciting for us to watch, and I'm sure very nerve-wracking for our contestants.
Another set coming through here, and we'll see if we have any takers on the third wave of the set. The first two kind of roll under all of our competitors. Our competitors positioning themselves. We got a paddle here, and oh.
Taking a look, that was Eli Olsen.
Taking a good hard look at that one.
All I can say is wow. That was a big, steep drop to be had, and it looked like we had two surfers paddling for that one. Eli Olsen and John Florence, some old friends. Scratching into this one. John says he wants it. Eli right in front of him. And the two friends are going to share a wave at the bay. That is just poetry in surfing Waimea. Eli Olsen, John Florence, again, making it look easy.
Oh, so fun to watch that, and make, again, having these two friends that are almost like brothers sharing a wave together at Waimea. Very steep late drop. That's what makes it exciting. The fact that John was able to make that being deeper in the peak shows that probably the value will go a little bit more because he was in the more critical part of the wave. But man, some big waves today. There's a famous image of Eddie Aikau that really put him on the map. This was in 1967 or 68, where he's taking off on a wave similar to some of these big closeout waves. There's John Florence and Eli Olsen.
Love these guys. And you know, they got their out there. Their John on his, I'm sure it's a Paisel Padlack. He's, you know, guy who's stuck with his shaper since whatever 10 years of age. Oh, one more look at this, Isaiah.
Yeah, I can see how drops in deep, way under the sea level, and the two right there's a water angle. Look at how late he is. Turns the board right as he's dropping in so he doesn't get thrown over the falls. Beautiful wave. You know, I noticed he's riding a red board, which is, I don't know if it's an homage to Eddie, because Eddie was known for his red board and catching these massive waves in the 60s and 70s.
I used to talk to some big wave riders who I'm just fortunate to have in my life and in family, and some uncles. And Kimo Hollinger, who was a North Shore pioneer, Hawaiian big wave rider, he told me he always liked the colored boards, especially red boards and stuff, because a lot of those guys didn't have leashes back then, so you could see a red board in this foamy whitewater like this far easier than you could see a white board. So the red board had like also had almost a function to it by having the color on the board, so you can find it, you know, in a sea of white.
And can you imagine? I mean, today we're blessed with we have the water ski, the jet ski to be there to rescue. We have inflatable suits, we have leashes, and so much technology. I mean, during Eddie's time when he was surfing the bay, they didn't even have leashes, let alone any of those other things.
Yeah, and you know what? We made an announcement earlier, and we wanted to say aloha oi and our condolences and prayers to the Curran family. Pat Curran going to heaven today, an original Waimea surfer, one of the pioneers out here. And I think, you know, maybe some of Pat's energy and light is shining down on this swell.
I agree. Yeah, Pat Curran and Ricky Grigg and Greg Knoll, and I mean, you mentioned Kimo Hollinger, which is important to know that there were a mix of Hawaiian and Californian surfers surfing back in those times. I mentioned earlier Kealoha Ka'io. Our condolences also to the Aikau family, where
with Saul
Aikau's passing recently, and so we're dedicating this event also to Saul, who passed recently as well.
Yeah, a lot of energy, a lot of mana coming into. That's what makes this so unique. And as we see, this is going to be thinking that was pink on that wave. Here we go. Getting another angle.
Andrew Moeller. Oh, in the back. We have two riders up.
I'm sorry, that was Jake Maki, and I think that was orange, but 2 riders in the back. We got to ID them, and we'll get another angle on it so we can check it out. But here we go, Isaiah. We're kicking it into another gear here at Waimea. Another set coming through. This frequency of the sets seem to be increasing as well.
Oh my goodness, watch that wave just unload and barrel. Looked like it was gonna spit on the end, which is something you'd see more at Pipeline, but Waimea is delivering some powerful waves today.
Kai Lenny repositioning as we fly up above. And so maybe that was Kai on that last wave that came through. He looks energized. This is Jake Maki on the inside. That's the orange jersey for the Goofy Foot teenager from the North Shore. Having to jump off his board. Leash test time for Maki.
All right, one of the young guys from the nearby here on the North Shore. Graduated from Kahuku High School.
Jake's one of those kids too that, you know, the continuation of big wave riders born and bred on the North Shore is just this place. You know, we have people who spend their entire life trying to get here, and they train here and they come here every year. But the homegrown talent, imagine someone like a young Jake who's just, this has been his backyard for as long as he's known.
Right, right. There's a replay of this one. And that is Jake's wave. Did a great job of re-emerging out of that incredible bombing wave that blew up right behind him right here. Boom! Disappears, re-emerges, does the Houdini act, and that'll be a great wave for his score line. This is where we have the 2 riders up, both of them up, and both of them disappear.
Yeah, so that looked like it was Aaron Gold behind Kai Lenny. Remember, Kai Lenny's on top of the leaderboard right now, so a lot of things can change. We've seen that in every, you know, we've seen that in every Eddie. We can look back just to, you know, 2009 with one of the last waves of the event. Greg Long took that leaderboard off of the hands of Kelly Slater. Kelly wanted to make it 2. Kelly Slater winning in 2002. He was leading in that final heat in 2009 when Greg Long caught that bomb at Waimea, changed the scene, and put his name on notice to the big wave community, and really, you know, started the career of Greg Long with that 2009 Eddie win.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Well, we're going to have to go to a commercial right now to thank our sponsors, and we appreciate all of our sponsors. We'll be right back with the conclusion of Heat 1, round number 2, here at the Eddie Big Wave Invitational.
From a distance, you don't really notice, but once you really start sorting the sand, you realize, wow, there is actually a lot of plastic in here. There's definitely a need for us to clean the beaches. Sometimes you need a huge army of people to make an impact. Although we might not see the direct benefit of it, hopefully future generations will, and we have to start somewhere.
Movement. Our Hawaii moves. We are inspired and then we move with it. Movement. At Aloha Kia, you will be inspired. It's designed into every Kia. Be it for work, for family, for fun, for the environment, for the drive. In everything we do at Aloha Kia, we're inspired to get you moving. Inspiration. It's all over Hawaii. Go find it. Reserve the 2023 Kia Souls with Aloha Kia's Express purchase.
And remember,
You know a guy.
Hawaii's #1 news at 6 with Joe Moore, weeknights.
Fuel up with Diamond Bakery iconic cookies and crackers while watching the Eddie Invitational. Take our grab-and-goes and snack packs to the beach, the park, or wherever you go. Diamond Bakery, serving Hawaii for over 100 years. Perfect for all of life's special moments.
Today's television broadcast is powered by Hawaiian Telcom. Experience the speed of Hawaii's only 100% fiber internet with Fi Optics for your home or business.
Aloha mai kako. Welcome back to the Eddie Big Wave Invitational 2023. You can see the awesome crowd on the beach. Many of these people slept here, camped here for at least a day or two just to be able to be on the spot here on the sand to watch this live action. The waves are pumping. We have a guest with us here, Dr. Josh Stopa, who works at the University of Hawaii as a professor in ocean and resource engineering program. He studies, of course, coastal management, but also the part of that process is understanding wave and climate. And welcome and thank you for joining us, Justin.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So, being the expert as an engineer and the PhD, and we're colleagues of sorts. You know, I've been able to join you in your class before, and as a guest visitor, and so, but we have, you know, you're here to. Your expertise is also with understanding this swell and how to track it. So that's really outside of my realm as a historian. We're gonna see if there's a wave ridden, but when we after this wave, you could maybe tell us a little bit more of the science behind this swell and what we're seeing here at Waimea Bay today.
Yeah, certainly.
Here we go. A closeout set.
Well, this event in particular is not so unique in its strength, but it's very unique with its position in proximity to Hawaii. That's why it's so big. The waves are so big today.
All right, so, oh my goodness, speaking of big waves, here we have a rider up, going backside, riding this behind the curtain, is able to emerge through the foam. Let's see if they can ride through this next section. That is Landon McNamara, who's had a couple of really good waves. One, in fact, a perfect score earlier in round one. Looks like he's gonna ride this one in through the inside. So, Justin, in other words, we, as we're watching Landon ride through on this inside section through the shore break, the swell is big today, not necessarily because the size of the storm, but its proximity to us here on the North Shore.
Yeah, that's correct. It's actually very similar to the 2002 event. The storm track and the proximity and the strength of the storm were very similar.
Whereas in 2016, you'd say the storm was a lot bigger?
That storm was stronger probably, but further away.
Okay.
But it had much more magnitude in the winds inside the generation of the storm, and that created similar size waves as today.
Now, to our viewers, maybe you could explain how is it that we can predict, what is the science of knowing and predicting these swells? I know we have buoys and we have other kind of forecasting, but what else goes into the process of predicting, you know, because we almost ran the Eddie last week and we decided not to, and what is it that they're watching for that can predict these events before they actually take place?
Well, the workhorse behind a lot of it is mathematical models. That's the only thing that really gives us forecast, and if we have a good wind forecast, we can run that through our mathematical models.
All right, we're going to watch this replay real quick. This is of Landon McNamara. Gets around that section, rides through the foam, and this is one he takes it all the way to shore.
But it doesn't compare to Waimea Bay.
Look at the size of that whitewash. That's not something you'd normally want to catch in whitewash, but my goodness, he's doing his best to stay hanging on to that one. So, sorry, I interrupted you. Tell us a little bit more.
So at this particular event, I was watching it about a week ago, and the forecast was changing quite a bit, which usually means that there's uncertainty in some part of the storm, rather the magnitude of the track. And then it kind of settled down about 4 days ago, and the forecast was consistent. What was really good yesterday yesterday there was a satellite that passed overhead of the storm, and that was 46 feet measured by a satellite altimeter. So that, for me, was like the first confirmation that the waves were actually that big.
Wow, yeah, and I know, you know, we have competitors that we have to give them advance notice, and that's not always easy to do, especially if and it seemed like with this swell, as I was watching it too on Surfline, that it seemed to change quite a bit, and so it wasn't, as you're saying, until we had that imagery. Was it yesterday you said that just?
Yesterday afternoon, we got a direct hit with an altimeter. The previous days, they kept missing the storm because these satellites don't always cross overhead of the event, of the peak.
Right. So, what can we expect for the remainder of the day?
Yeah, so there's a buoy northwest of Kauai run by the National Data Buoy Center, 51001, and that gives us about a 4 to 5 hour look into the future. So the waves there, this morning it was about at 7:30, it was about 25 feet, and that looks like it was the biggest so far, so we can expect that in about an hour. Look, I think then there might be a little bit of a lull, and then it almost is consistent. Maybe 24 feet. Again, that's offshore of Kauai, so here you can expect maybe closer to that closeout wave we saw earlier. I think we'll see more waves like that in about an hour and a half.
Yeah, I mean, what's really nice, and we were talking earlier during the break, that it's not just about the size of the swell, but it's the timing of it, right? Because a swell will peak, and sometimes if it peaks in the middle of the night or early in the morning, then it doesn't really offer a full day of competition. But it seems like this one has the right timing with us.
That's perfect, right? It started this morning, 7 a.m., and just got bigger throughout the day. So the other thing interesting with this swell, since it was so close to us here in Hawaii, there's a broadband range of frequencies or wave periods, and this means the waves will be really consistent, but sometimes it's a little shifty, and I think you can see that with the competitors.
So you're saying because it's close and the shiftiness that it may make it more challenging to pick the right one.
Right, and even on the buoy now, you can see some periods are about 21 seconds, and then it goes down to even about 16 seconds. So it's a pretty large range of wave periods.
So when you say shifty, what do you mean by that?
Just when these different wave periods interact with each other, you can get a peak that starts moving a bit. And I think you can see some of that on the biggest waves here.
Well, do you have somebody, a favorite that you're rooting for today in this event?
It's just great to watch everybody. I don't have a favorite.
All right, well, Justin, a professor from the University of Hawaii at Manoa, got his PhD from there in Manoa as well. And thank you for joining us. Appreciate your time and being here with us in the booth.
Yeah, thank you. Aloha.
Aloha.
Because the Aikau Foundation is a truly great thing for the up-and-coming youth of Hawaii.
5013C, tax-deductible donations going to an incredible cause. The memory, the legend, the inspiration of Eddie Aikau alive.
Well, as you can see, our lineup is taking a little bit of a break, and our competitors are sitting in the lineup waiting for the right place to be. As we heard our Professor Stopa explain that sometimes with this interval swell, that with a close storm, that the peak can be a little shifty, and understanding where to sit is sometimes not as certain. And again, dedicating this event, of course, to Eddie Aikau and his legacy at surfing Waimea Bay. And when he was 21 years old, Kaipo, that was where he got this big swell, and there's a very famous photo of him taking off on one of these that looked like a closeout, took off behind the peak, and you can see him with a really solid wide stance, angling, knifing into the wave, but you can see the peak in front of him. That wave basically made Eddie famous, and this was actually this one year, he had quite the year where he made it to the finals in the Duke Invitational competition, was known for surfing one of the biggest days at the Bay and getting the best shot of that day. And then at the end of that year, he got the call to be the first lifeguard at Waimea Bay at this beach.
Yeah.
And so in that one year really was like a big year for him. And since then, and then for the next remainder of those few years, he continued surfing in competition. And the Bay became sort of his spot, especially as he was posted up here as the lifeguard, the first lifeguard as well at Waimea Bay, because it was such a dangerous and treacherous place to be, that they wanted their most trusting individuals to be there, and he did his job incredibly. They said under his watch, not one person lost their life.
Yeah, incredible. And the celebration of the life and legacy of Eddie Aikau. And you talk about treacherous Waimea, and we're seeing some of Waimea's treachery right now as this set rolls through. We saw that first wave of the set. No one able to paddle into that one. Offshore winds, another big wave raises to the horizon. Big drop here, lining this one up. And it looks like Kai Lenny getting exploded there on the bottom, if I'm correct. We lost him in the trough for a second from our vision. Here we go. Big drop there for blue, Aaron Gold. And both surfers unable to withstand the mountain of white water that has encompassed them, but a great effort by both of those surfers.
Yeah, Kai Lenny, as you mentioned earlier, in round one, he was the top of our leaderboard, and he's still staying busy and active. And as you said earlier, in 2009, when Kelly Slater was in the lead throughout most of the day, it's not over until all the heats are done. So, so Kai's still got some work to do to keep on. There we go. Here's this angle from the drone. Kai Lenny making that drop, comes around that, explodes behind him. He actually does reappear, and afterwards where he loses his footing and his balance, there's a water angle of it. Look at the size of that wave. Right here it explodes right behind him and still rides through that section. So I think that hopefully will be a keeper for him and put it into his queue.
Thank you for all of our production staff here making this event go back. And of course we got Kaipo Guerrero and Rocky Cannon.
No, it was.
Hey, I just want to say something for all this coverage, as everyone who can't make it down to the beach, like these thousands of people. For those of you who are enjoying this on Surfline as well as K-High, I want to thank Eddie He and Sean Keeley, Justin Aguilar, Ryder Yamamoto, Dave Yamagata, and Steven Tercino, some of the crew there at K2, KHON2 and K-High for all of their efforts that they've put in here, and Hawaiian Telecom for their support as well. Thank you to the entire crew, Christina and the crew over there at KHON2 for making all this possible. Isaiah, this was a fire drill, if you will. We don't have, you know, a lot of planning that we're able to do. We hear the swells coming, there's speculation, you don't know if it's going to go, and then within the last, I want to say 36 to 48 hours, everyone's had to scramble together to make this show possible.
Yeah, and so big mahalo to everybody in their teams that getting the, and it's the, you know, the ocean, right? It's you never know exactly what it's going to turn out to. We had Dr. Stopa explaining that we didn't know until last night precisely how powerful this storm was, or yesterday afternoon, when a satellite flew right over the storm and was able to confirm that they had 45-foot waves coming. And so it makes it challenging in our sport to adjust, because there's, you know, like you said, there isn't really that window that gives us something that we can always plan for.
Yeah, Keone Downing, 1990 Eddie winner, had a famous quote to me, Keone being a mentor of mine, where he said, "I don't get excited till it hits the buoys. That's when I know it's real. When those buoys start moving, those NOAA buoys that we have out in the Pacific that move with the swells and give us a physical reading of the swell, then we can really count on that as the actual swell." A lot of it is the science of, I think you guys talked about the science of forecasting, but a lot of that are computer models, correct?
Right, correct. And so you're right, yeah, and even, I mean, Justin was saying too, it wasn't, like you said, you know, the physical manifestation of the buoys, we had the readings this morning, the buoys off of Kauai, and once you get those readings, you can predict with a lot more accuracy of exactly what time it peaks and so forth. And so he was saying that we're going to see some more closeout sets today, and then it may take a little lull, and then the afternoon we're going to see that same amount of pulse of these big swells coming to us.
Yeah, so we can see with the buoy readings, and it depends on the swell angle, but I believe it's about 12 hours or so, and varying about the swell angle, correct?
Correct.
And so you can see when the buoys go down, that's when we have a little breather in the swell, but I guess the buoys pop back up, right?
Right.
John Florence jump
Yeah, so great to have Justin here from UH Manoa, and great to have you here as well, Dr. Isaiah Walker. Isaiah is you teach at BYU, but what's your actual subjects that you teach?
Yeah, so I'm a professor of history. I got a PhD at UC Santa Barbara, and I've been a professor at BYU Hawaii in the history department for the last 17 years, actually. Recently, I'm in administration right now, so my title right now is academic vice president at BYU Hawaii. I'd like to shout out to all of our local kids to keep us on the map, to consider BYU Hawaii as an option for you. We have a lot of great programs, but yeah, so I teach history, world history,
that's right,
Hawaiian history.
Hey, no need to go mainland.
Right.
Stay at home at mom and dad. The rent is free. And go to BYU.
The best kept secret. It's a small school, but I mean, on the North Shore. I came here actually from Hilo. I grew up in Hilo, went to school, BYU Hawaii as a freshman. And I was like, brah, like 15 minutes from VLAN.
It's a great place, and we celebrate that for sure. Action in the water right here with a little bit of a paddle. That one slips underneath our competitors in this first heat of round 2. Again, round robin format, 2 rounds surfed by each of our heats, 8 surfer heats. Out of those, and 4 waves maximum ridden in each of the heats. So out of those 8 waves, you take your top 3 wave scores, add those together, and that's how we get our leaderboard, and that's how we're gonna crown a champ, defending champ. John Florence, currently out in the water in the yellow jersey. He wants to take that top spot again.
Right. So if you're interested in learning more about Duke Kahanamoku, I recommend Stuart Holmes Coleman wrote a book called Eddie Would Go. It's about over 20 years ago. Did a really good job in that piece. Waves of Resistance, it's a book that I authored a few years back that talks a bit about Hawaii and the North Shore and Eddie Aikau as well. So it's really great that we have this legacy of surfers and Hawaiian history, and that's like you were saying earlier, Kaipo, that this is one thing really cool and unique about this particular event, that it's not just celebrating the current wave action, but this legacy and this tradition of surfing that's taken place for thousands of years, and for it to be here at Waimea Bay in the valley of this very powerful and historically significant place just adds to that mana.
Yeah, and I'm feeling it, and you can see the gathering there. A lot of people, you may be messaging me, DMing me. I got you guys. I'm trying to get you guys scores, okay? But this is Hawaiian kind, and I'm waiting for the update from the beach. And sometimes we got to use the coconut wireless, so I apologize for that. We're going to keep on updating you as soon as we get them. They'll be verbally, we're going to tell you the scores and the leaderboard. That is our capacity right here. How you say, e ho'omanawa nui. Is this it?
Ho'omanawa nui?
Yeah, like be patient.
E kalamai, wait for us, excuse us.
Yeah, e kalamai, yeah, just excuse me, but we're gonna get it.
E kali means to wait.
Aye. So here we go. As we see the orange caution tape by our city and county lifeguards corralling off the people from the beach, which is a really important aspect because North Shore of Oahu, you can have these times where there's nothing going on. It looks safe. It looks almost inviting. And those are just lulls, because before you know it, that flat ocean right there turns into an extremely dangerous place with wave heights on the face up to 40, 50 feet. But the calm is what tricks people, Isaiah.
Right, yeah, and that's what it keeps our lifeguards really busy. In fact, we talk about Eddie Aikau as a lifeguard, and he had a philosophy of like, you gotta warn them before they get into this situation. It's the preemptive stuff that really makes a difference. So he's really good at like encouraging people not to go near the water line because it'll sweep you off your feet and then drag you out into the ocean. And there's a very strong current there. You can see as evidence with that chop and all that water moving around that our jet skis are trying to, you know, manage. So you're right. It's easy to assume that there's a safe time because the waves are taking a break, but they're coming back.
On that series of closeout sets, there
had a shot of the tower there. That's a newer tower. In Eddie's day, there wasn't air conditioning. And,
and on that big reinforced concrete pole as well, pillar, if you would. Scratching.
Scratching. Go.
Oh, Landon McNamara taking a look at that one. Wanted it badly, just couldn't get in and under the lip. Skis getting out of the way as a massive set hits here. Now we're talking about how it goes from calm to extreme. Giant drop, tippy toes, making it to the bottom. Eli Olsen.
Oh. 2 riders to 0 riders. That was a bomb.
I'm thinking that was Eli Olsen and Jake Maki on that wave. Here we go, one more. Giant drop and couldn't make it to the bottom. Looked like Aaron Gold on that one.
My goodness, we'll get that in the replay to get a closer up, but that was action.
More sets coming, lining up across the bay. This one looks like it's going to take out the entire lineup and likely connect to the left across the bay. Hawaiian Water Patrol surveying the destruction on the inside, and it looks like
that was White.
Eli Olsen saying he's okay.
Yep.
Flying above here, you can see the repositioning, and what a scoop right now, getting Eli on the back of that ski and out of the way. May have broken a leash. We'll see if he's still got his board with him. Got the board. Nope. No, that's just the ski escaping. And with that throttle right there, that could be Keone Keolana, one of the fastest ski drivers in the world. He likes the throttle. Look at this big wave.
Oh. It's amazing. Waimea Bay, one thing that really distinguishes this wave and the way that it breaks is there's part of it, right where the lip hits, usually a wave will explode and then kind of shoot up and a little bit out. But that last one that we saw, it shot out like 50 feet to the front. And when you're riding a wave and like you got what seems like a fire hose shooting you from behind, it's very hard to maintain your stance and posture.
Look at this drill right now by Hawaiian Water Patrol. They're going to have to zigzag inside of the surf line right now because there's no way. It looked like the channel, the channel has been taken out. So you can see these guys zigzagging here, checking on the competitors. Looks like that's going to be blue. Aaron Gold, he's going to get on the sled and trying to do the pickup and just missing him. So keeping a watchful eye, Hawaiian Water Patrol. Eli Olsen, you can see him too. They've been taking quite a few waves with the rest of the set, Isaiah.
Yeah. We call that in surfing getting caught inside, where you're unable to avoid the wave and there's nothing you can do but just take it on the head. And oftentimes here, of course, at Waimea Bay, we see this, you ditch your board, go under it, this close to shore. So explosion on the shore break.
So also that means these surfers have had to take numerous waves on the head and have been pushed near the shore break after basically getting exploded after the takeoff. Okay, so let's check this out. Let's check what the decision time is. And that's just coming in. He's okay. All right, good sign. That's Landon McNamara. Making it to shore, yeah.
Probably took 5 or 6 monstrous waves on the head, and of course you have to hold your breath each time. It looks like he also took his leash off. Look at this replay here. John Florence. This is a heat recap.
Yeah, that was John Florence and Jake Maki on that giant wave going all the way across the bay. Check this one out.
Beautiful one. This looks like Greg Long.
Yeah, Greg Long with a nice drop, staying in control there. One more view, this time of Landon McNamara on the backhand.
Yeah, he got behind that boil and that whitewash just engulfed him.
John Florence making it look easy, airdropping into this huge wave.
John had a really good heat in this round. He got a couple of keeper scores, so I think that'll really help him on the leaderboard.
Here comes Jake, grabbing rail off the takeoff. And trying to outrun that explosion, does so.
Oh, and this was Landon again. Caught a couple of really good rides in this wave, in this heat, excuse me. Made it around that one. We also saw him on that last heat, that last set. Oh, and this is from way deep. Kai Lenny.
Yeah, our current leader, Kai Lenny, looking to add upon his score. And look at this drop. And the result of the impact there.
Massive explosion. Oh, Aaron Gold took
We'll
that
be
one on the
back
head.
right after these messages.
Exploring big waves for us was kind of our world. It was about how big of a wave can we paddle. You relied on yourself. Safety was not a priority. It worked for years until it didn't.
It's our job in the news business to gather relevant facts and report them so you can be informed.
And there are a lot more ways to get the news to you than ever before.
Of course, there's this way.
And multiple other ways for you to get our reporting.
There's the tried and true.
And the relatively new.
However you get the news,
we're working for you.
KHON2.
Working for Hawaii.
If you enjoy having a 40-hour work week, give a union a shaka. If you value safer working conditions, family medical coverage, and paid sick leave, give a union a shaka. If you appreciate retirement benefits and better pay, let's see that shaka. Because it took 80 years of middle-class workers standing together to earn the many job benefits we all enjoy today. What can your union do for you? Why don't you ask them? A message brought to you by HGEA.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau. We're in the second round. This is heat number 2 out in the water. And on the set is Kaipo along with Rocky Cannon. And Rocky, whew, that last flurry, we saw some big waves at the bay and big crowds as well.
Aloha Avakea, good midday. It is the afternoon, early afternoon now in Hawaii at Waimea Bay. The crowds are thronging at the beach as well as along the highway, around the rim, and every spot that is safe on the shore is taken by a spectator and watching very carefully. Heat number 1 of round 2. Exiting the water, back safely on the beach, and yeah, that last heat, consistent bombing, closeouts, water patrol having to negotiate tons and tons of white water and foam, helping surfers get back to their board, and just a lot of stuff going on out there, bro.
Here's some replays that happened while we were away. Let's check it out.
Yeah, looks like our surfer in red, possibly, or pink. That was, or orange, I should say. That was Tyle Shipman.
And behind him,
local fireman.
Yeah, and behind him in the red jersey, Ezekiel Lau.
And Zeke has some pretty good scores on the board so far, as we see yellow. That is.
That's Nathan Fletcher.
That is Nathan Fletcher.
That is Nathan Fletcher.
All right, so Nate Fletcher getting out there. Nice to see him.
I put the confusion on Rocky because I crossed out Nathan and put red for Mikey Red, who's an alternate, but that's actually Nathan Florence that Mikey Red is. So, Kalamai. Excuse me, Rocky.
Yeah. We have a penalty for
not even
we're throwing a
penalty.
flag.
This is any kind right here.
I love it though.
That we're
Good fun.
bringing you, yeah. So and it's been great covering all of this. We're just keeping the information flowing. I'm hoping again that the Coconut Wireless is going to soon light up and give me the latest standings on the leaderboard.
Yep, I think there's a coconut being delivered, being hand carried.
Just shake 'em.
From the Bay, the Tradewind Wireless too.
So yeah, let's take a look at who we have in this heat. We have Emily Erickson out there in the pink jersey. Cora Rothman is in blue. Mark Healy, he's in purple. Nathan Fletcher's in yellow. Nick Von Rupp, all the way from Portugal, he is in white. In orange, Tyo Shipman. In red, Ezekiel Lau. And in black, stay psyched, it's J.O.B., Jamie O'Brien.
Oh yeah, so this is round 2. We've seen these surfers already in the water and taken to it for their second attempt. Some love on the beach right there for Andrea Moeller, coming in from heat number 1 of round 2.
And again, this eddy that we're running right here, we have made it co-ed, and it's great for women's surfing. It's great for women's big wave riding. Each of these heats have at least one female surfer in each of the heats. And when we get to the next heat, actually heat number 3, we're going to have 2 in the way of Justine DuPont and KK Kiala Kenley. But right now, Emmy Erickson is out there in the lineup in the pink jersey, a second-generation big wave rider. Her dad, Roger Erickson, was a fixture at the Bay, especially through, you know, the 70s and 80s, and one of those guys that were riding big waves, you know, before inflation vests, before jet skis, you know. And
if you guys are wondering, this is easy, brah. Like, it's easy. But yeah, Roger Erickson, also a lifeguard for a time as well, watching over the safety of all of our beachgoers on the North Shore. And I believe, I mean, it's got to be historically significant, the only father-daughter combo of Eddie competitors over the years. Pretty outstanding.
Yeah. This year we have a father-son combination in the Eddie. We got Mason Ho competing, as well as Michael Ho, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
We got brothers out there as well,
Yeah.
you know. So it is, it's the best big wave surfers in the world. But then again, it's an invitational.
Yeah.
So you can't, you know, nobody can just enter. You have to be invited. And just to get invited to this event is an honor in itself.
Yeah, and you know, the alternate list, you look at who's on that list, it is an amazing collection of big wave surfers, and we've had a couple of them get into this event today due to injury. We've also seen in the past, especially with our international surfers, sometimes hard to make the logistics of getting here to the Bay when it's called on. Here we go. It's on for our surfer in orange. That looks like Tyo Shipman once again, possibly. Orange, pink, or red. Pick a color and stick with it. But lots of tents, lots of people. They've been here since last night, yesterday even, and then just hoarding to the beach this morning.
All the people camping over there in the bushes on top of the cliff. Look at you guys. No need permit. Everybody just charged it. Huh?
Oh, bro, it's the Eddie permit. Anything goes. Eddie would go, and anything goes. That's pretty much the mantra when it's a day like today.
Hey, my mantra is please Malama Waimea and pick up all of your rubbish, pick up all of your opala, everybody that's coming down to the beach, on the cliffs, in the bushes, whatever. Gather more trash than you even brought.
Yeah, this is for next year, because you guys can't hear us on the beach, but
Yeah.
when you guys come down.
When you watch it later, because we're going to have the replay this evening on KHON2. We're going to have the replay, so when you get back home and you hear it, yeah, it just should be every day. You know what I mean? We are one ocean. That's I'm wearing my hat because that's my cause. We are one ocean.
As we see the ocean folding over at the takeoff zone. Yeah, we've yet to see a Goofy Foot winner at this Eddie, and I'm really trying to see if this is the breakthrough year for a Goofy Foot. We've seen Landon McNamara get some bombs. He's checked in all of his scores, and we saw a pair of Goofy Footers there. I think that was Mark Healy and Cole Rothman.
Yep. Yep. Or
it could have been Nick Von Rupp
yeah,
too,
in the white
jersey. But
we do have 8 surfers out there, and it looks like we have 1, 2, 3 of them being Goofy Foots, Cole Rothman, Mark Healy, and Nick Von Rupp.
And just quickly back to your mention, I love the message of picking up your trash, because you're so right. Doesn't matter whose it is all ours, as we see Nick Von Rupp in the white in front of Cole Rothman, who's in the blue. So a pair of Goofy Foots sharing a wave at Waimea on their backhand.
Yeah, so we talk about the judging, Rocky. I would think that Cole is going to get the higher score out of the two. He was deeper on the wave in a more critical section, correct?
Yes. And that's almost what you can guarantee. If 2 surfers ride the wave equally, the deeper surfer will get a little notch or a nudge in the score.
Right.
That is the more critical point of the wave to be in, as you so eloquently mentioned just a minute ago. And steep, deep, and underneath.
Stay steep, deep, underneath, and there is the river over at Waimea.
And stay patient in the traffic, and it's going to be one of those days.
Only one way in. Actually, 2 ways out.
Yeah.
You can go around the island 2 ways, but you're going to end up in the same place because it's an island.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be difficult to find yourself in a different location driving around in a circle, but that highway right there and that bridge is just going to be a choke point for the entire island today.
And there you can see, look at the water, like you talked before, coming from the ocean, connecting to the river right over that berm.
Yeah, you don't want to be a river roller. We've seen those before. Not expecting to get wet, dry clothes on, backpack aerating, yard sail.
There goes the cell phone.
And then, but that sand is also super deep, so it's not like you can like fully sprint through it. It's one step and you're like up to your knees, so you got to really plan it well with your timing and crossing that very low-lying point, watching out for those big sets washing over.
Yeah, Rocky. Yeah, look at these big sets coming right now. You know, summertime we have the 4th of July paddle race the Hui Nalu puts on, and the final thing after you do your long paddle from Sunset or Turtle Bay all the way to Waimea is you got to run up that soft sand in the hill. And
yeah.
That's the killer.
I've seen guys go from first place to last place.
That would be me.
Not easy, that run up the beach.
You can paddle fast, but you got to run in the end. Well, here we go. Flying up above, lots of white water and still some jockeying of positioning out in the lineup in this Heat 2 of round 2. No priority we should bring up as well is, you know, it's positioning that gives you the right of way.
And the kind of camaraderie, gentleman, gentlewoman type of priority positioning, kind of, you know, back to the old school and the way Waimea, I think, was intended to be surfed from the very beginning. And I think all spots kind of in that way, but we are taking a step away from our conventional criteria and format with this non-elimination, non-priority, and pretty much non-interference.
Yeah, but that's priority every day, even free surfing. You know, if you're deep, why are you paddling on the shoulder? Just know that the guy's already got it.
Right.
You know, because I know, hey, we welcome everyone
hey,
to the surf.
You might pearl, though.
Yeah, that's what people count
Always
on.
got to check.
That's it. Yeah, check, but don't go.
But don't go.
Yeah. Just try to bring some etiquette and some you know, some of the unwritten rules that we have in surfing, because we've had a large surf audience join us in the last, I want to say, decade, and even more so in the last 3 years.
Couple of years, exactly. So we'll see a rider.
Dropping into this one, and who are we going to go with there? I'll let you go, Rocky. I'm going to go.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I'm going to go Kyle Shipman on that one. What do you think? Oh, maybe Zeke Lau.
Yep, Ezekiel.
Everybody gets 2 guesses.
The 2 guess maximum broadcast that we're bringing here.
We no more spotter over here.
Yeah, and Kaipo took 1 swing and he's like, I'll pass it to you now. Here's the rope.
Nah,
just kidding. We're having a good time.
We are. Ezekiel Lau, 29 years old, Hawaiian, Kamehameha Schools. And the good news is, Rocky, we're going to see Ezekiel Lau back on the championship tour when we kick off the tour. Here we go.
Yeah, nice late drop there for Zeke. Really casual looking, made it look a little easier than it actually was. Survives that gnarly whitewater that I heard Isaiah mention earlier. Shoots outwards into the flats, which is kind of unique to Waimea Bay, I feel like, or some of these larger waves or these big wave surf spots where the explosion doesn't go high in the air. As Zeke has a small kind smirk, not a super wide grin. He wants to get one of those grinners that he caught earlier this morning of a huge late drop. I think he got a near perfect score on that.
Yeah. Ezekiel Lau riding his 10-0 Wade to Coral gun. And this is Ezekiel's first Eddie. So, you know, really an honor for any surfer, but especially for Hawaiian surfers, you know, to get invited into this event.
Yeah, and then the invitation happens, and then it's like you do the opening ceremony, but then it's still like another notch or another step to reach is it actually runs. And so you can be invited years in a row without it running, but then now we're scratching the 7-year Eddie itch with 2023 happening, and Ezekiel Lau finally gets his chance.
Yeah, and a deserved invitee into the Eddie. Beautiful afternoon, and we've been very fortunate that these offshore winds have continued to just stick around for us. Looks like Mason Ho with his Pat Rawson gun getting ready for his go out.
From this angle, he looks like a Menehune competitor. Like he's just got that youthful like aura about him, and when he's looking that way and his long hair and stuff, I was like, what's the kid down there holding Mason's board for him?
Young at heart.
Making sure double knot that bugger. Yeah, right there. You know, like lose those on top national TV.
Hey, that's something to talk about as well. You got to keep your shorts on.
Right,
and when everything's going every different direction, it is something to pay attention to.
Yeah, if you're not wearing a wetsuit, you definitely want to keep those buggers double knotted and around your waist. So Mason Ho getting ready for his next heat, number 3 coming up.
Yeah, Mason Ho, 34 years old, but still really, you know, that Menehune, that Grom in heart. Like one of the most entertaining, I've said it before, I'll say it again, one of the most entertaining surfers in the entire world. When it just comes to like, you want to watch someone surf? Mason's gonna entertain you no matter what the wave is, where it is.
He is a creative genius when it comes to wave riding. I love it.
Notice he has the quad fin on his gun here.
Yeah, you know, and I was curious about some of the differences in choices for our surfers. We may even possibly still have one of those OG traditional single fin riders at the Bay.
We have Emily Erickson is out there on her Ryan Carlson single fin, her old faithful. She's Emily's out there, so you see the design change. You got someone paddling out on a quad, but right now in the heat you have a traditional single fin gun out in the lineup.
Right, and I think that's part of the beauty of this event, as well as the equipment choices, progressions, but also throwbacks and sticking to some traditional styles. Incorporating all of that in this single event is what makes this very special.
So still on the standby for any kind of information.
There's a high washer right there. That's a toe tickler. Reaching up the shoreline right there over the berm.
Yeah, so next heat we got Justine DuPont, Kala Kenley, Shane Dorian, Kahea Hart, Keali'i Mamala, Shumbo, Lucas Shianka, Mason Ho, and Peter Mel. Here we go, live action, and just getting a little bit, hitting some speed bumps toward the edge. That looked like that was Jamie O'Brien.
Yeah, looked like Black. Really digging in his rail and looking for that big bottom turn, but couldn't quite bring it back down as we watch live action for Yellow.
Nathan Fletcher.
All right, Nate Fletcher.
Nate Dogg getting one out there as well. We talked about Nathan Fletcher, 34 years old, lives on the North Shore now, originally from San Clemente, California. Nathan Fletcher, part of that Fletcher Ohana, that Fletcher family, Father Herbie, really put together as a pioneer here on the North Shore. invented traction in the way of Astrodeck.
Yeah.
And really brought, you know, when we talk about safety and jet skis and stuff, really one of the first guys to bring the jet ski into the surf.
Yeah, and maneuvering it and doing those kinds of things. On the backhand right here looks like Mark Healy in the purple.
So Healy with a big drop and a big bunch of white water behind him. Firm stance for Mark Healy. And he is going to maintain a finish right behind him, dropping into this one, getting to the bottom. That's going to be Nick Van Rupp out of Portugal.
Yeah, Nick making it to that open face on the inside section there and trying to stay close to the whitewater for a possible kind of length of ride, shore break extension possibility. We've seen that occur just a few times today, and it really comes with being able to draw that right line and keep with it. He's trying to pump and stay with it. Looks like it's going to fade out and not let him all the way into the shore break. That probably could be a blessing in disguise.
Yeah. So I shook the coconut tree and the
hey, what
information.
Do you know?
So here's our latest.
Crack them open, boo.
Bring them home. Here we go. Here's the latest in the leaderboard, and we got a big change on top. Number 1 right now, John Florence has taken the lead on the leaderboard. Kai Lenny currently in 2nd place, Landon McNamara in 3rd, Billy Kemper in 4th. So John, he's done surfing for today. Will he hold on to that top position?
Well, he's our defending champ, looking to be our first ever 2-time and back-to-back. That would be quite the story.
Yeah, so, gosh, he's got a perfect wave at 30, at 28.7, at 25.5. He does have a lead on the rest of the pack, Rocky, but we never like to speak too soon. We got lots of surfing going on, and our friends at Surfline tell us that they should pulse through the afternoon. Right here, we have this replay up and down.
That was JOB. Just behind the little boil there, further on the inside, looks like his foot kind of slipped off the back as we watch yellow. That is Nathan Fletcher. And Nathan kicks out. He had one of the most horrendous waves I've ever seen at Tiahupo'o at Chopo. That was just put him on the map as one of the craziest individuals on the planet.
Yeah, Nathan Fletcher.
All compliments. Mark Healy right there.
Healy survives a big mountain of whitewater. Yeah, Nathan Fletcher, I mean, giant waves. I mean, the guy's jumped out of a helicopter onto a wave.
Yeah. Pretty all-around talented guy, but definitely pushing limits on all fronts.
Here we go at Hawaiian Water Patrol. Talk to us about this dance to get through the whitewater and the shore break.
Oh man, it is such a delicate yet rough existence to be operating a jet ski in these conditions. Not only responsible for the lives of others, but responsible for an expensive piece of equipment and your own life on top of it all. It is, and then, you know, performing under pressure. There's an audience.
Right.
You can't deny the spectacle that is surrounding you. When you look up and you're on the ski in there, you look up to every inch of land is covered by a person.
What kind of problem can all this whitewater present for a jet ski when we talk about the impeller and the propulsion of that
Well,
jet
it
ski?
does have to suck up the water to get propulsion and to get into the impeller and the jet. And it only functions with water.
Right.
It does not function well when it sucks up air or foam. And that will cause it, I've heard the word cavitate. Basically, it's like a misfire when you're pulling the throttle. It's revving, but you're not going anywhere. And nothing's happening as far as forward motion. So very tricky to operate in these conditions. Very tricky to operate that high in the lip and airdrop. Wow.
Kyle Shipman going for it. You could see him getting hung up in the lip by the offshore wind and unable to get the inertia that it would take to get down that wave face.
You know, I'm not sure if, you know, sometimes you stop paddling too soon, or I heard Twiggy explain sometimes that there's a little current actually pulling up the face or some water moving against you with the wind. You pair that together, that's just not a positive equation for your big wave endeavor.
I would give it maybe 76 feet.
Yeah, we had a talk, and we had a piece with Brock Little talking about his closeout wave that he caught at the Bay, legendary wave, and how he couldn't get down the face at all because there was so much water moving up the face. Here's a replay.
He's trying to go like down an up escalator right there. There's a water angle of Tile just stroking into it, gets to his feet, and then is a little hung up. Just that little separation of the board from the wave creates that slippage off the front. You saw his front foot kind of slide, almost did the splits as he was going into the water. So it was a little bit scary for a moment there, I'm sure, for Tile, but he looks to be up and okay with bombs out the back.
Oh my, here we go. You can see him coming, and the guys out there in the lineup, they can see him coming.
The crowd feels it on the beach. They're starting to cheer.
Oh, this is a big set, Rocky.
Oh, man.
Is it going to take out the entire lineup?
Possibly.
Is anyone going to spin on this wave?
Who's in position? Jet ski trails over the shoulders of these waves, tells you they're on the move as well.
Oh my, oh.
Mark. Oh, that was Mark Healy just floating and fluttering. My goodness, on a 50-foot face. Oh, geez.
One more. Let's see if we got any takers here. There's just like too much water drawing. I don't know if that one's even possible riding.
Right, I know. Like, you need like go-go gadget arms to be able to get into that. Like with, you know, orangutan arms or something. Like it is just almost impossible to paddle in from where those surfers were, how deep they were.
Oh, and sometimes I almost feel like on a real concave, cupped out giant wave like that, it turns to physics in a way.
Yeah.
Like, it's, you know, the inertia it takes to actually catch it and then stand up and get down the wave face.
It's mathematically not possible.
At times,
on paper.
Yeah, I'm not professor, but
yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
You know,
and some of these big boards we talked about a little earlier with Isaiah is like, even though the wave is huge, it still has a hard time fitting a 10-foot board into the contour of some of these waves. So you factor in so many variables of what can go wrong. And just like the Eddie needs everything to go right to have this event, the surfers catching these waves need just as much to go right to be able to make it down the face.
Isn't it true? You have to be far enough in so that you can catch the wave, but you have to start paddling soon enough to get enough of that hull speed to even catch it. And you could just see Mark Healy, he wanted it.
Totally.
But
he was
couldn't get down the face.
Just could not. And I think at a certain point he was like, okay, I have a chance to get out of this unscathed.
Right.
And I'm going to pull the, you know, the emergency brake right now.
Look at this vision.
Oh my gosh, that's a monster. Oh, that was like almost, if he would have kept going, it would have looked like Brock Goofyfoot.
Yeah.
Potentially.
That one took out the Bay. That one went,
Yeah.
you know, corner to corner at Waimea, and that is a giant wave.
You see our next heat getting some kokua, some help out to the lineup, and preparing for their second attempt. That'll be heat 3 that's on deck. Heat number 2 of round 2 right now is the heat that we're watching live. And look at all of, it looks like a giant unsavory hot tub.
Look at the lines on the horizon and more swells hitting the peak here at Waimea. And look at the Water Patrol.
Oh, they're on the move.
Starting to gun it.
Yeah.
They recognize where they're at as well.
And look on out to the horizon.
Oh.
This drone view shows you the mountains of water that are approaching the lineup right now.
Oh, dropping into this one.
I think that's Mark.
Healy again. Oh, going for it.
Swallowed. Oh my gosh, what a charger.
Well, Healy, an incredible free diver, Rocky, and I think he's free diving right now as we speak.
It's expensive right now, not so free. He's paying some price.
Yeah.
But yeah, he is
got back to the surface, so
one of those guys that, yeah, he can dive
deep
80 feet on one breath, maybe plus. I'm not gonna, you know, shortchange him at all, but he goes super deep, and he had to use all of it right there.
And what about the situation he's in right now?
Taking the rest on the head.
Oh, here we go. Look at this
to the
pickup.
Water Patrol. Better hurry, guys. There we go. They got it.
So impressive.
Another big wave approaching here.
Our safety team, Hawaiian Water Patrol, I can't talk about it enough. Just so impressive on how quick the pickups are right now in these hazardous giant conditions.
Yeah, and the communication too, because you've got like 6 or 7 rescue skis out there trying to, you know, triage and see who needs what, when, and where.
Right.
And, you know, it's a big area, but it gets small when you put more skis in the water, and you know, the fear and the result of collision is real. So these guys got to be ultra aware. The non-verbal communication as well, just knowing what to do and knowing each other so well is a big part of it.
Replay time.
Oh boy. Here's Mark Healy on a bomb. He was going to do this on the wave before. Gets a second chance and makes it all worth it. Huge drop. That is going to get some attention from our judges.
That's what it's all about. You know, executing those steep drops on giant waves. KK on the paddle out. Kiala Kenley.
There she goes with her body harness leash. That technique to protect the lower limbs and avoid the possibility of having your leash around your ankle being ripped one way or the other and doing something to your ankle or your knee. A very real possibility. So cool to see the creativity and innovation there from KK.
Really a pioneer in women's big wave surfing, and we are celebrating. One of the many things we're celebrating here at the Eddie Big Wave Invitational is the women in the big wave community. We have at least one female surfer in each of these heats.
Correct.
And it's been a celebration on the progression of women's big wave surfing, and we're also really celebrating the inclusion of all of the women in this year's Eddie. It's been tremendous.
They've earned it, and I know there's a lot of our Wahine surfing pioneers, anti-rail, just to name one of many, but one that stands out for me as we see the stoked Kahuku Red Raiders on the beach right there. One of 2 North Shore high schools. Don't forget about us Bulldogs, all right? The Wailua Bulldogs.
Wailua Bulldogs.
I graduated from Lelehua, so
you're a mule.
I'm a mule dog.
Yeah.
I went to Wailua and Lelehua.
Oh, you did? You mule dog?
Yeah, mule dog.
Heavy.
One of those.
I didn't
Yeah.
know that. Wow. You get to choose your jersey.
Pretty much.
Or you can make them into one.
Yeah, I'll be the one and only. Nah, there's a few of us who've done that before, but we are mule dogs, and we got some happy spectators that this event is happening in 2023 on this 22nd day of January. You see the residual effect of that big washing wave that Mark Healy was on. I'm sure was the one that went over the berm right there, and folks trekking across during the low.
How are these guys? I think they crossed the caution tape.
Probably. Yeah, it's
get back. Oh!
Oh, big drop right there.
Is this Tile?
That's Tile Shipman.
On a big one. And look at, he's celebrating right now. Made the drop, now making it look easy. Shipman. Is he going to go for the connection into the shore break? He sure is. It looks like he's committed to this one. This could be a beefy shore break for Shipman. Tile Shipman. And this one's going to kind of double, triple over itself right now. It's going to give him a nice ride to shore.
Yep, cruising on in, I believe, probably approaching the end of the heat as we saw Heat 3 getting out there, and Tile saying thank you, mahalo to the beach and to Uncle Eddie. Look at that.
Cole Rothman getting a big one on his own. Rothman emerging from the whitewaters, looking solid on his board. Cole coming here as the walls look like they're going to converge on the bay.
He's going to just bank it off the top, I think, right there.
Oh,
wow.
Here we go.
This is a huge wave. Even though it's so far inside, it's still quadruple or bigger over his head. And he wanted to do the shore break run, but he didn't convert it there.
Oh, but impressive just to make that drop, to survive the giant whitewater. And now, decision time for Koa. Let's see if he's going to make it under this wave. Looks like he's got it.
Yeah, he's kind of right outside the shore break where it's just breaking over about 4 feet of water. It's all sand, but it's still super, super dangerous.
And look at our Hawaiian Water Patrol positioning themselves right there in the seam.
Oh boy, yeah, gotta go, gotta go. This is the Waimea River Run right
Are we
there.
able to ID who we got there?
A little bit backlit with the silhouette, hard to tell. Sometimes we try to identify by shape, but that is Cole Rothman, we know for sure.
Yeah, on the way out.
Who is on the back of the ski. We welcome all of you watching from here on the island of Oahu and around the state of Hawaii. Thank you for joining us. And all of you watching from different parts around the world. Getting a lot of viewers from the state and beyond. Wow. Healy.
Mark Healy again. He's relentless in this heat. Can he survive that white water? Yes, he does. Mark Healy.
Gosh.
He wants it.
Oh, come on for the goofy foots.
This could be the one. This could be the goofy foot hero.
Oh, come on, Mark. Look at that.
Mark Healy.
Freaking wave was so huge. Oh my gosh. Wow. Mountains upon gallons, thousands of gallons on his head right there. I'm still looking for him. Hopefully he's there.
There he is.
Okay. He got dragged about 3/4 of a football field underwater.
Wow. Mark Healy, so impressive with his surfing, his steady stance, as well as just pure courage on that wave.
Yeah, and survival after that. I mean, the drop was so long. It took him like, I don't know how many seconds to get to the bottom. I thought for sure he was a goner in that explosion. It happened on him, the wave happened to him the wave before, but he made the adjustment for this one and survived that. That's going to be another
a big number.
Good attention from our judges, and we'll see where that leaves him when this is all said and done for heat number 2. Still got 3 more action-packed heats to go.
Well, we saw some, big numbers, perfect scores getting thrown down. I mean, when you look at the criteria of what the Eddie is all about, I feel that needs to go there.
Yeah, and we've seen the scores on the board already, so kind of comparing those waves to Mark Healy's wave just now, it is right on par and parallel.
Made it to the beach.
He's happy to be parallel on the beach right now with his board laying there.
Let's check out this replay. Let's start first here.
Tayo
Shipman.
Yeah, he survives the explosion. Kind of rode high on that one, escaped it a little bit. Gave a little shaka to Water Patrol as he rode by, and then was trying to negotiate this inside section, possibly for a shore break finale, the infamous Waimea shore break Eddie finale, but got a little tripped up here, or kind of makes his final bid and wave to the crowd, and lazily just falls off the back and says, "Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Lord." And Cole Rothman, that was a beast.
Yeah, Cole Rothman with a big drop and just solid in his approach here, able to make that connection. Look at him from the water, Cole Rothman. Oh, on the tippy toes, pulling it off.
Yeah, just nearly falling toe side. Mark Healy, you saw the fluttering airdrop of that, and then being able to hold on through this avalanche of whitewater was sheer will, commitment, a lot of training going into that survival right there. But look how much water surrounds him.
He just disappears in that white water, comes back out.
That was nuts.
Looking at him right now, he wants some more. And how intimidating is this wave coming at him? And Healy just decides to point it.
This is from the Haleiwa side of the bay, the left coming across. And wow, that was so gnarly. Mark Healy.
Yeah, let's
you're
give
the
it up
man,
to Mark
bro.
Healy right now. We're going to give him a clap from
And, you know, it's pretty cool. All the surfers, when they get to shore, they have to turn around and kind of have that moment of reflection, of appreciation. And you just wonder what's going through each individual's head at the moment.
Yeah.
But I feel like a lot of it is just, you know, that admiration of what just happened.
And imagine the adrenaline right now that's flowing through Mark Healy's body as he's standing on the sand right now. It has to be just redlining for the North Shore surfer. Oh, here we got more. It's not over yet.
Yeah, we got yellow out the back. That is Nathan Fletcher. He was the deeper surfer, I believe. Maybe Red Ezekiel was in front.
Oh, I'm still trying to catch my breath, and I haven't even been underwater after Mark Healy's ride. That was spectacular.
Well, we want to give a shout out and mahalo to all of our broadcast partners, including our main
Can't do it without
producer, Salt in Air Studios.
Can't do it without him.
It is once again a bang-up production with multiple angles. You're seeing Mark Healy. I think, is that Mark grabbing on for more?
He wants some more. Look at him.
Wow, he was on the beach, and that's what he was contemplating. Like, should I go back out there?
Heavy.
How much time do we got? 2 minutes? Yeah, let's run it.
Heavy.
Mahalo Salt in Air Studios, Surfline. Thank you so much, KHON and K-High, all partnering up to put this together. Hawaiian Tel, they got a circuit up and running overnight last night and able to get us up and running for this broadcast. So, you know, we don't have a lot of time to prepare for this Eddie event when
People
it happens.
been up all night right now getting ready for
this. It has been, you know, a fire drill getting everything together, and we've made it happen thanks to all of our great partners.
Replay Nathan Fletcher here.
You know, it's like big, like X Games. It's like they're all waiting.
Yeah, that was either Emily Erickson or Ezekiel Lau. Hard to tell the red and pink, and they're both regular foot surfers as well.
Yeah, maybe next year we're going to get colored jerseys, but some with stripes on top.
Yeah.
And this is a free idea. Colors, but then
he
some
said
is striped.
He said it's free now.
Some is striped, and then some is solid. So then you can really tell the difference.
Yeah, like red and white. Red and white kind of wears Waldo action, you know.
See, I'm easy.
But yeah, you can see it really easily. Even a rainbow jersey. See that little rainbow mist in the wave as it passes by. Such a beautiful sight, especially when you're high and dry and looking on the screen.
Ooh, here we go.
Oh my Lord.
Oh no.
I think that was Zeke.
That looked like that was the go for it attitude of Ezekiel Lau. We know he's a warrior, not just because he's a Kamehameha alumni. He's a surfing warrior, and he just put his head down and went into battle. Look, he's back up. He's back above water already.
And paddling. Wow, Hinat Paulau. He is on a roll. Man, he's got a small kind deflate as the spectators get another toe tickler up the sand, and our next heat gets ready. A couple pats on the back, and good luck, go get them.
That was the heart of a warrior, Ezekiel Lau, just pushing it past the limit. And looks like he's okay. He's in the channel talking to Hawaiian Water Patrol. What about the impact of something like that, Rocky? Just describe the impact of a wave like that you would feel on your body. Here's a replay.
Yeah, where he's at right there, and you jump off your board. It is like being in the worst car wreck that you've ever been in, or getting body slammed by someone like, I don't know, Roman Reigns, Hulk Hogan. I don't know who the WWE guys are now, but it's like getting, and you know, not them just slamming you, like they slam with them on top you.
Yeah.
You know.
Then jump on you.
They're on you, pressing the air out of you.
And then suffocate you for a while so you cannot breathe.
And then shake you around. And then finally let you go. And you got to scramble away with them still grabbing onto your toes. And finally get to the surface and either see your board or Hawaiian Water Patrol or both and be very relieved.
Yeah. And get that secret ingredient, air.
Yes. Big drop there for Nathan Fletcher.
Nate Dogg.
Doing well on that wave. So I believe these heats might have been bumped up in time.
50 minutes.
So to 50 minutes as opposed to the first round was 45. So giving them 5 more minutes to get their last waves in. That's why we saw Mark Healy able to get back out there after a long ride all the way to the inside and jump back out there, hoping to get one more. As Nathan Fletcher paddles past one of several Hawaiian Water Patrol skis.
Hey, there's the guy who's supposed to be texting me all the people check in, the most self-service, Raymond Chito, our
one of 2 beach marshals, Raymond and Riley.
Yeah.
Handling down there. Thank you, guys. Check out this wave coming from Impossibles across the bay. So you see that wave way back there. It's not possible.
That's it, literally, and that's the name of it as well. Oh, why not?
There he is.
Mark Healy.
Getting a message
Relentless.
from Holy Healy.
Relentless.
Thank you for that.
Gets another one. Was on the shore, contemplated, hey, do I want to go back out, and does so. Right behind him.
That looks like could be either Emily Erickson or Ezekiel Lau.
It looks like it's Zeke again. Right back, up and riding. One more set. Oh, going down there. 2 surfers going down.
That was Nick Von Rupp in the white. But, so I stand corrected. Healy was not reflecting.
He was breathing.
He was just getting a breath and contemplating to go back out or ready to go back out. He was not done yet either.
Yeah. And a reminder to everyone watching, these surfers, they can catch 4 waves in their heat. But after 4 waves, they're supposed to come in. But Mark Healy realized probably on the beach, got that breath, hey, I can get some more points.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back out there, and he did it. Mission accomplished for Mark Healy.
Yeah, and was able to find one more before the end of the heat and made his trip back out to the lineup well worth it.
And this is not the Gotcha Pro. No, not at all. Far from it.
See all the turbulence just inside of our surfers from the previous breaking waves. Tower 29, Waimea Bay. You know, the implementation of that loudspeaker system really helped a lot in the preventative actions that have been able to save lives at Waimea, rather than with just a little megaphone, as there's Mark once again.
Okay, so now Mark is finally coming in. And I'm going to give him another round of applause, Mark Healy. There you go. Yeah. Wow, what a heat for Mark Healy.
Yeah, and you see him hands on the knees. He's feeling the impact of this wave right here and the subsequent others, as he was able to make that huge drop, chalk up another pretty good score, make it to the flats out in front to show the judges that, hey, I made the drop, I'm here, I'm still riding. Check out the water angle. That wave is just enormous.
Oh, well, we'll wait for see what the judges say as we take a look at these rides. But Mark Healy, his fourth Eddie. Could this be the one for Mark Healy?
He's been, you know, a guy that has been on that list for over a decade now, going on 2 decades, actually. And being that it is his 4th attempt and his 4th shot, as we see somebody down there. Baboos, knucklehead, same thing, yeah. I'm not sure what he was doing, collecting firewood? I don't know.
Right, get away from the ocean. Don't you see the closeout sets right now?
And
as
the
a
yellow
lifeguard,
caution.
as a former lifeguard, Rocky.
I feel like I'm
gotta get frustrated.
I feel like I'm interrupting natural selection sometimes. You know, like, wow, I'm gonna save this guy and he's gonna go on and breathe. Like, I swear, I'm like, this is not right. I'm interrupting, like I'm giving a steak to a polar bear. I shouldn't be doing that. You know. What can I say?
Hey, good call, man. Listen to the lifeguards. They know what they're doing. When they have a sign or a caution tape up, it's for a reason. Here's a recap of this heat.
Oh, wow. Big, steep, deep drop for Ezekiel Lau back there. Zeke was on it once again. Tile Shipman out in front. HFD, Honolulu Fire Department. Mahalo for your service, my friend. Mahalo for your shredding at Waimea. As we see Nick Von Rupp and Koa Rothman sharing a wave. Backhand at the bay. Koa going to continue there, and a big, huge one for Mark Healy.
The man of the heat.
He is a man of the heat. He had a couple like that, just bombing from the outside. He had that one where it just wouldn't let him in, but this one was one that he was able to see daylight again after that huge whitewater impact. Tile just got a little airborne, and then quite slippery on the front there for Tile. This was the one that could have been an epic ride or a horrendous wipeout. Mark, thankfully, able to skirt out the back. Tile on another good one. Making a good showing here. One of our blue-collar heroes, if you will, like we've talked about earlier. These guys are not traveling pros, but they love big waves and they love Waimea Bay.
Koa Rothman with a big drop as well. And then again, the man of the heat, Mark Healy, doing it. Coming off the bottom, looking for the connection, survives the explosion.
Wow.
Oh, man. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Gather your breath. Another heat in the water when we return.
Some see black as emptiness, the absence of color. Some see it as the sum of all colors. And out of the chaos comes the spectrum of life. The beauty of Hawaii, its flora, the vast oceans, its people, its culture.
Today's television broadcast is powered by Hawaiian Telcom. Experience the speed of Hawaii's only 100% fiber internet with Fi Optics for your home or business.
The Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational is brought to you by Hawaiian Airlines, proud to be Hawaii's longest-serving airline, offering over 120 flights a day between the islands.
The KHON2 News at 7 p.m. on K-High with Bridget Namata and Gina Mangieri. Hawaii's only 7 o'clock news.
Go where the contractors go.
I've been doing business with them for 40 years.
Hardware Hawaii never makes me feel disposable.
Everybody says hello when you walk in, and I love this place.
I think it's important for me to support you guys because you guys supported me. And that's hard to find nowadays.
Hardware Hawaii in Koloa, Kailua, Kapolei, Mapunapuna. Contractor's choice.
Welcome back to the Bay of Waimea. There's the scene on the beach. The Eddie Big Wave Invitational is on. Aloha Awinala, good afternoon. I'm Rocky Cannon along with Isaiah Walker. And that last heat, we saw some huge waves coming in pretty consistent. We're kind of saying Mark Healy was a standout of that particular heat, but we saw great rides from Ezekiel Lau, from Cole Rothman, as well as Tile Shipman, and a couple of rides from Nathan Fletcher as well. Now we're in heat number 3. We've got 8 surfers, 2 wahine in this heat, and we're going to look at some action that we're going to catch up on that happened during our break, Isaiah.
Yeah, look at the size of these waves. It seemed like the waves took a break for a few minutes, but it's right back on.
Kelly
Mamala from Big Island. And I mean, yeah, during the break, I could hear all the eruption of the applause and just the excitement of it, the energy. To have those waves like closing out, I saw Zeke took a heavy wipeout.
Yeah.
Got right back out there, caught another good one. But Mark Healy's wave, man, the way that wave exploded behind him, and he disappeared, and then he came out. And how's that inside section that took him out? That was incredible.
That left that was coming from the Haleiwa side, I don't know if I've ever seen, I can't remember the last time I've seen that inside section looking that huge and daunting.
It almost looked as big as the peak was.
Exactly, yeah, that was kind of freaky of like, you know how far in he's riding, and then where that wave connects over from that side, it is not anywhere near the main peak, but it was as tall as some of the biggest waves out there. That was impressive.
So, boy, it's been an exciting day. We've seen so many good waves. There really wasn't a heat that has been like, you know, like a shocker.
Right.
Like every heat has been action, which is, I know that's really important because at this competition, the way the format works, if you do have a heat that seems to be, you know, more consistent than another, then it doesn't seem like it's as fair of a shot, or that the ocean is choosing its favorite heat.
Exactly.
But today it doesn't seem that way. It seems like today, like every heat has these sets, some closeouts.
Today she's not discriminating.
Right.
Equal opportunity for all. And there has been, like you said, consistent conditions. There maybe was a couple of minutes here and there's Nathan Fletcher doing some PR work down on the beach, saying how's it to the surf fans that are all so excited. And Kyle Shipman right there, one of our very good born and raised North Shore brothers, talking to Nathan for a moment. But what an opportunity for all of these big wave riders. We have two Wahines in this heat, Justine Dupont from France, Keala Kennelly from Kauai. They're the two representing our Wahine surfers out here. We have at least one in every heat. This heat 3, we have 2 of them. We've got the veteran Shane Dorian from the Big Island out there with Kahea Hart, another similar aged generation with brother Shane. So Kahea Hart getting in as an alternate for Kelly Slater. We saw Keali'i Mamala just on a wave a moment ago. And the charging goofy foot Brazilian Lucas Chianca, along with the very talented and entertaining and creative Mason Ho. And rounding out this heat number 3, another veteran, Peter Mell. And that looks like Mason Ho possibly in the red jersey.
Oh, look at that waterfall on landing on him. He's trying to ride through it, but unfortunately it throws him off balance. He's unable to ride out of that one. Here's another set on the outside. We have a rider up.
That's Keala in the blue. So Keala Kennelly, KK, getting a wave here in round 2, heat number 3 of the Eddie Big Wave Invitational. And look out the back, Isaiah, you see some large sets approaching. On our screen, you can see it, the little contours and difference in the color of the water to indicate the size, the swell. It's hard to tell how big though from here. And nothing like being on the beach, but for those of you who wanted to stay away from all of the traffic or not here in Hawaii and couldn't be here on the beach, we appreciate you guys tuning in on screen.
Yeah, it's just been a theme for today. Just every time you look out, it's like, oh, there's another set.
Right. One of the most consistent big wave swells I believe that we've seen as far as number of waves per each heat has been, and as you said earlier, there hasn't really been an off heat or a heat with extended lulls. It's been fairly consistent for everybody across the board.
Right. Our UH professor engineer Justin Stopa was in here explaining to us that it has to do with the fact that the storm is close to us.
Okay.
And so the wave period is it's a little closer, but it's also, I mean, he said it also contributes to a little bit of shiftiness of the peak. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Oh, and somebody in orange, Lucas Chianca, just threw himself, sent it over the ledge. we just got a glimpse of him from that live angle, looking from kind of, you know, the back of the wave, or the back door, kind of looking towards the right-hander. But he was there and then he wasn't there. But you can only imagine what he went through, because he looked like he was in a very hard and precarious position.
Right. Well, it's hard to tell from that angle if he ended up getting into it or if it blew him off the back, but he's got the ski assist, so apparently he definitely did get that one on the head. So Lucas Chianga. Oh, here's the one of red. This was Mason Ho's wave.
Oh, actually, I think that might be Justine DuPont. She's in the pink.
Oh, my goodness.
So that was a great wave.
Amazing
and back-to-back, our Wahine surfers, Justine and Keala. So Keala able to hang on and thread the needle right there. Walk the tightrope as we see Chianca. I think he actually went and probably went over. You saw his board for a glimpse right there. If there's another angle, we could look at that wave of Lucas and just admire the commitment, the charging of that, you know, admire that part, and then cringe at the wipeout and what the ultimate consequence was on that wave. Yeah, I mean, he had to be committed. That was crazy.
And thanks for correcting Justine DuPont. Did you see that massive wave that she caught at Cortez Bank last week?
Oh my gosh. Like, how do you even get get your head in that zone to go on a wave like that?
And for our viewers who aren't aware, Cortez Bank is this wave it's like over 100 miles off of San Diego. It's
right.
Not even a land mass. It's a reef that's just in the
like
middle of the ocean.
Right.
And very rare and hard to get, mainly because of the wind conditions have to be just right. So anyway, but Justine DuPont, actually from that session, her wave was the best one, at least in my opinion, of that session from what the footage I've seen so far. Massive wave. So Justine, on her last wave, I apologize the color mix up, but that was definitely Justine charging amazing waves here at Waimea Bay.
There you see the lineup of jerseys our surfers are wearing. So we're pretty much running, with 8 surfers. We're all the colors of the rainbow represented,
right.
And everything in between. If you think of new colors, let us know. But we're trying to pick the best colors that have the most distinction and identification ability, because our red and our pink and our orange have sometimes been a little cross-colored or cross-pollinated when we're calling the shots on the screen here, and then different lighting and brightness and darkness on the screen has made it a little there you see them right in a row, like, wow, if they're on a wave riding in motion, it's a little tricky. But we want to thank you all for tuning in and bearing with us on that little side of things. But it's been quite the entertaining day. We're in the afternoon stretch here, heat number 3, 50-minute heats for this second round, and we've seen Keali'i Mamala get one really good wave in the beginning. Then it was our Wahine going back-to-back, Justine and Keala, and looks like possibly another opportunity out the back, Isaiah.
Yeah, more lines out the back. Thank goodness the jet skis are there to help, because there's, on a normal day when you wouldn't have the jet ski assist, getting through all that white water, especially on those closeout sets, would be, very difficult. See to the horizon if there's anything that's going to be ridden here in this set.
Yeah, I don't know, but I see a lot of activity just on the outside. So we'll see if our surfers start to move in position. A couple of surfers paddling for this one. One of them gets it. Drone is honing in on, looks like our surfer in red, Mason Ho, with the switch stance.
Switch stance.
Little 1-foot wonder right there.
We've seen a lot of switch stance today.
Yeah. We saw Kai Lenny. Mason do it another time.
Right. I think Jake Maki, I saw him switching stance. So, which is, something that was really big actually during Eddie Aikau's time on the North Shore in the 70s, 60s. They would often, some surfers would would always be front side.
Yeah, I call it bistantial. They are able to go either way, which is really cool. And to always be front side, you're right. Mason Ho with the grin and the smile.
Always a character, that guy. He's just an entertainer. Has some of the best clips of him surfing on his site on YouTube.
Yeah.
Also just came out with a documentary film called Through the Doggy Door. So he's very active, staying busy. Here he is on this one.
Yeah, beautiful negotiation of that wave, kind of playing with it a little bit, and then of course doing the switch stance and gets the rug pulled out from under him a little bit.
Yeah, so honoring Eddie Aikau and his memory and his legacy and all the amazing accomplishments. When Eddie was surfing the North Shore, when he first started, he was 16 years old, and talked about by the time he was 20, he became the first lifeguard on the North Shore. And then for the next 10 years, he just really honed in his skills on surfing the North Shore. And his big goal was to win the Duke Invitational, which was the one really premier professional surfing competition on the North Shore. He would usually make the finals each year, final, but would get second place or third place. It wasn't until 1977, when he was 30 years old, that he ended up winning that event at Sunset Beach. And it was kind of a crowning moment, a crowning achievement in his life. Interestingly, his younger brother, Clyde Aikau, who, by the way, won this event back in 1986, won the Duke Invitational in 1973.
Before Eddie.
So accomplished surfers, you know, even in this event today, we've seen generations. Mason Ho, his dad, is in this event. We've seen a lot of family legacy in this event, and so kind of cool that goes back even to Eddie's story, is his relationship with his brother in surfing these events, and super cool to be a part of that tradition, and that we're here still on the North Shore celebrating so much talent and so much legacy here at Waimea Bay.
Yeah, all these years later, we're talking, you know, from the timeline you just described of competing at the Duke, you know, at Sunset Beach, you know, we're talking decades upon decades. And the fact that it is still so much alive and well, almost like he's still here, and that type of respect and that type of feeling that we're doing this all these years later, and the mana, the vibe, the power, the being is still so strong.
Yeah, and a lot of that is because not only was he a great surfer and a lifeguard that saved many people's lives, but also his commitment to his community and sacrificing literally his life to save the crew on the Hokulea voyaging canoe. It was in 1978. He was on a voyage to Tahiti. The canoe, double hull canoe, which was called Hokulea. It's a modern-day version of a traditional sailing vessel that Hawaiians and Polynesians sailed on for thousands of years before. 1975, 76, they went on their maiden voyage to Tahiti, and the purpose of the voyage was to restore the mana and the pride and the knowledge that these Hawaiians were great navigators from ancient times. And so Eddie, after he wins the Invitational, signs up for these voyages and goes on this second voyage to Tahiti, where the canoe encounters some troubled waters, takes on some water. Eventually the canoe capsizes. He has a surfboard with him on the canoe, tries to paddle for safety, but the nearest island was more than 40 miles away.
Wow.
He was never seen again. But that commitment to his community, commitment to his culture, commitment to the people that were on that canoe. Fortunately, there was an airplane that flew over, an inter-island plane, and saw the canoe. And back then, here we are, posters celebrating, but you know, the wherewithal to save to risk his life to save his canoe mates and his fellow peoples, just shows the kind of person and the commitment that he had. And so that's another, you know, layer to his legacy and the reasons why we celebrate him even through this event.
Yeah, and the spirit of that camaraderie, the spirit of that selflessness is what transcends the competition itself, and the surfing and the big waves is Eddie's legacy and the way that, you know, he cared, and his actions spoke volumes of how much he cared for other people.
Right. A lot of times people, there's, Eddie Aikau and Duke Kahanamoku are very famous people in Hawaii. Duke Kahanamoku lived for, to a very ripe age. Like, he died in 1968. He was in his 70s.
Yeah.
Eddie Aikau passed away when he's 31 years old.
Apparently, this is the 55th anniversary today of Duke passing.
Right.
So, on point right there. He, had a fairly long and fruitful life, and Eddie, unfortunately, cut shorter than we all would have liked. But it feels somewhat fated and destined when you even think about the crew of the Hokulea ended up being saved. If he would have stayed, he could have also been saved. But you couldn't explain that to a guy like Eddie in that situation of, no, I'm going to go and I'm going to find help and I'm going to do what I can and what I know how to do to give us our best shot of survival. And that was in the time of that moment, that's what he was feeling. And he went off and, like you said, was never seen again.
And encapsulate that spirit, and that's where that slogan, Eddie would go, and that's what we talk about, and we perpetuate that here at this event. And these surfers are willing to take that same risk and that charge to go when the waves are massive in this event. And so also trying to emulate, I suppose, our athletes are trying to emulate that warrior spirit that Eddie brought to us in the surfing community.
Here we go. Look at that huge late drop.
Gosh.
2 big late drops. One does not survive. And that is Lucas Chianca in the orange, putting it down. Wow, that was a courageous attempt. Does a backflip in celebration. Very appropriate. Our surfer who was in the front, I believe, that could have been Red Mason Ho.
That was such a heavy wave. It was so steep.
He was so steep.
Yep. And for the two of them right there together, and man, that was a great wave from Lucas Chianca, our surfer from Brazil.
Intention of being a big wave rider by any stretch. Absolute admiration for all these great athletes.
There's Lucas paddling back out.
Love the energy, the backflip, just again that mana you feel, and especially catching a wave of that magnitude and the energy and the power that you're feeling as you're riding that wave.
Yeah, the exhilaration of the drop right there. It looks like he's a goner, and I believe that is Mason Ho just free falling out of the sky right next to Lucas Chianca, and Lucas unfazed by the free-falling Mason Ho just does a great job making it through that end section. There we go, Lucas, and then Mason. Oh my gosh, we'll hope Mason's okay. He really fell hard right there. He is paddling next to Lucas and looks to be doing pretty well. Back on his board, at least moving and paddling. Here we go, another big set.
Oh my goodness, out the back.
Keli'i Mamala.
Hilo's own Keli'i Mamala. See if he can ride through that big explosion.
Hold
yes,
on, brother.
He does.
All right.
All right.
Those boards are so big. Every time you see a surfer try to, pump it and turn it, it is like, you're riding on a huge log that is like, you're a lumberjack all of a sudden trying to carve this thing down the chute, and Keli'i kicks out before he hits the shore break. We've seen a couple of surfers attempting for that outside-inside connection.
Huge drop that looks like Shano from Kona.
Yep.
That wave was barreling right behind him as he was taking off. Incredible wave. Some of our competitors dealing with that mountainous whitewash as Shano kicks out.
It must be the tide and the swell. All the waves are starting to kind of close on that inside section where you have to make a decision. Am I going to keep riding and make it a long paddle back out? Or am I going to kick out here and kind of quit while I'm ahead?
Right, and I think they also saw in that last heat when Mark Healy straightened out how that worked out for him. So maybe they're learning from that example.
Yeah, that connecting swell coming from the Haleiwa side of the bay is just right now being a little bit of a nuisance and stopping our surfers from being able to continue to the inside as we watch Keali'i Mamala on a nice wave, survive that white water, and him too, kind of looking down the line, and then sees this section, thought about the cutback a little bit, sees the section coming up ahead and says, I'm gonna stop here.
Although kicking out right there was also kind of precarious because the waves right behind the bigger ones. Like hopefully he made it over those, but here we have live action. So much foam and whitewash in that channel. Barreling sets on the outside. Let's see if there's another surfer out there in the lineup and get these next ones. So ever since that incident in 1978 with Hokulea, it really, you know, it was kind of a pivotal moment because it was a matter of like, do we continue doing this voyage or not? Hokulea was basically swamped, and that was another thing that they decided, just like we're seeing here today, is just to send it. They decided to go for it, and continue the voyaging. And when they did it this time, Eddie's spirit is sort of a part of the Polynesian Voyaging Society's mission and purpose and voyages today. They implemented a lot of changes so now you have to have an escort boat with you. They've implemented a lot of safety precautions, and in many ways in the name of Eddie Aikau and for his sacrifice to make sure that it wasn't in vain. And Nainoa Thompson, who's the captain of Hokulea, one of the captains, he explained really nicely actually there's a really cool documentary. ESPN did a 30 for 30 series.
Yes.
And if you haven't seen it, check that out. I think it's on Disney Plus. But in that film, Nainoa Thompson explains like Eddie had to go. He says the idea of the Hokulea, which was a vessel that carried the culture, the pride of the culture, during a very important time in Hawaii's history, known as the Hawaiian Renaissance, when Hawaiian culture and language and it was on the rise again. So it was like kind of essential that the canoe survived because it was carrying with it the spirit and the culture of Hawaii, symbolically. And so Nainoa Thompson explains in this film, he says, I think the thought of not having that was too much to bear for Eddie. And here we have Keali'i Mamala's wave replayed.
Yeah, surviving that really thrusting crash of the bottom of the wave. And I heard you mention earlier as we watched Shano, also big wave legend. And one more time here for our surfer in yellow, that is Kahea Hart. I heard you mention the uniqueness of the wave and some of these big waves where they don't crash and reverberate upwards.
Right.
It is outwards, laterally in front, and that just really creates havoc for any surfer trying to maintain balance and getting a blast from behind and being able to hold on is really tricky.
And that's what adds to the excitement. Usually we're watching events at Pipeline, for example. We say the wow factor is when they're in the barrel and you can't tell if they're coming out or not. Even though we haven't seen many barrels or any barrels yet today, still that being covered completely by that explosion of a 40-foot wave whitewashing over you.
Yeah.
And then coming out afterwards. I think Mark Healy definitely brought that in that closeout set he had in that last heat. So adding to the excitement, that explosion.
Disappearing act.
Disappearing act.
Yeah, it is, surfing has several types of magic tricks as we watch Keali'i Mamala live action. Nicely negotiated drop.
There it is.
And there's a little disappearing act right there. So Pipeline, you got the disappearing act in the barrel, the reappearing kind of abracadabra style. Here at Waimea, the Waimea magic trick is getting exploded at the bottom of the wave and then being able to reemerge and reappear and really pull a big rabbit out of a big hat. Looking out to the horizon, looking possibly with more action headed our way here in heat number 3 of round 2. 50-minute heats for these 8 surfers to catch up to 4 waves. There's a 4-wave max when you have 8 surfers in the water. being able to share the lineup equally or as equally as possible. And once you catch 4 waves in your particular heat, you are to move to the side or come in, and or your 5th wave and beyond will not be scored, obviously. But that 4-wave max implemented as we watch Kaylee Mamala, one of his 4 waves.
Yeah, it's that last one we just watched. There's that section that boom, it blows right over, and you can disappear and comes right back out.
Yeah, even had a little cut back to the whitewater. Like, we're gonna start, getting into our maneuver commentating when Kaylee's out there.
Loved
it. Raising a fist in victory and appreciation. Kind of glided over that section, bottom turned and hopped and caught some air off the bottom to make it around that. So incorporating a little bit of assistance from one of those chops at the bottom, going fins free for a second and gaining speed in the process.
What's cool too about surfing, especially when we're talking about Eddie Aikau, for example, surfing became the vehicle for him to express his culture. He was a lot like his mom in the sense that his mom, they said, was a very soft-spoken person. And people who know Eddie, and even though there's so much attention on him in this event, when he in his real life, he didn't want any attention. He was a very humble guy. Very good. And said that when he would rescue or save somebody from the beach, people would come up and want to thank him and, buy him something, or he would just give him the simple shaka, man of few words. And but surfing was a vehicle for him to express himself as a native Hawaiian, because surfing has its roots here in Hawaii, in the tradition of what we call he'enalu. And it's pretty impressive that in many ways, too, I'd say some of the most famous Hawaiian people like Duke Kahanamoku and Eddie Aikau, were surfers.
Right.
And they were able to establish and identify with their culture through surfing during a time period when a lot of Hawaiian cultural things weren't really celebrated. And we especially saw that in Duke Kahanamoku's era, but with Eddie Aikau, he represents this time period in the 1960s and 1970s of his rebirth of identity and having pride in being Hawaiian. Because in generations previous, there wasn't as much, maybe there was a lot of frowning on Hawaiian things.
Right.
But it's really cool that Eddie's a product of that time period and becomes a great ambassador for the culture of surfing and the culture of Hawaii.
We're going to take a short break. We're in heat number 3. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors. Stay right here. We got more Eddie Big Wave Invitational on the other side.
This valley is very special. It was a sanctuary, a place where people would come for safety. And just how special Waimea Valley is, you bring out the specialness of our entire island and our archipelago too.
It's such a serene place, and it's just captured my heart, and I just love being here at Waimea Valley.
Dear mainland, aloha. My brother and I hear lots of you have discovered a real Hawaiian favorite, Big Wave Golden Ale. That's the good kind stuff, yeah, bro. Maybe it's the island flavor that makes each sip taste like a little vacation.
Got your beers here.
That's a whole lot of little vacations right there, huh, brother? That's like a big vacation. Retirement. One life, right? Mahalo. Big Wave Golden Ale from Kona Brewing.
We in Hawaii respect the land. We hold a deep reverence for its beauty, its power, and the humble gratitude for all it has given us. In operation since 1993, Puna Geothermal Venture embraces this tradition, providing clean, sustainable, renewable energy to the people of Hawaii Island, to power our homes, to keep our businesses thriving, to keep our communities moving forward. Puna Geothermal Venture, powered by nature.
Hawaii's #1 news at 6 with Joe Moore, weeknights.
Fuel up with Diamond Bakery iconic cookies and crackers while watching the Eddie Invitational. Take our grab-and-goes and snack packs to the beach, the park, or wherever you go. Diamond Bakery, serving Hawaii for over 100 years. Perfect for all of life's special moments.
Today's television broadcast is powered by Hawaiian Telcom. Experience the speed of Hawaii's only 100% fiber internet with Fi Optics for your home or business.
Aloha, and welcome back to more action here at the Eddie Big Wave Invitational at Waimea Bay, Rocky Canyon, with Dr. Isaiah Walker taking you through this heat number 3. Hawaiian Water Patrol staying super busy, bro.
Super busy. Yeah, we've seen the skis have to, you know, dodge some of those closeout sets, and so a lot of times they'll come and they'll beach the ski to wait in between the sets as those are closeouts coming, and then get it back in. I'm not sure what's going on here, if they're decommissioning one of the skis, but
yeah, hard to tell, you know, with these machines of exactly what's going on, because sand gets in there, you know, they're being, you know, run, all pistons firing, you know, redlining every set that comes in. So maybe some tinkering, maybe some recalibrating on the jet ski, but lucky thing we've got a lot of good help in the way of Hawaiian Water Patrol and our North Shore lifeguards down there handling the business. We appreciate you guys very much.
Here comes a wave. Got two guys paddling for this one. Nice steep wave. They're close to each other.
They are really close.
Managed to. Look, we got some real camaraderie here.
Yeah. I think that's Shane Dorian out in front, and behind might have been Peter Mell in the black. Looked like a darker colored jersey. We'll get that confirmation of ID when we can, but definitely looked like Shano was in the purple coming towards us, riding that wave a little longer. He was out in front, and possibly Peter Mell in the black, the deeper surfer, kind of caught up to him, and then, you know, those two guys, they've been at this for a while. Peter probably a little longer than Shane in the form of experience and age level, but the appreciation and admiration equal among both of those surfers.
Yeah, well, Shane Doran has been an invitee to this event since the 90s. So yeah, he's a mainstay in the surfing world with big wave surfing.
Yes.
One of those that pioneered, you know, surfing at Jaws, at Peahi on Maui, and also helped with the development of the safety vests that they're using.
Yeah, and you know, talking earlier about the Hawaiian Renaissance that Eddie was a part of, and that time frame of the 60s and 70s, when we come to the early 2000s, from the late 90s to the early 2000s, the attention kind of shifted into the towing in big wave arena and the, you know, impressive things you could do when you involve a jet ski and catching waves, and the maneuvers because you didn't have to paddle. Shane Dorian was part of that crew, the Renaissance crew, if you will, going back to paddling and the original form of wave catching.
Oh, look at this, look how close they are to each other.
That is Peter Mell in the black. He is back in the black.
Here comes the camaraderie there.
Wow.
It's like the Titanic.
Yeah, they don't let go. Might have been our first embrace on a wave during an Eddie.
I don't know if that was like, hey, call him my sorry brother,
right,
or hey, let's do this together. But
we're on it together. Great wave. So in that situation, Peter Mell might get the nod with a little bit higher score, being the deeper surfer, but once again, no penalty, no interference, and a non-priority situation, just a kind of gentlewoman's priority situation out there, who, you know, you can kind of see and know who's in the better spot and give way to those surfers that are in the spot. And for yourself, if you're not, you achieve to be in that better spot on the next set. So it's a real camaraderie and not so much a hardcore competition, even though $39,000 for the winner, $10,000 for the winner does sound like a great payday. And of course, they'd love to have, each surfer would have love to have their name etched onto the Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational trophy.
Yeah, we're seeing some more sets out the back to the horizon. We're talking about the Hawaiian Water Patrol and Eddie Aikau as a lifeguard. That tradition of lifeguarding and rescuing has deep roots in Hawaii that goes even back to Duke Kahanamoku, who was hired by the Red Cross to travel around the United States and to teach people how to save people. Check out this wave out the back, a bomb. Oh my goodness.
There was some unfortunate soul on that wave. It was a colossal wall of water. Uncle Clyde getting some work done on the beach right there, handling the directing. You know, part of him wants to be out there, but also there is, you know, the responsibility of making sure everything is going smoothly on the beach and up in the scaffolding. But wow, what a huge wave and a crazy wipeout for one of our surfers. Looks like everybody's okay, but
yeah,
I saw a small speck and a big splash, which is
and there
quite
was a
the
pause.
combo.
There was a pause. You could see somebody catching it, and then there wasn't anything, and then splash.
Right.
So that free fall lasted for a little while.
Oh, man.
Reminds me a little bit of that we saw of Zeke Lau earlier. And there was another surfer, our South African surfer, also had another one of those.
That was Grant Twiggy Baker.
Grant
yeah.
Twiggy Baker. So, man, that definitely is dramatic. We hope that surfer is okay, and try and ID that for you in a moment.
You know, most times, in the best case scenario of that bad situation, you are able to get some penetration into the wave and out the back. As we see another ride here from one of our goofy foot backside surfers that looks to be orange, Lucas Shumbo Chianca, who had an amazing ride earlier in this heat. Now just adding some numbers to his score, working that board back and forth.
Oh, doing a turn.
Oh, wow, carving it. That's a big board to be carving. Approaching the inside shore break. Is he gonna make it? He's gonna do a floater. Oh my gosh, and then just goes back on his heels. But I think that might be the first time in Eddie commentary we narrated the maneuver floater.
On the shore, going for it. Love this guy. He's definitely got a lot of youthful energy that he brings to big wave surfing. Him and Kai Lenny have done amazing things together. Surfing there in Portugal with massive waves. They'll, you know, do 360 airs on the kickouts, and so I love the energy and the playfulness of it.
Yeah, he's been at this big wave game for a long time and worked really hard to be one of the, you know, recognizable names and always there, whether it was Waimea, Peahi, Nazare, Todos Santos, all the big name breaks, Mavericks. Lucas has been there, and he's been there for a long time, and he's still doing it.
Plus, this guy surfs really good on small waves too, on shorter boards.
Yeah.
So it's cool to see. Hopefully he's all right here.
I see him getting some assistance up the beach, left the board for his caddy to manage for him, and just getting onto the high ground to check out possibly a knee injury, possibly an ankle. He was hobbling up the beach, you know, getting some help, hopping on that 1 foot. Here's the wipeout. Oh my gosh. I think that might have been Keala Kennelly. Yeah, in the blue. Just absolutely putting it on the line. Keke Keala. Huge, huge wave. And the amount of guts and commitment to be able to hurl yourself over a ledge like that is almost difficult to understand.
Oh my goodness, she is so fearless. We've seen her in massive waves in Tahiti and in Pipeline, and now at Waimea, just sending it. This was the last replay of Lucas Chumbo. His leg seems okay at that moment. I don't know if it was, we'll try and see if it was the floater, or maybe when he was on the inside, his board chopped him at the legs, but we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, he goes up, hits the whitewash right there, and possibly something underneath water happened right there. He was rolling fairly close to his board and could have had contact with his board underwater, which, you know, another scary part of surfing waves like this is the equipment that you have to ride. It's not a little 6-0 twig, you know, it is a huge, heavy log with a lot of sharp edges. And when you're getting rolled in a big whitewater like that, the amount of force that can be from your body and from your board can be very, very dangerous.
Well, good news is he's there and he's you know, talking to our safety crew and getting the attention that he needs. Hopefully, it's just something minor.
A lot of folks still checking out the action live on the beach right there. A very unique view to be basically ground level, you know, ground zero for seeing the mass height of these waves and also feeling that thunder of the crashing shore break and the big waves on the outside. And then you have kind of the second tier spectators that are gathered along the cliffs and the bluffs.
Oh.
And some of the very lucky spectators that are in those houses that front Waimea Point right there.
There's Justine DuPont on that wave. Looked like they have crossed with another competitor.
Yeah, Justine, one of our two Wahine competitors in this heat. We saw Keala Kennelly with the absolute charging.
Goodness. That looked heavier than any wipeout we've seen today.
That
Keala's just sending it. Was the last one. We had Justine DuPont and another rider there. Hopefully there wasn't, you know, interference on that one, but they got kind of close to each other.
Yeah, that might have been Keala joining her.
Oh.
It was a goofy foot surfer, and Lucas and Keala are the only two goofy foots in this heat. So Lucas is on the beach tending to a possible leg injury or mishap there. So we hope the best for Lucas. And I think that was Keala that was mixing it up and sharing a wave with Justine.
And again,
There's Justine.
Big props to our female competitors. All 6 of them showing up strong. All of them catching waves and big surf and charging it. And as I was saying earlier, Rocky, that it's appropriate because in Hawaiian culture, in ancient Hawaiian times, a lot of stories of Hawaiian women surfing. And most notably, there's one named Kelea Nui Noho Ana Api Api. So Kelea, for short, was from Maui, and she was one of the best surfers of Hawaii. This was hundreds of years ago in the annals of Hawaiian history. And she eventually moves over to Oahu, where she becomes a popular figure in Waikiki.
Pretty well known, yeah.
Yeah, and where she ends up surfing and the awesome waves here on Oahu. But from Maui, powerful chief, and noted to being, you know, she marries a guy named Kalamakua, who's a chief in Waikiki, and the two of them become like the surfing power couple.
Power couple, yeah. Good description.
They said when the waves were huge, she would go out to the outer breaks in Waikiki and ride the waves all the way across the bay, something that Duke Hanamoku was later noted for doing. On those rare occasions, we catch one from castles way all the way outside.
Where it all connects,
it's connecting it. And so Kelea was known as one of these great women surfers. And so it's so awesome to see in this event. It's in this heat. We see Justine DuPont and Keala Kennelly charging these massive waves here at Waimea Bay. And so awesome to be revisiting history and legacy and talking about Eddie Aikau and the kind of legacy he had and admonition to all of us to carry on those kinds of values that were passed on from our kupuna, like these individuals like Eddie Aikau.
Well, we've got heat number 3 active right now. Some of heat number 4 might have made their way into the water. You see quite a few jerseys that are in the lineup or around the lineup area currently, and that would be the reason for that. 8 surfers in each heat. At this second round, we're pushing the time up to 50 minutes per heat. As you look at a great drone shot from the Waimea Point side, looking west towards the Waianae mountain range in the background. and the rest of the North Shore that's down towards Chun's Reef, Laniakea, all the way down to Haleiwa, and shimmering sunlight on the water, looking quite tranquil right now on screen, but it is so crazy how it turns to chaos. And speaking of controlled chaos, our spectators on the beach, looks like they're all behaving themselves, enjoying. Yeah, bruh, you are doing what you do. And great to see some lively energy down on the beach at Waimea. Here's some energy in the water.
Yeah, beautiful wave here from our rider in yellow.
That's Kahea.
Kahea had some great waves in his round
He
one
did.
heat.
He did. Making the most of this birthday gift invitation, alternate into the rounds of the Eddie, right on Kahea. And we saw Keala Kennelly on her way in from a wave on the outside, getting a little tripped up in that foamy section, but gets a wave under her belt. Shane Dorian sharing a wave with Justine DuPont.
Yeah, a couple of party waves to round out this heat.
Counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Like I said, it's been an amazing day of consistent action. Here's a recap for you. This was Keli Mamala from the Big Island, riding through those chops and bouncing around and making his way through that.
Yeah, Keala Kennelly.
Yeah, KK.
Grabbing the rail, and this was her last wave. We just kind of caught the tail end of. That was the beginning of it.
Oh, and then you have this bomb
man.
here. Amazing wave. This was Lucas Chunka and Mason Ho trying to get a piece of that, but Lucas is the one who rides out successfully of that massive wave backflip out of excitement.
Yeah, Shane Dorian got a few also. Don't count the veteran out. He is here to show what he can do on some large moving mountains of water. Another ride for yellow. That is Kahea Hart, looking like he's also sporting a hefty front knee brace.
Oh, and this
Peter
late
Mel
drop
and
here.
Shane Dorian sharing a wave together here in heat number 3. You know, the amount of big waves ridden between the two of them has to be in the thousands. We'll be right back with more action from the Eddie Big Wave Invitational here at Waimea Bay. Heat 4 coming up next.
From a distance, you don't really notice, but once you really start sorting the sand, you realize, wow, there is actually a lot of plastic in here. There's definitely a need for us to clean the beaches. Sometimes you need a huge army of people to make an impact. Although we might not see the direct benefit of it, hopefully future generations will, and we have to start somewhere.
Movement. Our Hawaii moves. We are inspired and then we move with it. Movement. At Aloha Kia, you will be inspired. It's designed into every Kia. Be it for work, for family, for fun, for the environment, for the drive. In everything we do at Aloha Kia, we're inspired to get you moving. Inspiration. It's all over Hawaii. Go find it. Reserve the 2023 Kia Newer with Aloha Kia's Express purchase.
And remember,
You know a guy.
Today's television broadcast is powered by Hawaiian Telcom. Experience the speed of Hawaii's only 100% fiber internet with Fi Optics for your home or business.
The Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational is brought to you by Hawaiian Airlines, proud to be Hawaii's longest-serving airline, offering over 120 flights a day between the islands.
The KHON2 News at 7 p.m. on K-High with Bridget Namata and Gina Mangieri. Hawaii's only 7 o'clock news.
The spectacle, the celebration. It's the Eddie Big Wave Invitational. in memory of Eddie Aikau, and we've seen just an inspiring, exciting day here at Waimea. The 10th running of this event, and it's been an exciting day. We got 2 more heats to go in round number 2. I'm Kaipo along with Rocky Cannon. Oh, coming off that last heat, Rocky, how are you feeling?
I'm out of breath. As we've said that a few heats over during this day. I mean, consistency of the swell, the, producing of extra large waves by our Mother Ocean on this particular day has been fascinating. So much appreciation for what these guys and girls have been doing out here and what it takes to be invited to this event. It all just culminates into this day that, creates so much crazy memories of epic rides, gnarly wipeouts, and, so many people on the beach are going to have their own stories of their Eddie experience and so on and so on. It is just, like you said, very inspiring and also incredibly entertaining.
Yeah, and it does not come without cost. Lucas Shumbo Shianka, we saw him limping up the beach after an inspired wave. He may have broken his leg.
Oh, man.
And City and County lifeguards are taking care of him right now. And we'll update you if we get any more updates. But good news is, heads above water, he's on the beach, and he's getting cared to.
Rules I like to live by, don't eat yellow snow. Don't do floaters at Waimea Shore Break during the Eddie, but I give him a lot of credit. That was charging Chianca. Epic performance, brother.
Yeah.
And hope you're okay.
Now remember, Shumbo in big waves actually started the first guy to kind of do those bunny hops down the face. This happened during the break, White out there, and that is Tikanui Smith, the Tahitian.
And reemerges there with a beautiful water shot. Great footage from Larry Haynes transmitting to the Salt and Air studio. And the Hawaiian Water Patrol obviously credited for the positioning of that shot, and wonderful work. Thanks so much, you guys. And gotta think of when the last time we may have had a Tahitian competitor. I know we've had invitees.
Yeah. Well, invitees, I can think of guys like Poto, for sure, right? Arsene, perhaps, way back in the day.
But as far as, actually competing, I'd like to give credit to our Tahitian, Tikanui Smith.
Tikanui Smith, 25 years old, from Moorea, and this is his first Eddie, and he's already making an impact. Also, out in the water, our women's competitor in the pink, North Shore Zone, Makani Adric is out there. Ian Walsh is out in the blue jersey. Josh Moniz, second generation Eddie invitee, is out there in purple. Yellow, the North Shore Zone, Cole Christensen. We talked about Tikanui Smith in the white. Grant Twiggy Baker will be in orange. Jamie Mitchell is in red, and look out for the hard-charging Billy Kemper. He's out there in the black jersey.
Billy is back, and he's in black. And looks like possibly on our screen here, we're looking at the activity just beyond the lineup, and some big waves approaching. We know they're big. We're just trying to gauge whether or not these are some set waves. And a couple of surfers starting to return to the prone position and paddle out a little bit.
Yeah, as they paddle out, I want to give some thanks, all the visuals that you're seeing. We got cameras on. I want to thank all the folks over there at Ohia Farms. Ohia Farms, it's a venue with a view. You can check them out at ohiafarms.com, providing us with the camera stand here and this beautiful view of the peak at Waimea.
Yeah, and if right now you stay over there, you got to come and be Ohia. Ohia Farms, thank you very much. It's if you're coming from Haleiwa, you wrap around the bay right before you get to the famous church right there. It is the first right-hand turn. You'll see a sign.
Yeah.
There's a sign, Ohia Farms. And up on the bluff, on the mountainside, epic view. I like their little slogan, venue with a view. It is exactly that. That was a crazy view for that surfer looking down. Holy moly.
Oh man, more sets coming through here at Waimea. Continues to pulse this afternoon at the Eddie. And we'll see if we have any takers for any of the following set waves. This one's just going to come through.
Sometimes, like we said earlier, that second wave tends to be a little more groomed from the first wave passing through, and the drop might be a little more tame. Those first waves, though, gosh, they seem like they just reach up to the sky and have all that feathering action at the top, the current, the wind. It's been tricky on those first waves. We saw Mark Healy kind of fade out of one, and then one of our surfers thought about it, kind of teetering on the top, and said, no, thank you.
Yeah. Well, all of you have been asking questions on, you know, what's the standing? What's the leaderboard? We've been giving you leaderboard updates, but we're going to keep it old school this year at the Eddie, because we're going to wait till all of our surfers are done surfing. Everyone's safe in from Waimea, and that is when we're going to give you who won the 2023 Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau. So we're going to wait. We're going to keep the suspense going. So no need to keep on messaging me with the updates. We're going to keep it till the end. And I think even the winner will be surprised that way.
Yeah, and I like that style, you know, where we tally up all the scores. We're not going to announce the winner as they're arriving in from the ocean. We're going to make sure everybody's okay. Water Patrol gets all the skis up, all of that kind of housework that we need to get done post last heat, and then we'll wait for the winner.
That's right. And given this leaderboard format, Rocky, you know, the winner could maybe even be the winner before the last heat is finished, because it's all math, but we're not going to give it up because we don't want to be anticlimactic.
But in that same breath, the winner could come from the last heat.
100%.
So the suspense, if it's killing you, get used to it.
That's right. Hang on. As our surfers have been hanging on all day long.
Yeah, barely hanging on sometimes.
Some hanging on, some letting go. No matter what, everyone's charging 40 of the world's best big wave surfers, both men and women. What a celebration.
Yeah, incredible event today. What a epic spot-on decision to hold off on the previous big swell and wait to see what this one would offer. And it has come through with multiple big bangs and climactic moments. Look at this wave just peeling across unridden. Nobody going for that one, I think, because there might be bigger ones out the back. So choosing to be a little bit selective and patient, waiting for that special bomb to come through. Here we go.
Oh my, wow. Skipping down and going down. That would have been, and we're gonna, I'm gonna go with Jamie.
Who are you going to go with?
I'm going to go with Jamie Mitchell.
All right. Well,
pink is Makani Adric. I'm pretty sure Makani's a goofy foot.
She's goofy foot, correct.
Okay, so that takes the pink out of there. And then we have the orange, Grant Twiggy Baker.
This is live action.
Yeah, that's our Billy Kemper right there.
He's in black.
So Billy's one of the guys, you know, he's right up there on the leaderboard. He could be the champ this year.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the top 10 are so close in scoring that this could go multiple directions either way. And Billy, still being out there, has a legitimate shot of being our Eddie Big Wave Invitational champion, but still quite a bit of surfing to go. Grant Twiggy Baker is the surfer in orange that is also a regular foot that we're going to try to get a positive ID on that previous wipeout.
This is Makani.
There's Makani in the pink.
So this young lady, this woman, actually, now that she's, I would believe she's 26 years old now, started surfing Waimea in her teens.
Right.
I remember her like 16 years old and paddling out there amongst the guys and earning her way in the lineup. And that's how she earned her invite into the Eddie.
Yeah, you know, born and raised right here on the North Shore. I believe mostly in Pupukea, so basically overlooking the bay is her backyard, and taking a shot at riding some big waves as a young talented surfer, and has now officially cracked her way into the Eddie Big Wave Invitational, which is speaks volumes of her commitment and dedication.
Yeah, every one of these surfers, right, Rocky?
Yeah.
It takes hours, days, you know, tears, blood, sweat, just to be here and to earn your place in the elite and make your way into the Eddie.
Yeah, you think of, you know, pilots or boat captains, they got to log hours,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, there you go.
They got to log in hours. Same thing with being a standout anywhere here on the North Shore, and that is, I think that was Orange, possibly.
Grant Twiggy Baker.
Whoever that was, I do not envy that person. Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, Twiggy Baker, final answer. Let's go.
Oh, my gosh. That was like Point Break. Derek Dorner wiping out for Bodie in the barrel. Patrick Swayze's double. It was just gnarly.
Billy Kemper here, successfully negotiating that drop. No problem for Billy Kemper.
Yeah, handling quite well. The knee looks pretty solid, at least if you're going to bunny hop at Waimea. I'm imagining it's pretty okay.
Here's McCunny.
Really well done, you know, making it look kind of easy on that drop, but that was no cakewalk right there.
And back out into the lineup here with all of our surfers.
I see Twiggy kind of describing how he got slammed in the chest. Probably he was in the recliner position, sliding down backwards, looking up at the lip, and it probably just like a ton of water right onto his chest.
Wow.
And he's up laughing about it. That's so heroic.
Yeah. Three-time big wave world champ, Grant Twiggy Baker, out of South Africa. But of course, a citizen of the world, always chasing the globe for big waves wherever it happens. And both last time we ran the Eddie in 2016 and this Eddie running, Grant Twiggy Baker has taken some classic wipeouts, absolutely going for it.
Crazy Waimea wipeouts, and those signature wipeouts falling from the top of the wave to the bottom have just kind of etched him into Eddie history with those two. But he's also had some heroic completed waves and drops and has continued to perform and thus hold on to his very valid invitation into every single Eddie that has been come up for possible running each and every year. So props to Grant Twiggy Baker.
Yeah. Well, Surfline's been giving us all the information, and thank you to Surfline for not just being, you know, the platform to bring it to you live, but they also bring us some great forecasts and read all the models. So Surfline doing that job for us.
This powerful swell came from a hurricane-force storm that was centered 1,000 to 1,500 miles from Hawaii late Thursday through Saturday. Winds up to 40 knots extended to an area 900 miles northwest of the islands as well. These strong winds drove peak seas to nearly 50 feet on Friday morning Hawaii time, with satellites verifying that a huge swell was on the way. We're going to see pumping surf all day today, although it's going to peak from around late this morning through the afternoon, and windy conditions going to be epic throughout the day as well, with offshore easterly trade winds.
All right, well, that's how, you know, we track storms with Surfline, and all the information that they're giving us, as well as a platform to bring you this live broadcast. Thank you for joining us. It is 2:38 local time here in Hawaii. It's been a full day at Waimea for the 10th running of the Eddie. We're in heat number 4 of the second round of competition here, round robin format, and more sets on the way here, Rock.
Yeah, check out the jet skis starting to make their move further out, which is sometimes a reliable indicator the size of waves that are approaching. And then we keep an eye on our surfers and their positioning. Here we go, up and riding. That's looks
Jamie Mitchell.
Like Jamie Mitchell in the red jersey, that light blue colored board. Out of the Gold Coast of Australia, now a North Shore Sunset Beach resident and 10-time paddling champion Molokai to Oahu, and we're talking prone paddling. It's not stand-up paddling with the paddle. It's not canoe with a crew. It is solo prone. That is outstanding.
Yeah, he comes from that great clubby culture over in Australia, the surf clubs. Here you go, look at these. On the replay, 3 surfers, and it looks like, let's see, the lone survivor, maybe Ian Walsh right there. hanging on through all the turbulence.
How did he, like, hold on through that blast of not one fire hose, like about 10 fire trucks unloading at once?
And here's Jamie Mitchell.
Little bird's eye view from the drone looking down at Mr. Jamie Mitchell.
Yeah.
But 3 surfers on that wave, only 1 survived.
That's right, sure-footed Ian Walsh. As you're checking out Surfline too, also there's an article, and we want to give remembrance to a great surf photographer, Art Brewer, who passed away in 2022. Condolences to the Brewer family, and Art Brewer's contributions to surfing as a photographer and documenting epic events like the Eddie has been woven into the tapestry of surf history. So salute to Art Brewer.
Wow, I'm about to warm up with a quilt right now. Nice, Kaipo. Very lovely. And, you know, all of these photographers and the work that they do is part of what puts surfing where it is and tells the story of these moments that pass by so quickly when you're watching them in live action.
Yeah.
And then being able to capture these moments like Art Brewer has done for decades has been what makes our sport very special.
Again, you are watching the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau. First time that we've ran this event since 2016. This is the 10th running of this event in its long history, and dropping into this one, Grant Twiggy Baker. This time goes successful. Beats the lip to the bottom, survives the avalanche of whitewater, Rocky.
Yeah, and a stylish kick out right there before that vicious connection on the inside with the other left that comes at you from the Haleiwa side of the bay. So great ride there for Grant Twiggy Baker. And, you know, any wipeout that you can follow up with a ride like that makes it all worth it.
Talk about getting back on the horse. He get back on the horse and said, giddy up, here we go.
Yes, sir.
Yellow, skipping down the face.
Oh, and sliding.
Cole Christensen.
Wow. That was not hopscotch, folks. That was Waimea Bay skip and slide.
Yeah, Cole Christensen. It's been a fixture. Oh, here we go, another one. Who's got this? Hey, Billy Kemper, airborne.
Oh my God.
And goes down. That was absolutely incredible. The go for it, gets the air under his boards. The fins tried to reattach, but no hope for Billy Kemper sending it.
You know, his feet were just dangling. And I know he's probably in that moment intending to try to land back on his board, but man, what a warrior. That was incredible. That was nuts.
And Rocky, you can talk to this. Billy's not 100%. He's got an injured knee right now with a knee brace on.
I mean, leave it up to surfers to defy math and not be 100%, but still be able to give it 100%. How does that work? But Billy, not 100% with the injury from the backdoor shootout, which was a crazy wave. If you guys watched that last week, it was just like, pray for Billy. He's okay. You know, and then I'm like, you know, thinking, oh, you know, hopefully he can just at least make it, you know, to next season or whatever, as we watch Grant Twiggy Baker negotiate a successful ride on the wave prior to Billy. But then you see him out here at the bay going, wow, he is absolutely charging, as we saw our
Cole
surfer in yellow. That
Christensen.
was Cole, man, our
How about
everyday
this?
warrior. And Billy just going airborne, popping a wheelie, and then, man, hopefully not popping a disc.
That was, and you know, to your conversation, you hoping, okay, Billy's going to recover. Hopefully he's back by the end of the season,
Right,
next
exactly.
season. But here he is next week.
1 week. Jeez.
At Waimea, at the Eddie, and absolutely sending it.
Taking off on waves like that. What a great performance. What a inspiring, as you said earlier, inspiring is, you know, a light way to put it. It's beyond inspiration.
Yeah. Well, Billy Kemper being an inspiring individual. You can check out the doc series Billy, simply named Billy, from WSL Films, and it chronicles Billy's injury, near-death injury in Morocco, and his comeback after absolutely, like, I think, breaking a pelvis, destroying both of his knees, having to relearn to walk again, get reconstructed, coming all back through all of that adversity and back in action. Four-time Jaws champ, Billy Kemper, certainly one of the premier big wave riders in the world right now, but
yeah,
of all time.
I do not disagree. That was very well put. And we're in heat number 4 right now, so we're watching our second to last heat of the day. We've got one more heat to go. Our leaderboard, I guarantee right now, is probably like a Vegas slot machine. Everybody's charging. Who's going to be on top when the bell rings is yet to be seen. As Kaipo said earlier, we're going to have the awards after everybody gets in safely, after all water patrol makes sure everybody part of the event is out safely on the beach, which could take a few minutes or so. And I just want to prep you guys for that are watching online, that our winner will be announced a little while later. So if you can hang with us, that'll be great. And of course, the suspense, I know it's killing you, because it's killing me.
But it's going to be great. We can look at some of our standout names so far. So not necessarily the winner, but certainly the guys who are on the top of that leaderboard, near top of the leaderboard. Mark Healy's had a standout show so far.
Epic.
Kai Lenny's been a hero. Ezekiel Lau, Billy Kemper.
Yep.
Landon McNamara, John Florence. All of those surfers have really put in a notable performance, consistent performance out here. Again, 4 waves in each heat allowed. Top 3 waves out of the 2 rounds go to your score. And so, how come?
Okay.
Why? Attention.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, seeking attention and getting it for a moment. But so much fun.
As we clear the beach, we're going to take a commercial break, and we'll be back with the conclusion of this Heat 4, round number 2 at the Eddie Big Wave Invitational.
Some see black as emptiness, the absence of color. Some see it as the sum of all colors. And out of the chaos comes the spectrum of life. The beauty of Hawaii, its flora, the vast oceans, its people, its culture.
Hey, you want to order some Taco Bell?
Two grilled chicken burritos, 2 bold flavors. Order on the app, only at Taco Bell.
What if an injured person or their family doesn't have money to pay a lawyer?
After someone is seriously injured, they're often worried about medical bills, rent, just putting food on the table. The last thing that they can afford is to pay money to a lawyer. And that's why at Levitt, Yamane and Soldner, we never ask for money from injured people. Everything is on a contingency fee basis. That means that it costs nothing to hire us, and we only get paid if we recover for our client.
Back on the beach at Waimea Bay, the site of the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau Kaipo, along with Rocky Cannon. And pretty casual stroll down the beach right now for Paige Alms, who's going to be coming up in the last heat of the day.
Yeah, heat 5 on the beach right there, getting set to surf their second round, second heat of the day.
Yep.
And I got to imagine, you know, it just takes so much out of you it's only 45 minutes, it's only 50 minutes, but the adrenaline that's pumping, the wipeouts, you know, the good rides, you know, even a good ride, you have a horrendous wipeout at the end of. So it is just taxing on the body, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's surfing, right? So the paddle's a pull-up, the pop-up's a push-up.
Yeah.
And you got to hold your breath also. You know, and think about paddling for all your might is like sprinting.
Yes.
Except you're laying on your lungs instead of upright.
Yeah.
So
gravity's not in your favor.
Gravity's not in your favor. You know, air is a commodity.
Oh my gosh.
And sometimes a luxury.
Precious. Yes.
You don't realize, Rocky, you know, I mean, us as surfers, but just to describe to the audience, how precious air is when it's taken away from you and you're not in control of when you're going to have it again.
Oh my gosh, panic attack. But no, surfers are the most highly conditioned athletes, in my opinion, by far. Any other sport that you want to bring to the table and compare, I would have to say the amount of strength and endurance, the amount of mental fear you have to overcome in these kind of big wave situations, and holding your breath and being able to swim. I mean, you know, I love watching other sports, but, you know, sorry, Mr. NFL, you're going to die today if you go out there. Sorry, LeBron. You stay up on the beach over here, okay, bro?
That's right. And, you know, surfing being more than just a sport, a celebration of culture.
Absolutely.
And it's in so many ways so fulfilling and healing for people's lives. And so that's why we're celebrating surfing, the sport of surfing. We're celebrating the act of surfing. We're celebrating the life, times, and legacy of someone like Eddie Aikau, who was able to just contribute to helping people, saving lives, a surfer, a lifeguard, a key part of the Polynesian Voyaging Society, who selflessly was lost at sea after paddling away from the capsized Hokulea, the Va'akaulua, the twin-hulled canoe, you know, trying to save his friends as they were in that stormy, dark sea in, I think it was 1978.
And there has been an Eddie Aikau Foundation set up that we'd like you guys to visit when you have a time. You can search the Eddie Aikau Foundation, and, you know, doing exactly what Eddie would do, which is give back to the community, share his love, share the knowledge of the ocean, and also literally put his body and his life on the line to help others return to the beach safely.
Yeah. And as Cole Christensen said, you know, as you know, Cole's in this heat, he says, the legacy of Eddie, that's what we need to aspire to, a higher standard of human connection. And we get to do that by surfing in Eddie's playground, connecting with each other, Waimea and all of the spectators, a true celebration. Those are the words of Cole Christensen. He's out there, and he just took a look at that wave.
Yeah, and the motto, there is good to be done. The Eddie Aikau Foundation motto, and we invite you to check that out and contribute where you feel compelled and necessary, as we saw someone take a gnarly wipeout. That was the deeper surfer. It looked like it could have been our surfer in white Tikanui Smith, our Tahitian, by way of Moorea, is out there. And we saw another surfer in front. It was a bit of a brief ride and had a lot of spray coming up from the wave in the foreground. So identification will be confirmed shortly, as Hawaiian Water Patrol now checking on both those surfers.
Yeah, best in the biz. Hawaiian Water Patrol out there on the skis, keeping a watchful eye of all of our surfers. Again, for anyone joining us, this is the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau. This is round number 2. So we had a round this morning of our surfers. There's a second round for our surfers out here. Here's a look at the wipeout.
Oh, Tikanui was in the back, and then it was
Twiggy again.
Yeah, Twiggy on a big bomb again, charging.
Oh.
Tikanui goes down early, and then Twiggy right after. Both surfers getting ragdolled.
Eyes on the whitewater, scanning for our surfers to pop up.
Yeah, lots of foam right there. We talked about the difficulty in operating these jet skis in those foamy conditions, sucking up a lot of air, a lot of bubbles and foam that does not give you any propulsion. So throttle control, sensitivity, awareness, all of that part of the Hawaiian Water Patrol technique when going into those situations.
How's this guy? Talk about a warrior. Another guy with a knee brace, Makua Kai Rothman, calling for the skis. Makua has to have work on, on his knee. He's going to have to get an operation on that knee, which sustained a severe injury last week at the shootout.
Right.
But look at him. He braced it up, and he's out there.
Yeah, I mean, who figured you might need your knee surfing at Waimea Bay? But he is just strapping it on, getting that knee nice and firm. And we saw him already this morning on some bombs that looked like it wasn't really bothering him that much. But I saw him on crutches after it happened. It's a gnarly injury.
He was a week ago, he was on crutches. He asked for, how do you prepare for Waimea and for the Eddie? You know what Makua said? He said, just press.
Just press. Well said. Watch out, that shirt coming out next. Oh, man, it's been a great, fun time with all of you watching online. Appreciate all of the great feedback and comments and messages. And, it's been 7 years, so everybody's just been frothing and anxious to get this going. And, there's times when it hasn't happened for a long time, and you get into that like cry wolf syndrome of like, oh, is it going to be on? Is it off?
Right.
And, what's the swell going to do? The winds, all of the things that have to line up perfectly. And here we are 7 years after our last Eddie in 2016, our 10th since 1984. That gives you a sense of the prestige and how perfect things do have to be. And all those spectators on the beach are ecstatic that it's happening today.
Yeah. And let's acknowledge our past Eddie winners that we talked about, the 10th running. 1984, Denton Miyamura did it for Haleiwa. 1986, when we brought it over to Waimea, Eddie's younger brother, Clyde Aikau, took the win in 1986. 1990, Keone Downing. 1999, Noah Johnson. Ross Clark Jones, the first surfer not from Hawaii to win in 2001. Kelly Slater added that to his list of his many accomplishments. 2002 winner Kelly Slater. We're going to stop with that list right now because someone's going to do it in real time.
That was blue.
Up and out there.
Ian Walsh kind of looking down the face of that one and decides not to go, but will go on the winner list.
2004, Bruce Irons took a big win, taking the wave all the way into that disastrous shore break. Greg Long snatching a second title in the dying moments of the event from Kelly Slater in 2009, and our defending champ, John Florence, 2016 champ.
So we had a, couple of years, like, from 99 to 2002, had a good run, but then we had a 9-year gap, a 7-year gap, and now another 7-year gap. Here's red up and riding. That is Jamie Mitchell. And Jamie getting out in front of that white water, looking for a possible inside connection, but decides to just cruise out into the channel, out the back on a spitter.
Twiggy. So back-to-back completions between Jamie Mitchell and Grant Twiggy Baker, the veterans out here getting it done. One more. And Billy Kemper again.
Wow.
What can you say? What a great flurry. Likely Rocky, I think. Look like Billy. He's going to cut through the soup right here. Bunny hopping. He wants to take it to the beach.
Ending with a finale, possibly. Nice bottom turn right there. Maneuvering that 9.6 plus board like he's at Sunset Beach, and then says,
no need.
I've done enough. Yeah.
Well, because the short break this year, you talked about the sand, Rocky. The Bruce Irons year, 2004 when Bruce pulled in on the short break.
Right.
There was a different sand situation, it seemed like, in the short break, where the short break was much hollower.
Yeah.
Right now, the waves seem like they're rolling through.
Yeah, and it's kind of, changes day by day, obviously, with the positioning of the sand, so much water moving. But it seems like for this particular day, it's not forming up with that same ferociousness and veracity as it was during that Bruce Irons victory, although we could see the sand move around a little bit. We haven't seen a shore break connection in a couple of heats now, but the ones we did see, there were a lot of double ups and triple ups, and not really the gaping barrel that we sometimes mostly see at Waimea Shore Break. But there's a nice big long drop for our surfer in red. That was Jamie Mitchell. Nicely negotiated there. And on the outside, Billy Kemper free falls into one that gets quite foamy. And as you said, Kaipo, that soupy section, you know, almost looks like mom's corn chowder right there with a couple potatoes to pop over and niblets right inside. But Billy kicks out, and some live action, beautiful unridden wave.
Wow, and a spray big enough that it's going to make a rainbow.
Yeah, wow. The iconic Peter and Paul Church. That's in so many Waimea photos and videos. Has been a landmark for the ages.
Well, a little bit of breathing room right now for our competitors in this heat number 4, round number 2. Starting to stack up again, round robin format. We run 2 rounds of these 8 surfer heats. Surfers get to surf 4 waves in each of the rounds. At the end of the 2 rounds, we take each surfer's top 3 rides, add them together, and that's how we get the leaderboard. And that's when you're going to find out who is going to be this year's Eddie's champ. And beyond that list, with a very selective group of humans that can claim that title.
Well, you know, we have a couple of past champions that are in the event and, you know, quite possibly in the running for an unprecedented second title.
We haven't had anyone have 2 titles so far.
No, we have not.
We've had a different winner every time the Eddies ran.
And we have not had a goofy foot yet.
This is true. Okay, well, I guess we're going to step away, but we're just going to step away for a moment. It's going to be a quick commercial break. We're going to thank all the people who support us, and we're going to be back with more from Waimea after this.
Movement. Our Hawaii moves. We are inspired and then we move with it. Movement. At Aloha Kia, you will be inspired. It's designed into every Kia. Be it for work, for family, for fun, for the environment, for the drive. In everything we do at Aloha Kia, we're inspired to get you moving. Inspiration. It's all over Hawaii. Go find it.
Reserve the 2023 Kia Souls with Aloha Kia's Express purchase.
And remember,
You know a guy.
If you enjoy having a 40-hour work week, give a union a shaka. If you value safer working conditions, family medical coverage, and paid sick leave, give a union a shaka. If you appreciate retirement benefits and better pay, let's see that shaka. Because it took 80 years of middle-class workers standing together to earn the many job benefits we all enjoy today. What can your union do for you? Why don't you ask them? A message brought to you by HGEA.
Back at Waimea Bay for the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau. And people have been camped out for, it seems like a couple days in anticipation for this event. Here's Kaipo along with Rocky Cannon and the 10th running of this Big Wave event that is a gathering of the tribe of big wave surfers, a celebration of surfing, and a celebration of the legacy of a great Hawaiian waterman, Eddie Aikau.
Yeah, the tribe of big wave riders that have converged here on Waimea Bay, along with the excited and enthusiastic spectators that appreciate what these men and women put their body through, and the performance, the entertainment that they provide, you know, not only with the amazing rides, the late drops, the crazy huge waves that they're dropping into, but also the survival of these incredible wipeouts that are so taxing on the body. And I believe a lot of them are just functioning on this pure adrenaline to get back on the board and get out there. But, you know, come tonight and tomorrow, it's going to be, you know, a lot of rehabilitation.
Oh, especially
Speaking
for Cole
of
Christensen.
Cole just sending it big time.
Oh, here goes Cole. Oh, and likely a trip over the falls, too.
Yeah, you know, sliding down the face like that, you don't really get into the wave, so the wave does pick you up and take you back over, and then it is there's the legend Michael Ho putting him in reverse. Beep, beep.
65 years old, Michael Ho. So many things can be said about Mike Ho. We got a set coming through here, but
he also was a shore break hero at one point.
Yeah, same year, 2004.
Yeah.
This is Mike's 7th Eddie.
Wow.
And that is what a legend looks like, gang. Michael Ho. Looks like he's got a Chuck Andrews board, perhaps.
I believe you're right. You're correct. Good eye. Out the back.
How's this one?
That was fierce.
Billy Kemper.
Whoa.
Slid into that looking like no problem. He had to tippy-toe in the past, but that one he had the entry ticket, and he's feeling good like that. We're impressed. I'm impressed how easy he made it look, and he's already celebrating, but he's probably not done. Look him.
No, he's going to try to milk this one all the way inside and get his opportunity. There's the left that's coming from the Haleiwa side that is going to now make the connection. Oh my goodness. Beating his chest one more time with a claim. Might have set a record for most double fists raised on a single wave.
It's a celebration.
But
it's a celebration.
It is well earned and deserved. Not knocking it in any sense of the comment.
Look at
but he is feeling it and feeling good, and we're happy for him too.
I got Mike ready to paddle out right there.
Yeah.
Billy Kemper.
Billy.
Wow.
Would not surprise me in the least. No, he feels like a winner right now. Yep. Stoked to see. Yep. Looks like that's his fourth.
There's Michael. He's also opting for the four-fin setup. That is a very beautiful Chuck Andrews Waimea gun right there.
I almost think that Mike rides pretty much four fins in everything these days. He's a big fan.
He's a believer.
A fan of the four fin. A little more grip, faster without the drag of that trailer fin. But let's look at Billy Kemper again.
Yeah, Billy with just a beautiful drop. I mean, this wave had a sense of kind of ease at the beginning and a smoothness to it. But when he got to the bottom and the thing stood up, it was anything but those two adjectives. It was gnarly, big, and difficult. And then he comes out to the flats here and wants to let everybody know he's feeling good, and we're happy for Billy as well. I didn't realize he grabbed his rail to be able to turn the board back to the left to get going down the line in the shore break, and gives it one more and then one more and lays down and makes it back to the beach safely. Well done, Billy Kemper. What a warrior. Impressive performance. I won't be surprised if his name is somewhere near the top of our leaderboard.
Could be the top. We're going to announce the winner after the conclusion of this event and the final heat, and everyone's back in safely. That's the way that contest director Clyde Aikau wants to run it, and I like that, because we're going to keep the mystery for everyone. And then right at the end of the day, boom, we're going to unwrap the present and present a prestigious title that you have for all the history in surfing with Eddie.
Will we have our first two-time champion? Will we have a brand new champion? Will we have our first Goofy Foot champion? So many what ifs. I love it. been riding out the back in red.
That's our Twiggy.
Oh, excuse me, orange.
It's still Twiggy.
It is.
It's Grant Twiggy Baker. Solid there for the South African. It looks like the wind's picking up right now this afternoon as well, Rocky.
Not going to make it easier on those drops when that offshore wind, that side offshore starts to kick in. Our trades finally returning. They've been kind of hit or miss for the last few weeks now, and starting to really fill in this afternoon. Heat number 5 could be in for some trickiness with this incoming wind, as you noted.
Skips down the face, reconnects. Jamie Mitchell airdropping through here. Gets a little bobble in the middle of the wave, no problem. Lots of white water surrounding him, and that white water sweeps him off his feet.
I was going to say no problem, and then there's a problem. Jamie Mitchell, good job surviving that drop. That was not easy. His board became disconnected from the wave.
Yeah, that was the key part. Most of the score is going to come from making the drop and getting to the bottom and getting a turn in. After that, just riding through. That's just a little, fractional element, just a little sprinkle on there on your score, right, Rocky? But it's really about the size of the wave, the commitment to the drop, and the line you take.
Yeah, the little extra frosting cherry on top with some rainbow sprinkles is what is happening when you get past the treacherous point of the drop and that crazy explosion that's almost accompanying every ride that these surfers attempt. And looks like some assistance back to shore by Hawaiian Water Patrol. Deep takeoff for our surfer in blue. That's Ian Walsh.
All right, so this may be the last wave of this heat. I think I heard a horn, and so that would be Ian Walsh coming in. Number 4 on his board. Ian Walsh, a great performer, celebrating his appearance here at the Eddie with his bomb on the beach. They flew over from Maui yesterday, and it's just another story in this great event with so many storylines.
Jamie Mitchell running up the shore, returning safely, and a little heat recap. The Tahitian Tika Nui Smith with a beautiful ride to get us started here in the second round of Heat 4.
Oh, and then Twiggy. Oh. Just getting snapped on that one. Looking here at Makani Adric.
And Makani, our Wahine in this heat, got herself a nice Waimea ride, a little party wave action here, but man, then the party crasher, Waimea Bay, just says, all you guys beat it.
And then
except for
Ian Walsh says, I got the invite. I got the invite. Here we go, charging into this, Cole Christensen. Oh, no, Cole. Oh.
Man, the skip and slide just treacherous.
What about doubles here? Boom, boom.
Double knock.
Twiggy and Tika Nui. And how's this one, Rocky?
Oh, Billy Kemper falling from the sky, from the heavens above, into a watery hell.
Jamie Mitchell slides in there, stays in control. Score that for the Australian, now living at Sunset Beach on the North Shore. And what about this wave? Again, Cole Christensen. Oh, no, Cole.
Gosh, the Warrior of the Day award has to go to one of these guys, and Cole Christensen might be that recipient. Just amazing commitment on these monstrous waves.
Yeah, there's Twiggy on one. Here's another view of a make by Cole Christensen.
There he is, still on the board.
Oh, it's commercial time. But guess what? We'll be back with more final heat of the day when we return.
Today's television broadcast is powered by Hawaiian Telcom. Experience the speed of Hawaii's only 100% fiber internet with Fi Optics for your home or business.
The Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational is brought to you by Hawaiian Airlines, proud to be Hawaii's longest-serving airline, offering over 120 flights a day between the islands.
The KHON2 News at 7 p.m. on K-High with Bridget Namata and Gina Mangieri. Hawaii's only 7 o'clock news.
In a world where people need saving,
Somebody needs saving.
one hero could save you more.
Don't worry, citizen. I'm here to save.
Already saved.
The day?
Switched into Farmers Hawaii so he could save an average of $453 on his auto insurance. If you need saving, get a quote from Farmers Hawaii.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Call 808 Farmers or visit farmershawaii.com for a quote today. That's 808 Farmers.
It's the it's the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau. We're looking at the crowd on the beach that has been there since sunrise
of 2 days ago.
Of 2 days ago. Kaipo Girl, along with Rocky Cannon in the celebration, the 10th running of this Eddie, a tradition that started in 1984. We're in the final heat of the day. We're going to see more big wave surfing, Rocky. We're going to find out who our champ is. We got a lot of stuff happening right now. Some of your favorite moments so far of today?
I would have to say Mark Healy's performance on 2 of those huge waves was outstanding. I did like the early wave in the morning of Landon McNamara.
Yep.
That was a bomb. And Ezekiel Lau.
Yeah.
Some awesome moments as well.
Yeah. Highlighting, we saw an outstanding performance by Billy Kemper coming off, an injured Billy Kemper.
Right.
John Florence has been sneaky quiet, making it look easy, but has been gathering big scores, and he's our defending champ. Can John do it again? We're going to find out after this final heat of the day. And let's talk about this heat right now. First, we got some sets coming in before we can do a heat introduction. So we'll see if anyone catches a wave, and then we'll get to the surfers, 8 surfers out in the water. And these are walls, mountains of water right now.
Oh,
Likely we're going to have a taker. Everyone looking at that one, and that one just sucks off of the reef.
You mentioned the wind earlier and how it's getting a little stronger, and we noticed the ehukai, the ocean spray off the top of the wave, reaching a little higher and more pronounced than early this morning. So providing yet another obstacle, if you will, for dropping in on these huge waves. Besides the fact that they're about 50 feet tall, wave and current coming up that face makes it extra tricky and difficult.
Yeah, here we go. Look at this. We'll see again if we have any takers. There's the pack out there. 8 surfers out in the water. Who wants this one? And again, just trying to defy gravity, but just the physics of paddling into that wave looked too difficult.
Yeah, not even Albert Einstein could compute that one. He's like, what? I don't get what the heck is going on here. This is not right. The math just doesn't add up.
Inertia, volume, speed. How does it all add up so that I can paddle into this moving wall of ocean and not just because to catch a wave, you have to, first of all, we talk about physics, you have to match the speed of the wave in the first place to catch the wave.
And bigger waves,
the bigger the wave is,
faster.
Right.
Correct.
So the faster you have to paddle to catch a bigger wave.
Yeah.
And then there's the inertia that you have to carry to get down the face of the wave. I mean, I got my chalkboard right here. We're figuring out all kinds of algebra.
Yeah, algorithms.
Any kind.
Algorithms, for sure. Getting busted out right there by 2 connects.
That's right. Here we go. Here's a replay. This happened during the break.
Oh, my goodness. Just a crazy late drop. That was super well done. That was Luke Shepardson.
Again.
And comes out of the spray and does a somersault out in the flats.
Shepardson just underground ripper and giving an opportunity to show the world his talent. North Shore born and bred Luke Shepardson. He's out there right now, Luke Shepardson in the white jersey. He's joined by former Eddie champ Ross Clark Jones is in yellow. Mikey O'Shaughnessy's in purple. Makuakai Rothman is out there in the blue jersey. Paige Alms, our Wahine competitor, out there in pink. Michael Ho, the legend, in orange. Ramon Navarro from Chile is in red. And Tyler Laurent from Maui in the black jersey, Rocky.
Yeah, what a lineup we have here. All these heats have been really stacked. I mean, the mixture of North Shore, underground chargers like Cole Christensen, Luke Shepardson, who we have here, and then the, championship tour competitors mixed with our outside of Hawaii, our foreign competitors that have really earned the invitation to be here today. Has been a really privilege to watch and to be a part of, absolutely, for sure.
Look at these lines. The frequency of the swell kicked up. As Surfline predicted, we were see a pulse this afternoon. The buoys were showing it, and now it's showing at Waimea. Consistent. We've seen the waves actually grow in size again for the conclusion.
I mean, we're going to have an unprecedented, stay tuned. We'll be back for day number 2 of the Eddie. One-day event, guys, and I don't want to get anybody's hopes up, but it is just an amazing drop right there for black.
Tyler Laurent.
Wow.
Second generation big wave rider from Maui, and
liking the feeling there. He was claiming it. Hand over the head.
Celebration time for Tyler Laurent.
That was a healthy, huge vertical drop that he just negotiated. From here, looked quite easy, but folks, that was a lot of technical skill to get down that wave and a lot of bravado to even paddle yourself into that wave.
Yeah, Tyler Laurent, 27 years old from Maui. First Eddie that he's experiencing right now. Whoa, and another drop there. Ross Clark Jones.
Yeah.
Still doing it. Ross Clark Jones, our 2001 Eddie champ, and he's still at it, Rocky.
Gosh, what a relic and a legend, living legend. Just incredible to see him still out here. And he's out there with Michael Ho. And when you start to, think of the amount of years of experience, the combination of those two surfers in particular, it is over a century.
Yeah, I mean, it's Ross Clark's 8th Eddie that he's surfing in. He's took that win, but he also placed 3rd, and in the Eddie in the past, he had 5th place. He's been consistent in his finishes here, but of course the big win was in 2001 for RCJ.
Yeah. And it looks like possibly a loose board. That might be, I was gonna say, had the old school JBG airbrush, that board of the unmistakable Makua Rothman.
Yeah.
So we'll see where he is, more importantly than the board. We see the board making it all the way to shore, and hopefully Hawaiian Water Patrol is in the company of Makua Rothman out there. So broken leash, it appears, for Makua Rothman. And wow, the board did not stop. That whole wave, completed ride for the board. Here we go out the back in black, Tyler Laurent. That is a massive Eddie type wave that Tyler just negotiated very nicely. And the water shot looking in, and you see the wave just grow, and it was actually hollow for a moment. Thought he might try to sneak in there, but wisely just stays out in front of it as we watch yellow Ross Clark Jones. Still doing it, your 01 champ of this event, and still putting in the time.
Yeah.
Love it.
Getting back to live action here again. I know you guys are getting the messages again. We are going to give you guys the winner and crown the champ at the conclusion of this heat, once all our surfers are safe in from Waimea. So we do have the leaderboard right now. We're keeping that under wraps right now by instruction from our contest director.
Yep,
and
PDB, pump the brakes.
And 1986 Eddie champ and the younger brother of Eddie Aikau, Clyde Aikau, is our contest director. Uncle Clyde saying, hold up.
Yeah, wait a minute.
We're going to tell you guys when you guys can announce it, and we're going to tell the surfers so that we're not blowing a big surprise.
And here's Makua coming in from the broken leash, and
he's unstoppable, huh?
Just fierce determination.
This guy. Makua Kai Rothman, he's an Eddie Charger now. Makua also will be joining me when we return to the championship tour January 29th for the Billabong Pro Pipeline. He'll be in the booth with me talking about surfing, but right now he's doing the surfing, Makua Kai Rothman.
Look at that unridden wave and that barrel just open up at Waimea and then shut so abruptly.
Loving the Eva Bird angles that we're getting here from the drone, just sweeping over the lineup, giving us an idea of the positioning of the surfers. You can see that boil right there.
Yep. The notorious boil, infamous.
And Michael Ho right there in
right
the middle of the, he's right on the boil. Huh? That's the veteran right there, 65 years young. Oh, here's our award. And with that iconic shot of Eddie Aikau.
Yeah, that very internationally known, famous red board. He was captured riding for so many years out here at Waimea. We saw a rider right there was Ramon Navarro in the red jersey, our Chilean Charger.
Yeah, Ramon Navarro, I think you remember, I think in 2009, Ramon rode that crazy wave and nearly closed out the bay. Here's a replay of Navarro.
Yeah, and at one point in time, you know, he could have been possibly our first Goofy Foot champion. He was right there kind of scratching at the tips of the leaderboard, clawing his way to the top portion of that year, and just couldn't quite pull it off. Yeah.
2009 he got 5th, but I mean he was right there. He was at the top of the leaderboard at one point. Makua Kai Rothman and Hawaiian Water Patrol battling their way back out into the lineup. How hard is that?
Yeah, that is just tough sledding, like we said earlier, and trying to read the ocean that is got so many different chops and waves and, you know, side wash, back wash, huge white wash. So a lot of different angles and a lot of different looks that you have to be aware of when you're on board that jet ski, because
that's a lot of washing, but it's not clean inside there.
No, you know, it's not clean. Yeah, maybe the dirtiest wash you'll ever get. But, you know, and then you factor in the, you know, the spectator influence and awareness that you have that you're on stage,
right?
Basically,
there's nowhere to hide,
and you're not hiding. Especially if you fall off the ski and you're underwater, you're still not hiding. Everybody knows what happened, and to try to operate safely to prevent that, for one, it's, you know, a loose jet ski a lot of times is a hazard in itself. So just staying on board is very difficult. Staying on board from a drop like that, also very difficult. I believe that was Ramon once again in the red, the Goofy Foot, and then out in front was possibly Paige Alms.
Yeah, so Paige Alms on the shoulder there, and Ramon Navarro taking a straight, crazy drop on the backhand, but getting engulfed by the whitewater. Here in the final heat of the day, this is the final heat of round number 2. Replay here.
Yeah, Ramon just in that super deep position. You see all the water kind of coming up the side of his rail, indicating how steep that drop was and how close he was to not making the drop. And then once he got to the bottom, there was nowhere to run. That wave was right on top of him.
More lines here, Rocky, formulating on the hit reef at Waimea. Anticipation by our competitors and positioning. You can see on the inside there in the yellow jersey, Ross Clark Jones, the deepest. Michael Ho in the orange jersey, right on the boil, getting ready to go. First wave of the set looks like a steeper, looks like a bigger second wave.
Yeah, you know, these first waves, they're either the forerunners or they're the ones with that really gnarly, hairy drop that we've been seeing. And Looks like we've got Michael Ho paddling for this one. He's up and riding through the mist and the fog. He holds on. It was yellow out in front. Looked like Ross Clark Jones possibly.
Oh, but Michael,
skipping down, but...
oh, 65 years young. Oh, look at this set.
Wow, that's white. Luke Shepardson
again
scoring, so we might see Luke's name sliding up that leaderboard as he has turned in a couple of good rides in this last heat.
Pretty incredible surfing.
Holy moly, talk about herding a flock of sheep. The Shepardson phenomenon is real.
Oh man, that's right. Luke Shepardson, a North Shore surfer, spent years here just doing it for the love. 27 years old in 2015, Luke Shepardson caught one of the biggest waves of the year, maybe of all time here at Waimea. So he's the quiet stories that we get to learn about here at the Eddie.
Yeah, you might not have heard too much about him in other surf events, although he has done well in events around the North Shore. But Luke putting his name on the map now, and Michael Ho in the back right there. Once again, another super steep drop. And then it's like once you get to the bottom, you're just a sitting duck, basically, of like, okay, now what do I do? And basic grit and bear and try to hold on.
Shepardson from this angle shows the true size of this wave. And then that high line to complete it.
I thought he was gonna, like, you know, try to re-entry or something. It's crazy like that, but I think he was, you know, wanting to get back out to have time for one more. But he's the kind of guy that we could see on his last ride, you know, try to go for that epic shore break grand finale.
Yeah. As we see our water patrols zooming through the water, again, the format, we had 45-minute heats, 8 surfers in each heat in the first round, 5 heats there. This is the second round. This is the last heat of the second round. 8 surfers again out in the water. This is heat 5. These are 50-minute heats. And after this heat, we're going to look at all the numbers. We're going to look at the leaderboard, and we're going to know who's the champ.
And with what it takes to run this event from the ground up, you know, getting everybody to the beach bright and early, or actually still dark and early, and days before, the anticipation, all the surfers that have to come here. Anytime this event runs, it's a historic day.
Yeah, true.
So we are experiencing history, folks, and we are glad to bring it to you and glad that you're joining us as well.
Yeah, and good to catch up with you as well, Rocky. You know, back on the mic talking about surfing where we all started. I mean, and it's been a great day. And thank you to all the help that we've got from Hawaiian Telcom.
Yeah.
From Salt and Air Studios.
Absolutely.
From Surfline. Salute to KHON and the whole team over there that have brought all this to us. And you know, lastly, and you know what? With that, we might as well go to commercial and thank a couple more people, too. We'll be right back with the final heat of the day and more talk from Waimea.
From a distance, you don't really notice, but once you really start sorting the sand, you realize, wow, there is actually a lot of plastic in here. There's definitely a need for us to clean the beaches. Sometimes you need a huge army of people to make an impact. Although we might not see the direct benefit of it, hopefully future generations will, and we have to start somewhere.
Do you wanna go? We'll be friends, discovering the road. Ooh, you got me, together we'll grow. All the places we can go.
From innovative digital tools like Hawaii's first video banking chat to business checking and financing, no bank does more to help small businesses than Central Pacific Bank.
Movement. Our Hawaii moves. We are inspired and then we move with it. Movement. At Aloha Kia, you will be inspired. It's designed into every Kia. Be it for work, for family, for fun, for the environment, for the drive. In everything we do at Aloha Kia, we're inspired to get you moving. Inspiration, it's all over Hawaii. Go find it.
Reserve the 2023 Kia Newark with Aloha Kia's Express purchase.
And remember,
You know a guy.
It's the Eddie Big Wave Invitational in memory of Eddie Aikau. Last heats out in the water, and it's been another incredible running of this event. Just the display of courage, culture, and celebration of the Hawaiian waterman, Eddie Aikau. I'm Kaipo along with Rocky Cannon. It's been action all day, Rocky.
Yeah, the waves have produced. Mother Ocean has lived up to the expectation and all of the anticipation that was going into this incoming swell, and the consistency spot on. Great job by Surfline.
What you say, expectation?
Expectation.
And then what?
Anticipation.
And then anticipation. And then you know what we're going to have right after this heat? We're going to have a celebration because we're going to have
the awards presentation.
The awards presentation. Well, we're going to have another Eddie title handed out, and that surfer will go down in absolute surf history.
Want to say mahalo to the crew at Hawaiian Telcom.
There
they
you
were
go.
there last night, plugging in the last second circuit to get it all up and running. Sue Shin, thank you. Phyllis Freitas, Paul Kennedy, the crew, Eddie He, Sean Kelly, Justin Perales Aguilar, Ryder Yamamoto, Dave Yamagata, and Steven Tercino. Thank you guys so much. Hawaiian Telcom getting there on the ground, getting it installed and up and running for us today.
Yeah, mahalo. It takes a village, right? It takes a village to make this happen. I'm Kaipo, along with Rocky Can. Remember, We Are One Ocean. Protect the ocean. You can go to weareoneocean.org to find out how
it's so easy, bro.
And it's also easy. You know, Ma'alama Waimea, as it has been just not just a Wahipana sacred ahapua'a, but also the venue, the home, the playing field of the Eddie, which has always delivered so much action and inspiring moments of these brave surfers, both men and women this year.
Yeah, and it's great to mention and incorporate our Wahine surfers that have absolutely earned their spots in this event, you know, and they've been charging this wave for a long time now. And they've had some of their own events and things to recognize them, but to be part of this really is where they deserve to be.
I'm pretty sure Keala Kenley's been an invitee in the past, but it's great to see now coming to fruition in 2023 where every single heat had at least one female surfer. And I'm going to say Paige Oms, Makani Adric, Keala Kenley, Justine DuPont, Emily Erickson, and Andrea Muller. You're inspiring women. Great job today. Incredible surfing and immense bravery from these women.
Well, and that is also what contributes to our historic day here, is having these brave wahine compete in today's event. So all the compliments to you, and awesome performances, and we're gonna look forward to more from all of you.
That's right.
As this event continues. But you know, as you said earlier, you know, we've had invitees in this event. We've had Keala as our first female invitee, but we haven't had the Eddie.
True.
So being an invitee is one step in the right direction for accomplishment for these big wave surfers, but then the anticipation and the patience to wait for their opportunity in the way of the swell.
And to get it, and to show up and charge, and
it's real.
It's real. And this is looking real right here, Rock.
Yeah.
Who we got? Goofy Foot skittering down.
Wow.
Making it to the bottom, and that would be Ramon Navarro, our Chilean competitor. Big mountain whitewash, hits his heels, no problem for Ramon. Let's see if Navarro wants to take it to the shore break. Looked like he's pretty anxious to do so.
Yeah, looking into that afternoon sunlight, bit silhouetted. Now we switch angles and able to see his very bright red jersey, the Goofy Foot stance, unmistakably Ramon Navarro. And trying to work his way to the shore break. We'll see if it happens. He's got the connection. And like we talked about earlier, the shore break, not as cooperative with the big barrels, but just as entertaining.
Yeah, you catch a wave at Waimea, then you slide your fins on the sand to finish.
Pretty well done.
That's a good feeling right there. Look at Ramon.
Yeah.
And he's energized. He wants to run back up into the corner, paddle back out again.
Also opting for the 4-fin setup is Ramon Navarro. Some of the beach crowd and Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Yeah,
there's
Ramon.
There's Uncle Melvin Pu'u.
There's one of the hammers right there.
Hammer time.
So Ramon, look, he's in good shape. 43 years young and still enjoying it.
Oh yeah. As a beachgoer with her phone down there, you better look up, girl. You're standing way beyond the yellow tape.
Stay behind the yellow tape. How many times I got to tell you guys?
Don't text and watch the Eddie standing by the shoreline.
Hey man, don't even text and cross the road, you guys.
Yeah,
what are you doing? Here we go. Ramon teetering and making it on through the drop, Rocky.
Yeah, I like his negotiation right there, taking it straight down to increase the dramatic effect of being engulfed in that white water, not taking the easy road to the right side, but going straight down, surviving the hammer, surviving the chop, and re-emerging, riding all the way through the bumpy soup right here. And a couple of chops could have taken him down, but he's got a solid stance, little carve to the backhand right there, and then switches direction back to the left, looking for the barrel, but instead elects to ride straight out and even survives that second explosion. Like right there. That was impressive.
That was solid. So are the solid lines coming through here. Time for everyone to scratch it to position. Spins around there. Yellow goes for it, but has to spin around. That was Ross Clark Jones. Put himself in a deep position right now. We'll see what happens to Ross Clark.
Yeah, the next wave even bigger.
RCJ, the deepest, the furthest in. This wave is feathering Rocky.
It is huge.
Oh, Ross is not going to make this one.
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
Oh, that's the worst.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, that's breaking really far out, and Ross is right
away.
Nowhere to be seen. He's somewhere in that area, in that whitewash, that you couldn't see him with the wave in the foreground, but where he was paddling, I don't think he was going to make it over.
Chose to paddle for the first wave of that set. Couldn't get into it. Then every surfer's nightmare.
Yeah.
Spin around, and you know what, though?
Every surfer's nightmare scaled up quite a few notches.
Yeah. But he's back on his board already, Rocky. I just saw him. That's what champs are made out of. Already back on his board, paddling back out. Ross Clark Jones, our 2001 Eddie champ out there. What a hero. Flying by, you can see the boils in the lineup and the positioning of our competitors outside of those boils right now, Rocky.
Yeah, there's that one really pronounced boil you can see going up a lot of the big waves, and that's sometimes the, you know, the indicator positioning point that the surfers are striving to be behind the boil.
Look at the animal, Ross Clark Jones, where he's sitting so far inside of everyone. Not, you know,
and he's
almost
pummeled.
Like daring Waimea as well.
He's like, I'm still going to sit here. I'm still going to do it.
Ramon Navarro asking about time. How much more time left in this heat? The final heat of the day. Sets again looming on the horizon. And emptying onto the deep reef here at Waimea.
Yeah, such a crazy pronounced shelf where the waves break, and they have to come from water that's so deep, and that's why the wave just jacks up and gets so steep. I mean, it does something that I think is, you know, very unique, especially among waves here on the North Shore, to where it's just so much water and hits that reef so nicely.
But it's still a pretty deep wave, right? So Rocky, like, What's it feel? How deep is it? Like if you hit the bottom at Waimea, how deep underwater are you?
I mean, you're going at least 15 to 20 feet down, and that's very deep. I mean, you start to feel the pressure in your ears when you're that far down. And I've never hit the reef here at Waimea, but I know surfers who have.
Yeah.
And it's always like wait, come again? You know, did you say you just hit the reef? Oh my gosh.
But if you did hit the reef, you also know it's a long way up to find the surface and air again. If you feel like you're bouncing on the bottom at Waimea or touch the bottom.
Yeah. You know you're in trouble. Very, very scary position to be in. And some more waves approaching. It's definitely not slowing down as we hit this afternoon Awinala type of day, time of day, and lots more surfing heading our way, and we could see someone from this heat jump up to the top.
Sure, on the leaderboard and take the title of Eddie Champion. You know, normally this time of day we call it Pauhana, where you're done with work, but today it's not Pauhana because I don't think anybody went to work other than our incredible crew and surfers.
And our water patrol personnel, everybody involved with the event, but everybody else enjoy the day off.
Yeah, that's right.
But what, you know, I mean, it basically is a unofficial, like, Oahu Hawaiian holiday.
Look, these guys didn't even need camping permits on the cliff to come.
And like we said, Eddie goes, anything goes.
Be patient on the exit from Waimea Bay, however.
Yeah.
And Ma'alama and Kokua, all those around you, because no rush. Only get work tomorrow, so.
Yeah, just cruise them.
Cruise them.
Pick up your trash, your opala.
First.
Please do that.
Yeah.
And take care of our beach and our bay. We thank you for that very much. Please check out our good friends at Malama Pupukea Waimea, taking care of our conservation zone that extends into Waimea Bay and around Three Tables and Sharks Cove. Mahalo to all of the crew that is there on a daily basis caring for the ocean and our land.
Pu'uhonua, the ahapua of Waimea and Waimea Valley. Look at this. You can see this drone shot flying over the competitors. And we talk about the depth here at the reef at Waimea Bay, but these waves are so powerful. You can see the sand that's caught in between the coral getting spit up in plumes because of how much water's moving and sweeping through the bay.
And like we said, it's deep water. So the energy of these waves actually reaching the bottom shows you just the broad span of energy that has been able to affect the bottom of the ocean and bring up those sand plumes.
Right, you got like like octopus and lobsters just like
squeezing.
Yeah, they're just hanging onto the walls, trying to hang in there on the reef.
White knuckling.
What's happening today? What's happening today is the Eddie. I think we're going to go to a commercial to thank some of our sponsors. We'll be back with more from the final heat of the day here at Waimea.
This valley is very special. It was a sanctuary, a place where people would come for safety. And just how special Waimea Valley is, you bring out the specialness of our entire island and our archipelago too.
It's such a serene place, and it's just captured my heart, and I just love being here at Waimea Valley.
How's it, everybody? Hawaiian Telcom is excited to support the Eddie broadcast statewide for the very first time. To get from the surf to the studio to your house is done through a Hawaiian Telcom fiber optic internet connection. Please enjoy the event, and remember, as Kamaka said, gotta wear that mineral sunscreen.
Today's television broadcast is powered by Hawaiian Telcom. Experience the speed of Hawaii's only 100% fiber internet with Fi Optics for your home or business.
Why should someone choose Levitt, Yamani, and Soldner for their serious injury claim?
We've been helping Hawaii's injured for many years. We have the lawyers and the financial resources to make sure insurance companies pay fair compensation. Our work requires compassion, but also know-how. We have that experience. We're passionate about our work. It's a great privilege to help families through what can be the hardest of times.
Levitt, Yamane, and Soldner.
Flying over Waimea Bay, a legendary surf spot, a legendary piece of Oahu, the Ahapua'a of Waimea, the site of the Eddie Big Wave Invitational. In memory of Eddie Aikau, I'm Kaipo, along with Rocky Cannon and monstrous waves again greeting the bay.
Yeah, we're in our last heat of the day, wrapping up an amazing day of Waimea surfing. Oh my gosh, getting blown out the back. It looked maybe like it was white Luke Shepardson. He's been the guy in the spot in this last heat, getting a couple nice rides. He had a few from earlier as well in his round one heat. So he's been kind of dialing himself in to the most gnarly positions, and you know, had a few where he had to kind of bail out the top like that, but just being in the spot was part of the battle for Luke.
We were talking earlier about Pauhana time, which is after work time, which we are in, but we were working. Luke Shepardson is working today as well. He's a city and county lifeguard.
Wow.
He went to his captain today. His captain allowed him to take a couple of 1 hour breaks so he can surf his heat. Talk about an inspirational story. No time off for Luke Shepardson. It's either you're saving people or you're charging Waimea.
Yeah, and you know, so much mahalo to Luke and the job he does daily as a city and county lifeguard.
Something you can appreciate.
So special for him to be able to have a couple hours of break time. And you know, by the way, there's nothing else happening on the North Shore. If you're swimming at Pipeline, I mean, best of luck to you, but it's all here. It's happening here.
But this is true. Our city and county lifeguards, however, are busy today as they are. And every time we got big surf over here, they're the heroes on the shoreline. Luke Shepardson's been one of the most impressive surfers at this Eddie in my book, Rocky. I mean, just the waves, the lines, the commitment, off the charts.
Yeah, his positioning, he's got it dialed in. He seems pretty one with the ocean, but you can't count out guys like Zeke Lau. John was on the leaderboard there at the top after a couple of waves. But right now, we're going to keep the suspense, but we're just kind of highlighting
some of our highlighted
crazy
surfers,
waves that we've seen. Mark Healy put down a couple huge big rides. Landon McNamara was up there too, so it is going to be coming down to the wire, as we saw a ride during our commercial break from our surfer in yellow, Ross Clark Jones, the 2001 Eddie champ, getting another ride under his belt, his 7th Eddie.
Yeah.
Sorry, 8th.
8th Eddie,
His 8th Eddie. So he's clocked in some serious Eddie heat time.
Right behind him. Oh, the drop and the spill there.
A little bit of breathing room, like you said earlier, a little tranquility out there, a little peace and calm before the storm of these walls and mountains of water that are still hammering the bay. And you got to think a lot of the surfers that like to charge Waimea that aren't in the event, which there are a lot. It is only a select chosen 40 that can compete in this one-day event. But you got to think there's going to be a lot of chargers out there even after the event.
Oh yeah, that's anytime it's breaking, it's something that a lot of surfers want to check off your list. But to reality, we do have a new surfing crowd, and a lot of people are coming into surfing, and they're very athletic people, and they're capable of paddling, and swimming and holding their breath. But remember, in surfing, we still have unspoken kind of rules that keep things in. We have a hierarchy still,
Absolutely. As we watch, I think that's Makua Rothman.
Makua back out there after breaking a leash, having to come all the way to shore, and regathering himself. Again, he's surfing with a big knee injury he sustained. Has a knee brace on right now and is playing through the pain.
Yeah.
A true warrior, Makua Kai Rothman.
Yeah, injured himself at Pipeline during the backdoor shootout and did a pretty good twist on his ACL, and hoping for a speedy recovery after this event, but shows the, you know, the dedication and the desire to compete in this event. And when your number is called, when the day happens, you know, unless you're lying on your deathbed, so to speak, you're going to try to get out for this event and put on your best performance, and Makua has done that.
He's back on the paddle. You can see him there in the blue jersey, slowly making his way back out. Makua Kai Rothman. Other surfers on the peak. Final heat of the day. Again, round robin format where we have each surfer gets to surf 2 heats, 40 invitees. You get to catch 4 waves in each of the heats. At the end of the day, which we're coming up to, the surfers' top 3 rides will be tallied together, and that's how we're gonna decide the winner this year, 2023 Eddie Champ, which is a title that will put you in the surfing history books
for sure, bro.
Forever.
Forever. Oh man, you know, and we kind of discussed and talked about like all the things that have to happen for this event to even, you know, be considered to run, and then the surfers to get themselves on the invitee list, and then to have the opportunity to surf in it, then to go out and win it is, you're just on top of the world. It's, I'm sure, so amazing.
Yeah, and it's great when we see at the top performers this year, like 2-time world champ and defending Eddie champ, John Florence.
Right.
But then having someone inspirational, like the North Shore native, Luke Shepherdson, a lifeguard, an underground big wave charger, also really matching the field right there and showing the world, you know, that, gosh, these underground guys, or these guys that don't get a lot of attention, are doing it every extra large, double extra large swell, and they're doing it for love. It's not for...
It's a passion.
Sponsorship obligation.
Not for points.
It's not for points. It's not for money. It's for really wanting to do it. So there's something so admirable of guys like Tyle Shipman, Luke Shepherdson, you know, youngsters like Jake Maki.
Yep, Cole Christensen too.
Cole Christensen would be on that list as well. Yeah. So yeah, what a story. What a day of many stories.
And perhaps the most noted story, obviously, of the namesake of the event, and Eddie Aikau, and we hope that all of you, you know, by the time this event is over and our winner is announced, you may have taken something away from witnessing this event that enables you to move on, move forward in your life with some consideration of other people, and just in moments where there is good to be done, as the Eddie Aikau Foundation says, that you'll be more prone and apt to make sure you're part of that slogan as well.
Yeah, I like it. Eddie Aikau saved so many lives, was such a great example for young Hawaiians as well as for ocean goers everywhere, surfers everywhere, and voyagers with the work that he did with the Hokulea and the Polynesian Voyaging Society. And really one of the instruments of the Hawaiian Renaissance in the late 70s that made Native Hawaiians start to feel proud of their culture, proud of their language, proud of their practices. And one of the practices is surfing.
Yep. And then, you know, just the ocean knowledge, you know, how to conduct yourself in and around the ocean, in and around your fellow peers that are also enjoying the ocean. And there's something to be said also of someone like Eddie, who just, you know, knows what current to use to paddle back out. You know, little things like that go a long way in the way you conduct yourself in your particular lineup, and not only being one of the ocean, but also, like we've been talking about, your fellow surfers and the etiquette and the rest that goes with being and carrying the responsibility as a surfer.
Yeah, in our community, right? And the Hawaiian kind of concept of humbleness in that the ocean will humble you. And
sure.
approaching the ocean, and these guys right now, every single one of these surfers, men and women, they're humble individuals, but at the same time, special, you know, exceptional human beings to be able to do what they do and ride these waves. But at the same time, you talk to any of these big wave riders, you'll find some of the most humble, down-to-earth people, because they've learned the lesson that the ocean is bigger than all of us.
Right.
You know, and it's something to be respected and celebrated, and to take care of it as well.
Yeah, and you mentioned, you know, the guts and the commitment to ride these waves, but I think, you know, even more is like the guts and commitment to come back from these crazy wipeouts and survive the wipeouts where, you know, the normal human being is not paddling out there, and then maybe a little exceptional, they would go out there, but then get drilled and be right back on the beach going, I want no more of that.
Yeah.
These guys and girls, these women and men competitors just keep going back out for more, and that's what's the exceptional thing about them.
And to come back from injuries, you know, we've seen surfers out there with Billy Kemper with a knee brace. We saw Kai Rothman in this heat. He's all braced up. I mean, those guys are surfing with injuries. Mason Ho was taped up. You know, we saw actually in this competition, and we're wishing for the best for Lucas Shumbu-Shianka, who injured his leg in competitions. And I'm sure he's going to have to come back from that injury. But, you know, that's all. It's all the price you pay, but it's also something that everyone's willing to take, and coming back from that is a battle and a growing experience in itself.
Yeah, and I'm sure the surfers that have paddled out here that were slightly or majorly injured aren't gonna have better healing because they surfed Waimea today.
No,
they have a lot of rehabilitation to do afterwards. It did not make it better. Hopefully not too much worse, but look at that.
Oh boy, that's Ross Clark Jones there in the clear water. It looked like it was Tyler LaRonde, I want to say, deep on that one. Well, that might have been our first look at Mikey O'Shaughnessy. He would be in the purple, trying to differentiate the purple from the black. We'll get the better angle, better eyes on it, so we can ID that. But we're going to stick right now with RCJ, Ross Clark Jones, trying to make it to the shore break.
He wanted to. He was really hoping to please the crowd right there with a shore break finish. But Ross, don't worry, bro. We appreciate you 1,000%. Shore break or not, we love you, brother.
Kai Rothman taking a line here.
Another guy we got a lot of love for, Makua Rothman, trying to work his way to the inside and completes possibly his final wave of this year's Eddie Big Wave Invitational for his campaign in 2023.
Oh, look at all the tracks right there, and the crowd is starting to move up and down the beach, and
trying to maybe reposition towards the stage.
Yeah.
In the awards presentation area. Here's a recap. Luke Shepardson falling out of the sky and just getting a bomb, surviving the explosion, comes out with the claim and the somersault. Gosh, a little water up the nose. Yeah, no problem. Tyler LaRonde, a Maui surfer, getting his best wave of the day by far, getting a big one. Ross Clark Jones still doing it after all these years, your 2001 champ. Looking smooth, looking in control, and looking young yet.
Saltwater's a preservative, keeping him young.
Absolutely.
Check this out, talk about a legend. Mike Ho on the inside, deep on that Waimea bomb.
With Ross Clark Jones in the front. There's a century's worth of Waimea experience right there, up and riding. In the white is Luke Shepardson, and thought about continuing that one, but just an amazing ride for Luke Shepardson.
Ramon Navarro, the goofy foot out of Chile, it drops straight into this one and survived a big drop and a big whitewater on his heels. riding that one all the way through.
The charging Chilean. And a shared wave here, small kind party action. And it is our surfer in yellow, Ross Clark Jones, that survives and is able to walk away from the party.
He got in the door,
yeah,
at least. And that's our recap of the final heat of the day, and it was chock full of action, as it has been in every single
Dear
one of the
mainland,
heats.
aloha. My brother and I hear lots of you have discovered a real Hawaiian favorite, Big Wave Golden Ale. That's the good kind stuff, yeah, bro. Maybe it's the island flavor that makes each sip taste like a little vacation.
Got your beers here.
That's a whole lot of little vacations right there, huh, brother? That's like a big vacation. Retirement. One life, right? Mahalo. Big Wave Golden Ale from Kona Brewing.
We in Hawaii respect the land. We hold a deep reverence for its beauty, its power, and the humble gratitude for all it has given us. In operation since 1993, Puna Geothermal Venture embraces this tradition, providing clean, sustainable, renewable energy to the people of Hawaii Island, to power our homes, to keep our businesses thriving, to keep our communities moving forward. Puna Geothermal Venture, powered by nature.
I chose Revolution because some of my friends went with Revolution and they had very positive things to say. I love the Tesla battery. It stores electricity and uses it when you need it, like when the sun goes down. I love being self-powered by the sun. I have an electric car, so I don't have to go to the service station to get gas anymore. I just love it.
Keep your home invested in the future. Contact Revolution. Cleaner, smarter living.
It's the Eddie Big Wave Invitational from Waimea in memory of Eddie Aikau. And we have concluded today's competition. Surfers are safely on the beach. That's the #1 priority. I'm Kuiper along with Rocky Cannon. What a day, Rocky.
Yeah, epic waves, truly courageous, heroic performances by all of our competitors, male and female. Historic Big Wave Eddie contest this year at Waimea Bay.
Lots of moments to reflect on throughout the day today as we see Paige Alms, one of 6 women that have surfed in this 2023 edition of the Eddie and put on a great, inspiring performance. She's making her way back up the sand, and we're making our way over our site in anticipation of our celebration and presentation of our Eddie Award. There's the legend right there, Michael Ho.
Oh, man, such a legend. You know, not only in what he does in the water, but even out of the water. He's such a, you know, guy who's gracious with his time, who's been around this for so many years, knows the ins and outs of every little thing of professional surfing, and still is at it, around it, doesn't get tired of it, doesn't get tired of the, you know, the attention and support and all of the things that come along with that. He embraces it so well.
And just to put things into perspective, when we talk about Michael Ho, Michael Ho was a part of the first group of professional surfers that started professional surfing way back in 1976.
Wow.
And he's still here, relevant in 2023. Do that map as we look at the recap.
Oh, man, what a story from Michael Ho as we watch, I believe that is Peter Mell from earlier today. And a guy still doing it.
Yeah, here's today's recap, and that we got thrown into right now. So we'll do our best to go through here, unscripted with Rocky and Kaipo show right now. The guy's like, go, recap,
Here
here we go.
This is it. Look at that. The Bay calls the day, and somebody had to pay whoever was in the back.
Oh, that was out in front with that surviving through that.
That was Ian Walsh.
Ian Walsh, yeah. Here we go, Makuakai Rothman.
Steep, deep, and underneath. Nice big late drop from Makua, surviving with that treacherous knee injury, still performing well. Ramon Navarro.
Nick Von Rupp.
Excuse me, Nick Von Rupp.
We're going to play Guess the Surfer right now.
All right, that sounds good.
Rocky and Kaipo. Kai Lenny put in a great performance out here.
He did. He was one of the guys that stood out in the first round, and somebody just hit the eject button on that huge monster of a wave.
Oh, no. KK going down and hanging on and finishing up there. That is Jake Maki, young North Shore teenager with his first Eddie. There's
Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Our level of safety.
Yep. The level of safety was very high as these surfers were taken to these waves knowing they had the expert and precise supervision of Hawaiian Water Patrol. Look at this monster wave. Just so much energy in this relatively small area of Waimea Bay. And doing that math there with that amount of water coming into a small bay as Waimea is just makes for water moving every direction. Billy Kemper, heroic performance today.
Charging with a broken knee, got the knee brace on. That's not stopping Billy Kemper. Look at this drop, Rocky. Making it to the bottom. And
looked like possibly Jamie Mitchell, maybe. And Luke Shepardson on a screamer. That wave is so large. It makes him look so small.
Shepardson again. Check this one out.
Oh, man.
So 27-year-old City and County lifeguard, North Shore native Luke Shepardson came to play today at the Bay.
Yeah, how do you say it? Double dip? Working for the City and County, taking a couple breaks and getting some waves during the Eddie. I think give him all he deserves.
So Landon McNamara from earlier today, and Landon put on a great performance.
That he did. Mark Healy as well.
Another view of Jake Maki.
Sorry, that's Jake right there. Oh, man, what an attempt. Trying to reconnect the board to the face of the wave. Hardly ever works out for the good at Waimea Bay when you become disengaged.
Tyle Shipman and Ezekiel Lau behind him. Some of today's highlights that you're viewing right now from a great day at the Bay.
I think that's Mark Healy.
Man, Mark Healy, again, look at him. Just such a solid stance, able to pull through that. Disappearing numerous times in the whitewater, Mark Healy shaking it off.
And Tyle Shipman was trying to get into this one. Little airdrop. And did the quick splits right there. Look at this bomb. Mark Healy from the outside. Thought he was going to get into that one, but the wind and the current up that huge face said, sorry, not this time. But the next time, Mark does make it and gets an epic ride. Exploded by the whitewater. And the second round of Tyle Shipman, he was able to negotiate past a very large explosion of whitewater. Well done by Tyle Shipman there. Cole Rothman with his own big late Waimea drop on the backhand. And Mark Healy once again fluttering down the face, able to complete that drop. And he holds on in front of the whitewater. One of the standout waves of the day for me was this one here of Mark Healy.
Yeah, Mark Healy, again, Eddie veteran and showing why he is over the falls for Ezekiel Lau, but the Warrior came back after that wipeout and caught a few more waves. Kiala Kenley charging.
And basically, it looked like her body went every which way but off the board. Good, solid stance and performance there for Keala. And then beautiful negotiated drop there for, I believe that was Lucas Chianca.
Shumbo.
And goes for the kick out backflip.
What about this? Sharing's caring sometimes at Waimea.
Tika Nui Smith in the black jersey, the Tahitian. Excuse me. It might be Peter Mel and Shane Dorian, actually.
Yeah. Two longtime friends enjoying a special moment at the Bay. And they came with cost as well. Taking a look at some of today's wipeouts. Again, thank you to our Seating County Lifeguards and Hawaiian Water Patrol. Oh, my.
Oh, the carnage was real.
Makani Adric charging on the backhand with her first appearance at the Eddie. Check this one out, Rocky.
Oh,
Billy Camper.
Billy. I think that might have been the wipeout of the day as far as treachery and danger. Well, maybe that one.
Cole Christensen.
Wow.
Getting sent after sending it.
Gosh. Sent to the bottom. And a big, beautiful drop there from Tyler LaRonde.
Yeah, that was his best wave of today, and you can tell the excitement as he exits. Waves going to connect into each other.
RCJ.
Ross Clark-Jones still doing it at the Bay whenever the Bay calls.
Yep, the ledge goes over the ledge.
Michael Ho showing why he's a legend. The 65-year-old legend with a big takeoff. But Luke Shepardson, get to know this name because today Luke put together some excellent rides, Rocky.
A biblical performance, a performance of biblical proportions. Luke doing quite well today, and so excited to see who's going to walk away with the 2023 Eddie Big Wave Invitational Championship Trophy. Ross Clark-Jones trying to please the crowd and make it to the inside section, but you know what, bro? We love you, and well done, my friend. People on the beach walking back towards the awards presentation area. Hawaiian Water Patrol tents you see there in the foreground. And we'll take you down there pretty soon, I think.
You know what? I'm going to try actually see if automation works right now. Let's throw it to the awards show right now, see if this works. Go ahead. Chris.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming out and supporting. It was an amazing day out there. I'm so stoked to be surfing with all my friends and watch everyone sending it. Yeah, just so blessed to be here. Thank you to the Aikau family for organizing this and everyone involved, and thank you for everyone coming. And it was a memorable day for sure.
Yeah, it's probably the best big day at Waimea I've ever seen in my life.
Josh, it's Larry. Do you need anything? I just got out of my way and everything. Picked up my bag.
Memorable day, celebrating Eddie Aikau and his legacy. It's very touching to be here.
Just looking left to right, it's surreal to me being able to be in this lane with. Sharp note. Guys that are my heroes and friends. Best day of my life for sure. So, I've been part of this since elementary school. Now we're here. Dreams.
Felt incredible to surf in this event. I know we've all had the Eddie Aikau poster in our rooms growing up, so to have the opportunity to actually go out there for Eddie Aikau and his ohana, the Aikaus, it's a dream come true for me. This day feels surreal. I wouldn't have missed it for the world. So yeah, one of the top days of my surfing career and my life.
Thank you everyone for coming out. I just personally want to thank Uncle Clyde and Pablo and the entire Aikau family.
There's no way I can get out. Sorry, bro.
In my eyes, today was the best day of surfing history. You know, there's nothing more prestigious than this right here. And these guys are gladiators that are standing next to me, and it's unbelievable. We're all in safe, and we're going home to our families and celebrating with love and respect. Nothing but love, you guys.
It's just like a dream come true, even being ready, and
you tell Liam to scoot over.
to perpetuate the legacy of Eddie Aikau. I gotta get back to work. But it's like, I can't believe it. I saw finding Eddie Aikau and I saw these legends and everyone in the heats, and I can't believe I got to be a part of this.
In behalf of myself and the Aikau family and my brother, Eddie Aikau, I want to thank everybody for being here today. I want to praise every single contestant who paddled out, because just paddling out today was a feat in itself, and congratulations to all the contestants. Okay. We want to also, the family also want to thank Liam McNamara for being the co-director. All of the forecasters from Surfline and Pat Caldwell, the forecasters all over the world. We thank them. We thank all the judges. We thank Faith. We thank Linda Ibsen for her undue work to make this happen today. Now listen, I believe we had a fantastic scoring system today, and the judges held their line to the very end. So here we go. In 8th place and $1,000, Keli'i Mamala. A true Hawaiian, Keli'i. In 7th place, carrying on the legacy of his family, and a full-on charger for sure. Backside rider, Landon McNamara. $1,000. This next gentleman has earned the best wave of the event. Full-on charger. Best wave of the day. We're awarding it Hawaiian Airlines. We're awarding you 250,000 Hawaiian miles for the best wave of the day, and earning 6th place, $1,000. Ezekiel Lau. One of the full-on chargers from Maui, continuing to push the limits of riding waves, either big or small, or in the air or sky or wherever he goes. $1,000 to Kaileni. 5th place. Love this guy so much. be so beautiful to my family. In fourth place and making $3,000, Billy Kemper. Okay, third place. Third place. Still charging like a bat out of this world.
Guys, take it easy. I'm shooting for surf line. Don't get in front of me.
Making $5,000. Mark Healy.
Yo, bro, we're gonna have to come down.
And we have a third place, 50,000 Hawaiian miles from Hawaiian Airlines. 150,000 miles. Thank you, Hawaiian Airlines. And that was third place, Mark Healy. Okay, just for fun, okay? Let's just say, I'm not saying you did, but let's just say John won the contest. Let's just say. Who would agree on that? We have Luke Shepard. Well, you said it yourself. Second place, and the winner of 2016, John Flores. $8,000. Luke Shepard, the champion, Eddie Aikau.
Well, there you go, Rocky. That was the awards presentation, and what a moment it was. A Cinderella story, if you would. Luke Shepherdson, the North Shore native, city and county lifeguard, takes out and goes down in history books as an Eddie champ.
Wow. On duty, performing at Waimea in uniform, gets the winning scores and the championship trophy.
That's right. And talking about those scores, Rocky, now we're able to digest those scores.
Yeah.
A perfect score on your three waves would be a 90-point ride. Luke Shepherdson, a 30-point ride, a 30-point ride, and a 29.1, 89.1 out of a possible 90-point perfect day. Luke Shepherdson, it's Luke's day.
All hail King Luke, the king of the Bay, the Eddie champ, Luke Shepherdson. Well done, my friend. I mean, it's been an awesome ride to watch him as a junior lifeguard, as a menehune, now a real lifeguard, and an Eddie champ. Amazing ride.
The North Shore's first lifeguard, Eddie Aikau, and the 2023 champion at the Eddie continues that tradition of life-saving. This is a chicken skin moment right now.
It's a tearjerker, man. I'm telling you.
Congratulations, Luke Shepherdson. You did it, and we applaud you. That was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, what a day he had. Like charging out of his mind, but in the zone. Knows this wave really well, and was obviously up against some extremely formidable competition. I mean, back to defending champ right on his heels, John Florence. And for Luke to pull it out, what a victory, what a day. And we hope that you guys are excited and as inspired as we are.
We are inspired. What a great day. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to all of our partners. Thank you to KHON, Surfline, Hawaii Telecom, Salt and Air. Thank you, Rocky. And with that, we bid you aloha.
The Eddie. Just two words that mean so much. A symbol of some of the best of Hawaiian culture. A steward that protected all life and respected nature. Eddie Aikau, Hawaiian hero and pioneer of big wave surfing. Edward Ryan Makuahanai Aikau was born on Maui and, according to family lore, began surfing at the age of 11. The Aikau Ohana soon moved to Honolulu, where Eddie grew up to become not only the first lifeguard at Waimea Bay, but the first city and county of Honolulu lifeguard for the entire North Shore of Oahu. As a lifeguard, Eddie would charge out into waves of 30 feet or more. When no one else would go out, Eddie would go. And along the way, Eddie would become a world-class athlete, surfer, waterman, winning the premier world surfing contest of the day, the 1977 Duke Kahanamoku Invitational Surfing Championship. And at the time, as only the second native Hawaiian to win the surfing championship, along with his brother Clyde, Eddie became a symbol of the rebirth of Hawaiian cultural discovery in the ocean. And in 1978, he became a part of another symbol of Hawaiian pride and culture. Eddie joined the Polynesian Voyaging Society as a crew member of the Hokulea. When we stop and think about Eddie's final journey, his quest to save his crew, his ohana as he was paddling out into a raging ocean, looking for help for his fellow Hokulea crew members, you have to ask yourself, could you go? This is why we are so proud to celebrate the life and never-ending legacy of Eddie Aikau as one of the most iconic Hawaiians ever to live with the annual Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational. Since the contest's conception in 1984, it's only been held 9 times, with Waimea Bay providing the backdrop to the world's premier big wave surfing event. An invitation-only event with the world's best surfers, where the legacy and aloha of Eddie Aikau lives on.